Hello and welcome to the finals of the PMSL EMEA. I have to go down a little bit there. I think I've risen to the occasion because we are up onto the finals now. Blank. We are getting in for a final 3 days of matches.
What's happened there? You're just like high in the sky all of a sudden. I don't understand it. Yeah, we're in our last 3 days. It took me a while to think about that one. Just getting it all together in my head there up towards the top side. But yes, I'm excited for it. We have some incredible teams coming through into the finals here. Our top 16 looked absolutely marvelous. If there wasn't for bonus points, I think anyone here could win. But some teams have tried a lot harder in that league stage, which they should be certainly rewarded for.
Absolutely. It has been quite a journey for all of our teams to make it to this stage, to the top 16 and accrue the bonus points that they have been looking for. We have still got a little bit before the games start, so make sure you're keeping up to date with everything that's going on over on our social channels. You can see them down below: Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, everything for your perusing pleasure as the day goes on. And after the day, you'll be getting all the updates there as well.
Yep, that's where you're going to be heading over to find out exactly what happened at the end of the day, just in case you nodded off towards the end of it. But I'm certain that you won't be sleeping towards the end of this tournament because it's going to be a firecracker and it's going to keep you awake. Even if you want to fall asleep, I'm going to wake you up. I'm going to be like pretending to be an alarm clock towards the end of the day. You will remain awake for the show because it's one of the best on the planet. I'm telling you.
Goodness me. Okay, that's quite. I mean, that's service and a show. You know, that's pretty good. From Blank, he's. I need that as an alarm clock on my phone. Absolutely. Let's take a look at the prize pool that these players are going to be competing for. As time goes on, of course, they will be trying to slice out their chunk of this 400k and have made it to the finals already, which has guaranteed them at least 5k for finishing in 16th place. Oh, I think Blank may have been cat faded out of the broadcast right there. Hopefully he's able to wrangle that and keep it under control. Here are the finals prize pools breakdown. First place, 55k, a nice healthy sum to be getting on with, and the top 4 positions going to PMWI, a big jump for them. Sorry, no, the PMWC. It's the PUBG MOBILE World Cup later on this year at the Esports World Cup. The top 4 spots going to group stages, and that 5th place going to the elimination stage as well, to go a little bit further into the tournament, to have a last chance at qualifying along with those top 4. Oh, okay. We'll see Blank in a second. He's just getting some fun tech issues to kick off the PMSL EMEA. But here is our schedule for the week. Of course, we've had weeks 1, 2, and 3. Today being the 7th of June. It is the start of the finals. We've got 3 days of finals for you. Each of our teams will be playing 6 matches a day for a total of 18 matches to contribute towards the final standings. Of course, whoever's at the top of those standings at the end of today, well, not at the end of today, at the end of the 3 days, will be in with that first place 55k, and they'll be looking to try and jet that one out. Of course, they carry some bonus points over from those league stages that they've been building up over the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm back online now, potentially. Who knows? Have I not? Let's find out. But yeah, I'm excited for these next few matches. It's 18 total that we'll be playing out here for the finals itself. Obviously, everyone's worked really, really hard to get to this point, but we do have a really incredible top 8, I would say. Every single one of those teams could potentially take this one home. I think me and you even were disagreeing over who's going to take down that top 3. I think we had maybe 2 in there that we
had some intersection. Similar. We had some intersection, I believe, yeah, because I think we both had Team Spirit, and did you have IWNRX?
I did, yeah. So let's say a quick recap whilst we discuss this over last week in video format of the highlights that went down.
Ooh, very nice. Taking a look at some of those plays,
They're
I
coming.
believe.
They're
They
coming.
are coming. They're on their
Soon.
way. But yeah, we
Eventually.
both had Team Spirit and IWNRX sort of on opposite positions, right? I think I had Team Spirit in first, and you had IWNRX in first, with the other one being in second.
Yeah, absolutely. I you know what? I thought, honestly, the thing was, it's quite late at night when I was like, I received the message. I was like, I'm watching a movie right now. So I'm gonna deliberate over this and come back tomorrow. So you'd already replied. You'd said Team Spirit in first, and I was like, I did a JoJo Siwa, and I was like, let's spice things up a bit, and I'm gonna put IWNRX in first. So yeah, who knows? Who knows?
Oh my goodness me. That is a reference I did not expect you to pull out right then. But I mean, it makes sense. You absolutely did. Spiced it up a little bit. And then Brute Force in third place for you. I had 3D Max. I still got faith in the French to be able to pull this one out of the bag. I think we've criticized them, probably rightfully so, over the last few weeks for sort of faltering and fumbling the final stages of their plan on 3D Max, but I feel like that solid foundation is there. It is just a question of perfecting that execution that will just push them over the top to be, I think, a third place team.
Yeah, you know what? I think you're on the money there in terms of 3D Max and their performance. I think for 3D Max, they're a team that has the potential, right? Potential to go all the way. However, they also have the potential to fail big time. Which they've done multiple times over the tournament, which is sort of surprising considering the points they were able to score. Like, they have made a lot of mistakes on screen, which felt rather barbaric, right, in terms of how bad those mistakes were. Yet they're still up towards the top of the tables. Like, they are doing a lot of things right. It just feels like when things go wrong for them, they go very, very wrong. Like, it's a real bad day.
Yeah, it's just unpleasant to have that sort of thing happen to you. They qualified in 8th place on the overall standings blank with 453 points overall, which is a pretty decent chunk. I mean, when you consider that 4th place was 500 points, that's a bit of a gap, but it's still certainly not
manageable.
Sort of 3 full weeks of gap, right? It's definitely a manageable jump up to try and compete with the moneymakers up in that 4th place on the overalls. Obviously, they're not going to carry all of those points over. They are going to be looking at those bonus points, and as it stands, they carried 38 bonus points to Team Spirit's 56, right? And that is right at the top with Team Spirit. Of course, we're dividing that by 2, which means that gap shrinks by 2. So they are very much still in the running, and that's why I put them in 3rd place.
Yeah, bro, 100%. I think like if you look at some of the taunts we've had in the past in terms of the leaderboards and where that like staircase falls off a lot and you end up breaking your leg going down it. Yeah, we used to have like 4th place 500 points. Then you'd have 5th place 200 points. It was insane. It was insane. It was really insane. So you know that gap there is just not as much of a karate chop to the back of the neck as we've had in the past. So I'm pretty pleased with how things have turned out for this tournament. And that's kind of why I put Brute Force in there as well, because I was sort of thinking to myself, you know what? They've had these really good runs in terms of like speed, momentum, and just accuracy towards that top of the table over a short amount of days. Brute Force has that. Now, I think that I could be also terribly wrong. But I also could be unbelievably right.
But yeah, that's the thing.
Time.
I think I absolutely agree in that there is no middle ground for that prediction, right?
Yeah,
it is either 100% wrong or 100% right.
I win big or I lose my house.
No, you can stay in your house. It's okay. Come on.
Okay.
Well, it depends. Depends how badly Brute Force do. Let's take a look at the overall rankings from the league stage. This is the total points that each of our teams accrued over 3 weeks. Remember, these points do not carry forwards directly. It's only the bonus points that have an impact in the finals. But you can see Team Spirit were able to outstrip the competition with 10 chicken dinners, 568 points.
Yeah, they went really wild with it towards the end there. They were just crunching the other teams. And I think that it's sort of insane they were able to get 10 chicken dinners compared to Moneymakers' 10 chicken dinners, because I think Moneymakers basically made all their points on their victories, their first places. So for Team Spirit to be able to match them in terms of that skill and then also get ahead of them by, 67 points there? Quick maths on the fly. Yeah, that's really good. Now, if I was a sane man, I would have probably put Team Spirit in first place on my predictions. But I like to keep things a little bit fancy towards the end of the tournament. So I actually really hope that IWNRX can hit us with the Z Wolf special. I hope Kine is playing up to scratch as well, because he was crazy. He was crazy on that third week. He was doing absolute bits for the team. So I do think they can hit a first place here, and it will be nice, right? You know, you come off the back of S2G basically dying as a team, and they're dead. Yeah, and then in swoops another Turkish team to regain that mantle for them. I hope that's the case. I really do.
Yeah, and there's the bottom of the tables. Of course, the bottom 4 teams did not make it through the group stages, and obviously commiserations to Heroic, Onyx Ravens, Esports, Team Falcons, and Na'Vi. But they do not have to worry about today, because they're not playing in it. They are out of the tournament for now. Twisted Minds just making it in 16th place after their push above Heroic in that final day. Same story for FUT Chaos Esports. It was a little bit tense as to whether or not they were going to make it, but in the end, they were able to convincingly do so with a 15-point margin. Here are the bonus points as they stand. Team Spirit with quite a lead, and remember, these will get halved so that they are not going to be full impact on these tables. They have still yet to be halved on this table.
Yeah, I think that is the case, right? Yeah, this is just the total bonus points they're able to get, but the bonus points here do not represent the amount of bonus points they will have in the final leaderboard. Like John says, they will be halved. And if we have any odd numbers, I think they're rounded up or they're rounded down. I think they're rounded up.
Ooh, I think we'll have to double check on that. We'll have to get.
I think they're rounded up.
Give them more points. Why not? Just as a treat.
I think it's a rounder up. But they're also in order now as well, which is cool. You get to see who's on the bottom. It's Twisted Minds, sadly. They did better, right? 10 bonus points, 8 bonus points, and if you look at their first week, to be a team that got dead last in week 1 to get to the finals, that's a mega achievement.
I mean, you give them their week 2 performance, and they still aren't above Regnum Kaya Bright Esports, right? If you replace that week 1 performance with a week 2 performance, put that up to 10, you get 9 points extra. They're not going to be above the teams ahead of them. So still quite a little bit of a deficit, but because it's being halved, it's only going to be about 4 or 5 points between these two teams, which means that it is definitely achievable to jump in just one game, right? And that is what is going to be so interesting. There is that head start, and when you're looking at a team that's going to be 20 points ahead of you, right? That is going to be a significant gap, but in the interim, in the small little gaps in the middle, those things can really start to filter through and have a lot more volatility and dynamism over the table. So it'll be interesting to see how all of that unfolds over the next 3 days, over the next 18 matches.
I just heard a lot of words just come at me. They're thick and fast.
I'm just
surprised though, man. Yeah,
it's a vocab storm.
Yeah, at first I was like, I knew where we were going. And I was like, Twisted Minds, the points on top of it, they wouldn't make it above. And then I was like, where are we going with this now? This is getting a little bit crazy for me. But yeah, I agree. Even if they did give them that week 2 performance, replace that with a week 1, they wouldn't make it ahead. I just think it's stellar of them that they were able to actually hit the 16th place for the finals over in that league stage. Just really, really good. It shows a team that can improve. I think that they're sort of mirrored with Onyx Ravens. Onyx Ravens just didn't improve enough and as quickly as possible as Twisted Minds did. Because it's sad because, Dammy has to leave his twin brother behind, Figures from Onyx Ravens. I'm sure he'll be cheering him on. But yeah, we'll see. Well, let's take a look at our top 5 teams over in Erangel here, which is an important stat. We got a lot of Erangels.
Certainly do. It is going to be Team Spirit, who are right at the top there, although not on survival time, which is quite interesting. DA are going to be able to take that one, but every other metric, it is going to go to Team Spirit. 3 average placement points. That is a pretty big gap. I mean, over DA, who obviously with the highest survival time, you might expect to have the highest average placement points, but that jump from second to first is a big, big jump. It is, of course, that 4.6 to 10 jump, which makes those averages so much higher for a team that has more chicken dinners. And DA wasn't quite able to make that mark, which is where that difference comes in. But keeping the damage high, keeping those average eliminations actually very much higher than everybody else. So a clear 1 point average per match extra over IWNRX, the next closest team.
Yeah, it's huge. It really is huge. And I think that is what Team Spirit's been good at. It's what what's helped Team Spirit succeed is the fact that we've had 50% of our matches over an Erangel. On the other hand, we have 2 Miramars here, and we'll see who's coming out on top, and that's Brute Force. I think this was a little bit skewed for Brute Force because they had some absolutely disgusting games over such a short period of time on Miramar. But it is sort of interesting that we have basically a whole different roster of teams over the DA and the Moneymakers.
Yeah, that is interesting. I was going to bring up the fact that DA are on both pages, and again, with some pretty high survival time. Hopefully, they'll be able to carry that one forwards. I'm pretty sure all of S2G's average points are coming from their one Miramar game, where they just, like, did 5,000 damage and got 20 eliminations.
Yeah, which is sort of surprising that the average damage just doesn't even come close to Brute Forces, because even they had just unbelievable games back to back to back to back over on Miramar for Brute Force. I'd be curious to see what Sanhok was like there, because I think that was sort of the important outlier, because I think that's where Team Spirit was able to get quite a few of their points as well, John, just because I remember in the past, like, I think Major Pride was so good over on Sanhok, and it's basically the majority of Major Pride still there. However, you can have Pride in our PMSL powerhouses over here with Creo, NIGMA Galaxy Lord, your Top Yummy, and Calci. So check out the Dark Arts Gentleman set and the Dark Legend UMP 45 with our PMSL pass.
Ooh, yeah, that's going to be looking pretty fresh in game, making sure you're looking fine. That red shirt, the undertone, very cool. Drop that code into your games so that you can get 2 points vouchers and help us get that pass unlocked. It starts from May 31st, so that is already open. So head on over, enter that code, get your free goodies and your chance to unlock.
The things, yes, the explosions.
Oh, whoa, okay.
New area. This is awesome. A new area unlocked of the studio. I like it. We found the key the other week, and here we are with the armor mech.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's got arms on it, I think.
It does. I'm pretty sure it's the armor, but also the arms. Absolutely.
It's not spelled armor, though. It's spelled A-R-M-A, I think. Armor.
Well, you've like got arms and you've got armor and then you've got armorist, right? That's the evolution that these things go in.
Oh, wrist armor, of course.
We are going to be looking at the prize pool for these show matches. We're going to be playing 3 show matches over the course of our 3 days, 1 match a day. You blink and you miss it. The prize pool there will be $2.5 grand for first place when you add up the points accrued from each of our matches. Of course, the scoring system will be the same. So the survival, the placement points are going to be the same as in the regular tournament. So are those eliminations. But of course, it is in the new game mode. Each of our players are going to be looking to try and take that one down.
Yeah, it's such quite a big prize pool. I think we only had it up for a little while there, but 2,500 for first place, second place is 1,500, third, 1,000. So there's some big juicy games. We're having 3 of them over the next 3 days.
Absolutely, they are all going to be trying to be the last mech standing. Experience the new themed stages, Steel Arc and Assembly Base, and drive the new mechs, Levitron Strider and Armor Mech in the background. Don't forget to give your mecha some colors in mecha coating gameplay as well. If you want to share your creativity, come and join the PUBG Mobile Erangel Mecha Runaway competition in PUBG Mobile official channels. Go and check it out. To better understand the whole setting of Mecha Fusion World in version 3.2, go check out those tons of immersive mechanic comics, videos, series, and fun content about Mecha Fusion in PUBG Mobile social channel. There will be some hidden information about the Mecha Fusion themed gameplay for you to find out. So make sure you head on over, get to snooping, because we are getting to dropping.
Yes, we are. So the Steel Arcs, you can see them landing over on the map. And we're going to head straight in. All these players, they've been unleashed. Their creativity, skins, they're out there. No more PMSL skins. We're just having fun with it. Obviously, what we are looking at is jetpacks, self-AEDs. We also have the magnetic gun in the game as well. The Levitron, the Strider, are hilarious. I love them. I think the Strider, I can't tell which is more funny, the Levitron or the Strider. I think the Strider is quite amusing to drive. It's just like driving around a pair of legs. It's
got big trousers on.
You transform though, you get the transform on it. You look awesome. You look really cool.
Got 3 teams dropping up here in the event space. Okay, I think he's managed to get himself the magnet gun, and he is already Up to mischief. Blocking. Was that blocking off a door? That's quite interesting. That's an interesting strategy. He's creating funnel points, closing off paths.
Yeah, this is awesome. We're in one of the assembly bases right now. Trying to assemble ourselves some points.
Ooh. No one going down just yet. Solus, Ketch at the forefront. Across the map, there's plenty popping off blank. We're on board with these three right now. Everybody scrapping over these important locations. Trying to get their mechs online, trying to trundle their way over Erangel. As it stands, a nade over to Solke. Lux dodges back behind for another one. Solus holding fast. FLUX maybe just giving this one over.
Yeah, potentially. And FLUX has kind of been owned so far. And Pretty Max getting the high ground. It's the big GG dropping on him. Yes, this is not a bad place to start. You know, get yourself some big loot early on. It's got the majority of the cool stuff coming from 3.2. That's version 3.2, if you didn't know already.
I think
not like us cool kids.
Oh, we're always up to date. We've got everything in the back pocket there. DA takes a little bit of damage. I think one of the most interesting item additions to this game mode is the respawn beacon. I think that's going to change a lot of how you're going to play alongside with the personal AED. Being a solo off angle is going to be so much more viable in the later parts of this game. You can see Coops rocking the Dragon Ball Z kit there. Looking pretty powerful right now.
Yeah, you kind of looking. It'd be kind of annoying, actually. You know, you got the off angle, you take him down, you think that's this done. Gets right back up. What happened? Immortal. I think you can only carry one at a time, though. So it's not a possibility to just do it over and over and over and over. Damn me. Rocking the OG set from the Bape. I like that. Taking it back to the beginning. I think that was one of the first skins.
I think it was. I think it was one of the earliest partnerships that came through.
Yeah.
I know 7WG constantly rubs it in our faces that he's got the kit and we don't.
He's got a hoodie as well.
I know. Yeah, exactly.
It's very annoying.
Just every single time.
I try to steal it, but it looks like I'm wearing a small elf's hoodie. There's the disparity between me and Seven's quite a lot in terms of height.
I mean, he does wear his hoodies large, to be fair.
Yeah, even his large is like my XXS. extra small.
Oh dear. I'm wondering when we're going to see these mechs start to come into action as well. Once they clear out these bases. Once they
try to get away.
Oh yeah, Dammy close to the Strider there. Is he going to hop in? Never alone. There he goes. Has the rocket launchers available on the back there, which can be refueled at the bases. Just getting used to the tight spaces here.
It's got a big jump on it.
It definitely does. Look at that. Popping off.
Damn.
Ooh.
He's going fast.
Do not want to be...
Picks up speed, by the way. It picks up speed as you run. Look at it.
Oh my goodness. That is... I'm trying to sort of gauge how fast that is relative to a vehicle, relative to like a buggy or something.
70 kilometers an hour. It's kind of cool.
Oh yeah, you can see the speedo at the bottom there.
Yeah. Get.
Ooh, got up to nearly 80 there. Goodness me.
It's quite fast. Not quite as quick as a vehicle itself, but it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Picking himself up the res beacon.
Just getting his teammates back.
Get back in.
Obviously, yeah, big advantage to potentially have that enabled for your team. Drops everybody back on in, but that is, I believe, there is only one respawn charge available per player in this game mode. Just the one time. Just the one time that you can come back, that your teammates can bring you back from beyond the grave to once again ride on the mechs.
Yeah. Oh, dear me. Furia found in Coops. Top side. Painful. I reckon Furia came in with a jetpack. He's a jetpack kind of guy.
I'd believe that.
Goes in.
Oh, what's Pekko being able to grab from that supply box? Oh dear. Everybody else better watch out. Player 5 from NIGMA Galaxy. Not too sure who that is. Well, I suppose it's the player after player 4. But they have lost Coops already. Now, it seems like they might have a little bit more trouble a-brewing as Virtus.pro trying to keep them under pressure. Ralph heading up in the lift. No one exposed just yet. Virtus.pro haven't lost anyone. So NIGMA Galaxy just want to get one person away so they can get back to full 4. Ooh. Yeah, he's looking pretty fresh with it. And he's obviously combined both the Levitron and the Strider to create the armor mech. And then popped up top, you can see the arms and the legs. That's a dead giveaway, blank. 4 limbs, you know you've got a combined mech. Pecco with the cook. Nade down towards Mano. He goes low. Corker staying nice and healthy. And Milky Way's got the side swipe. A nice 1-2 punch from Virtus.pro. And NIGMA Galaxy not having the best of times. Getting wiped away there. I think that might have just been the full squad wipe for Virtus.pro. They're up to 5 eliminations. Hella points. Of course, with the fact that players can respawn, there are overall more elimination points in this lobby. Looks like Moneymakers going to get themselves an armor mech as well. They've gone for a little bit of a blue and a silver vibe on theirs this time. Said Wolf. I mean, even in the show matches, he's on the hunt. Just don't stop. Kine, I believe, does have just the Strider there. Oh no, he's in the full thing. He is in the armor mech. Look at that, strafing across. Making a lot of headway. Ooh, okay. Why is he hopped out there? That's an interesting decision to pull up, but it's going to work out for Swain to open the angle. Icy is isolated. And Swain looking for more angles here. Koa looking for the spray to suppress Swain's location. All the while, that flank coming in from Kine could start to be pretty brutal. There are weapons aboard these mechs. You've got the rocket launchers and you've got the magnet gun. You've got some abilities as well. The super high jump that you could charge up with the help of the Levitron. Try and move on forwards. You can see they are just trying to pepper that mech, stop it from getting any closer. As soon as you're into missile range, that's going to be rough. Okay, Kine splits. You can, of course, disassemble. And he wants to go forwards. He wants to go fast. The Levitron, the way to gain speed here.
Yeah, I mean, you knock off things, you get the... Oh, okay.
It's not quite as tanky. Not quite as tanky.
He's down.
Oh.
And he's on fire. It's rude.
Wait, hang on a minute. What is going on there? Zedwolf. He was right up. How did Zedwolf get there? He was on the roof.
I think he must have strided in.
He must have done. He must have done. Yeah.
That's the only option.
This is... And it looks like... Oh, we've got RCB rolling in for a potential third party. It's Bishke for the Moneymakers. Trying to hold down IWNRX, and in comes Team Spirit. The mech just pulled into park there at the back. No missiles being launched out, and everybody's just getting torn apart here. I'm surprised that nobody's going for these missile shots.
Yeah, you get 10 of them as well, so you should be able to just use them at will, honestly.
He's having a nap, that mech. That's an unhealthy mech right there.
Yeah, that needs... you know what that needs? There's a little bit of a cold flannel on the mech forehead.
Needs a can of Monster, that mech, for sure.
He's down.
Mech down.
Mech very, very down.
But Bishke's using it as cover. He's using it to hide.
Yeah, that's kind of a sad way to use a mech, though, right? You destroy it so it can become cover. Which is sort of sad. I guess for some of these pro players, the DBS is just better.
I mean, yeah, if you can get close, it looks like Kitsune certainly playing to that tune. Team Spirit, they may still have a lot of reses available, remember? But Not if Bishke's on the warpath like that. Immediately taking Kitsune down despite eating a nade to the face. Just Effect now left remaining for Team Spirit. But 2 players from the Moneymakers to try and control it. He's chasing down the elimination onto Kitsune. Nades up from RCB in the meantime. This is the third-party situation that we saw earlier. Looks like the Moneymakers still just completely under pressure and split on this one.
Yeah, the Moneymakers are very much suffering. RCB, Kissu, we'll find 2 there. And they're down. I've not seen anyone with a jetpack yet. I was excited for jetpack gameplay.
Trying to see some wannabe Mandalorians just zipping about. Flying through the air, but no graceful pirouettes just yet. It is dangerous to use a jetpack, remember. If you're up in the air, you have no cover. So you're only relying on moving as fast as possible and moving in such a way that you've already controlled the sightlines towards your opponents. It's a difficult item to use and potentially dangerous, but it can make for some really cool plays.
Yeah, and we're all about cool plays at the end of the day. Though, going in, easy. Drops the deck. This is sad. We've got the Strider from Never Alone, which looks a little bit funny from the distance. Is he going to use any of these rockets? There we go.
He's in the rocket mode. I don't know if he's quite... Yeah, it's a bit far away.
It ain't worth it.
They're heavy. You can't throw them that far.
It'd be really good for, like, controlling final circle, you know?
Yeah, you just set one up, sort of, like, in the midst of 2 buildings, or in the... Like, you give it some cover, because it can be destroyed, remember?
Yeah,
but yeah,
like a field.
If you find any cover on it, then it's a little bit stronger. But if anybody can take shots, you're immediately taking that down right in a final circle if you're coming up against it.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if everyone's snaking, you know what I mean? Then you drop the rockets just across the side. By the time that you've been taken out, you've already unleashed an absolute hailstorm. Oh, he's just peeking out the window, is he?
That's
Casually avoids the grenade, will he?
Yeah. Oh yeah, avoid this. Nade in through the top floor. Not going to do too much. Twisted Minds navigating closer. Is he going to try and stomp on? No, just goes. Oh dear. Oh, Bishke. Oh, that is so unfortunate.
It didn't take him out though. Only did like half damage to him.
I think yeah, you might be right. He was able to survive that just. I think he went down really, really close to fully out, but the burn on from the Molotov, and there's the nade. RCB claiming the buildings.
1 frag grenade or 1 beefy missile launcher,
yeah, well,
which will do the job. Apparently the nade is a little bit stronger.
I love that sort of roll up. He was like, oh, I'm gonna missile launch here. That's
yeah, this looks like a good time to do it, actually.
Just stopped out in the middle of nowhere, just completely exposed.
Everyone was like, you do that. I want to see the missiles.
Yeah, did look pretty cool.
There it is. It's your boy.
Madcap from Twisted Minds. Or one of the subs from Twisted Minds. Using the jetpack to get up to a high ground position. I mean, it makes it easier to get onto these roofs, right? I think that's probably going to be the main place that it's being used. To get up to roofs on top of buildings where normally you'd need a door vault or a vehicle in position to be able to get up onto those roofs. But now you can just go zoop straight on up there with the jetpack.
This is very cool. Very, very cool. I like that a lot. 5 eliminations, all on damning. Okay. There's 27 players remaining. 9 teams as well, but we don't really know how long this one's going to extend out for, because we don't have the esports settings either. So we're still on stage 2. We're not quite in stage 3 yet.
Everybody's getting to grips with these mechs. I wonder how many of them are going to survive to late game. In terms of the number of mechs going on in, because we've already seen quite a few go down, and our players going to favor keeping them as the armor mech or splitting them off as the Levitron and the Strider. Those are the 2 options, right? You do have 2 vehicles potentially available to you if you're not keeping it as just that entire armor mech. Never Alone. Just give the Strider a little run around, exercising the legs. Has to hop out in the open though, because the mech is down and out.
It is. Never Alone. Drops the smokes on the mech. A little bit visible because of that.
No, nobody's going to know he's there. It's completely invisible.
Not at all seen.
Nobody knows anyone's here, right? BEŞİKTAŞ certainly get spotted as IWNRX able to spray them on down. Kine eliminated. I wonder if they can get him back up. Dammy gets a little bit too close to RCB, who are just playing on the inside here. They're not giving any ground. They're making it work. Some supply crates in there, I believe. They've been able to loot. Get some of the goodies from the enemy players rocking on up. And there still is 4.
Twisted Minds. Out in the middle of nowhere. This is honestly a really good position for RCB. They don't have to move for a while. 9 eliminations is also kind of sick. You got IWNRX behind them. Damn, he's back in.
Getting him back in the fold. Good to see. Keeping it together. But I don't think Never Alone has another res. If I remember, I think Twisted Minds did already lose Never Alone, which means he can't come back into the game. That is a nice little beam across the field. It's interesting that quite a few teams are playing their subs in this show match as well, giving them some game time in some pretty strong lobby play. Right, this is, of course, it is a show match, but players are going to be taking it quite seriously. There is a 2.5 grand first place prize.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. So I don't think anyone wants to be switching things up here. Getting a little bit too creative with it, John. Too creative, in my opinion. I want to keep things nice and default. Back to basics on these esports games. Win yourself 2.5 grand. There it is.
Player 5 in the backpack.
Player 5.
This is pretty dangerous, but he's moving fast. S2G may be caught unawares by this if they spotted it. That is, I think probably should have heard this, but on the back of the buggy is still exposed. Player 5 doesn't hit the spray, though. It's unfortunate.
That was such a Player 5 moment.
It's only Player 1 that's ready.
Whoa, he's doing it again. This is really cool. I like it. Player 5's got a great sense of jetpacking. Be great to know who Player 5 is.
I wonder. The NIGMA Galaxy. The NIGMA Galaxy in its entirety, I believe, consists of Freak, Coops, Lord, Lufa, and Ralph.
Yeah. Could be a Lufa, could be a Lord.
I'm definitely seeing Peko in there as well. So we've got 2 unknown players as to who they are on the roster.
Who is? You got the FLUX CEO. That seems not right. That seems like a CEO later, but I think being the CEO of FLUX is uncool.
Yeah, you definitely do not want to be making that one happen. I feel like the management there really kind of not had a great season, really. But give us a little twirl, getting the speed boost there with the jetpack. I love the little hand boosters. I don't know if you've seen any videos of people trying to really make jetpacks and stuff like that, but they always have to have those hand boosters. So I like that little addition here. Also means that you can't be using a weapon whilst you're using that jetpack.
Yeah. Also means that you look really silly when you get down like that. And game's up.
11 eliminations for Virtus Pro. It is something I want to bring back that I mentioned earlier, is because the fact that there are reses in this game mode, more eliminations overall will be seen in this game. So you potentially could see anywhere in the 25 to 30 point elimination chicken dinner here, in terms of just those eliminations.
Oh yeah, esports mode means that we also have pretty fluffy blues at the moment. They're kind of comfy to stay in for a long time. They don't hurt all that much.
Big supply drop here. Come down on the big supply drop as we come down over the southeast side of Gatka. Huge, in fact, I would say.
Yeah.
Now that crate might be difficult to get in another game mode, but with the power of the jetpack, you can achieve lift and flight in a way that you haven't been able to do before.
Yeah, it's so awesome. Just becoming the master of the skies, you know? We've dominated the air.
Absolutely.
We now own it.
It's ours.
We're the birds of the land of the sea.
You got what? Oh my goodness me! You got a permit for that joke?
No.
Okay.
Did I need one? Was that legal?
Yeah. No. Sorry. That's straight into the cuffs for you.
Arrested. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, there's been players been crushing it in this lobby.
Oh yeah. I think we've seen multiple double-digit eliminations, but we've only got 16 players remaining now.
But then again, you got to think the fact that some of these players just won't die. They keep coming back.
I'm dead. I'm alive again.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's how it's working. BEŞİKTAŞ. Some Japanese on the end there.
Just linking it up.
Yeah, it's got a little bit Japanese. I think it's car at the end.
Kanji?
It's actually hiragana there.
Oh, okay. I'll take that back. Okay. Sorry.
I could not read kanji. Kanji is like next level.
Okay.
I don't think
you
I'll
brush up on your Japanese.
A little bit.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, a little bit.
So you must be a subs not dubs kind of guy.
Every time.
Okay.
I hate the dub.
You hate the dub. Okay.
I respect the people who do the dub, but I can't listen to the dub.
You know what I can go for is on a rewatch watching the dub.
Oh really? I can't even do that.
You need to initially go for the sub, but then you're like, okay, what if I just watch it?
Don't want to
watch it with the dub, and then I can compare and contrast, and then there's like extra value to that rewatch, right?
Oh really? Nah,
I feel like that.
That's like me saying, yeah, I really enjoyed watching Hot Fuzz, and went back and watched it in Japanese. Way better.
The difference is you don't speak Japanese, and you do speak English.
Yeah.
Also, no, you're right. I hadn't considered that.
Yeah, you hadn't considered that. All right.
Oh, headlong.
Who is Player 5?
This is what everybody wants to know. Everybody needs to know.
I think it's really poor taste to be coming into a Fusion Mecha tournament as Player 5. Name thyself.
Well, a play by any other name. A little bit more stinky.
Sorry?
On this one. It's a fun little twist on a rose by any other name would smell sweet, but I don't think that came through. And he is down, so we're not going to have to put up with it.
Yeah.
I didn't have a permit for that joke.
Eliminate him.
I'm joining you in the back of the map.
Nice, thank you. Got the cuffs on.
Back of the neck, bro.
Otherwise known as armorists.
Armorist. Yeah, for that, if anyone shoots you specifically in the wrist,
yeah,
they're going to look like such fools.
AKA handcuffs.
Oh, dear.
I'm going to put you in the armorists right now. Oh, that sounds cool. Psych.
That's a...
You didn't have a permit for that joke.
Stop! You have violated the law. You must fuse the mechs or serve your sentence.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what I think. That's basically what's happening here. If they don't fuse them, there's no mech fusing going on. I think that because these players are so good, all the mechs have been destroyed.
I think so too. I mean, it is priority, right? You don't want anybody to have missiles to just be able to blanket missile barrage a single location, right? So you just have to take down the striders early.
Yeah, I think even just that sentence alone, like you don't want people to have missiles, it kind of sums it up pretty nicely.
Yeah, that's fair. That's pretty true. I'm wondering if anyone still has the jetpack though. That I think might be an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, I think jetpacks you can just like whack them on and off. Do you think you could fly so high in the sky?
Where are you going with this?
And avoid all combat?
Ooh, what, go out of range? I think you need to go, isn't it 400 meters?
400 meters?
400 meters up into the sky? That's pretty far. That's pretty far up.
But it's not too far.
I don't know.
Just go directly up.
How high in the sky do you drop from the plane from?
Pretty high.
Yeah. Do you get that? Is it that high?
Nah, you don't need to be that high. That's really high. I think it's you drop out about 1,000 something kilometers up. Okay.
Yeah. So they
See,
don't need to
Silas
go
has
that
still
far.
got it. So just go up.
I think someone else as well behind him. Another one of his
Have
teammates.
they all got him?
They're just squatting right now. Look at that go. His teammates down out in the open. They were razzing it across that field.
Yeah.
Unprotected, though, because you don't have vehicle protection with the jetpack. And it's not gone well.
Well, Havlic's kind of gone crazy. Now, Silas is also down. So it looked really cool. The roller looked really good.
Yeah, unfortunately.
That's about it.
Really bad.
Yeah, very bad.
It's a bad time.
Well, he's lived. He's not lived. He's out.
He is out of there. Looks like NIGMA Galaxy might be in with a decent shout here.
You know what?
I might take that back. They're down to 1.
Yeah, I don't know why you'd say that.
I can't believe I did that. I'm so
Yeah,
sorry.
wow. I don't know why you do such a thing.
It wasn't. No, it was on purpose.
So it's Madcap versus Pecco versus Bishke and Havlik. So I think that Moneymaker's going to win this game because they actually have the only players that actually played
the
in the
main roster
tournament.
Andes.
Yeah, the main roster Andes actually playing.
14 eliminations.
Dude, they are the Moneymakers.
That is true.
Any game mode, they'll make money.
Madcap? Give them a little dance. I wonder if they've got the backpacks. Sorry, the jetpacks, rather.
Oh, they can go up.
Just go... Meow.
Yeah, just go up.
Just send the bullets into the
Like
other players as well, instead.
Full HP, fully stimmed.
Yeah.
Up.
Go. Activate. Fuse. With the jetpack. Become one. Do you think you could run someone over with the jetpack?
I know, maybe.
That'd be kind of cool.
If you're activated enough, yeah, sure.
I mean, you do go at a fair clip.
Yeah, if you do like the little spinny move.
What does Madcap think is going to happen here?
He's got the self AED. It's not over. He's going to get back up.
No, I don't think so.
He's getting back up.
I don't think he gets back up here.
He's dead.
There we go. Havlik, able to shut that one down. I thought like the Twisted Minds have another player, but no, you're right. It was the self AED that kept it going for a little bit longer. But your prediction was right there. The Moneymakers, with the main roster Andes still alive, were able to take the chicken dinner for the first of our Mech Fusion show matches.
Yeah, super cool. Really awesome watching that. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Saw the fusion of the mechs in action. You guys should definitely check it out. Levitron, Strider, Armor Mech. It's all very, very sweet. And I hope that, because you are probably going to be going up against esports players, you'll probably be able to be in the mech a lot longer. Because it's fun. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like it would be really cool to sort of be rolling around as a squad, right? Because it is a 4-seater vehicle, that armor mech. To be rolling around as a squad and then just be like split off and then like take 2 flanks and go for like some cool pincer maneuvers, stuff like that. I feel like there's a lot of gameplay that you guys can go for at home. Maybe a little bit tougher to execute on here in the PMSL EMEA lobby, as the points do spell out quite a brutal first page. Look at that, 16 elims, 12 elims, 10 elims, 10 elims, 12 elims. That is pretty high scoring. It's kind of what we expected, but there can be only one team to be able to find the first Mecha Fusion chicken dinner, and that is the Moneymakers. 26 points.
Yeah. I think it's going to be really difficult to catch up towards the top side of the table, just because the longer you get into the game, the more players that are getting rezzed over and over, so the more eliminations that you get. So I think, yeah, if you get to that top 5 first time around, everyone else from 10th downwards, they're done.
Ooh, maybe. I think the tables here are organized by placement in that last match. So if you're confused about that, that was what was going on there. But
what went down.
that's what happened. That's just how it goes. I'm really liking this background, Blank. You can see, oh look, you've got the jetpack on your side. Look at that. Yeah. Flying about there. I think we've got
a little
2
magnetic gun underneath me as well.
What have I got? I've just got.
Yeah, you can't have anything.
I've got nothing on my side.
Your head's about to get crushed by a mechanical hand.
Don't take me away. No.
Yeah, I saw some guy get magnetized in the game earlier. It was so funny. Dude, someone shot him, and he was like limp in the air. It was like it was sad.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of cruel, right? That you can magnetize enemy players. I don't think we saw too much of that in that last match, but
there's no force choking going on.
Yeah, no, not in that one. But maybe. We've still got 2 more to play. We'll be playing them on the subsequent days. But for now, we're going to put the armor mech to rest. We're going to have to oil it up, get it ready for tomorrow so it is ready and rust-free for our players. But we have to head back over to our main tournament. And before we do that, we're going to have a little bit of a break. We'll see you in a few.
Yes, it was. I don't know what's going on the mic, by the way. It's not.
Welcome back to the PMSL EMEA. We are ready and raring to go now for our 6 matches today to kick off the finals. It's what we've all been waiting for. It's what we've been building up to for the last 3 weeks now. and it all is going to start here. I am very, very excited to be getting this underway. We're going to be taking a look at plenty of information before we jump into the game as well, to make sure that we've got that stage set, ready for us to take to it and tap out a story for you guys at home.
Yeah, that's right. So we've got 6 more matches to go today. Here's our schedule. Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok. So we'll be finishing over on Sanhok, which is always a fun one. Always a fun one. So let's head into the games as soon as possible. But for the time being, let's take a quick chat, John, about our attending teams. Team Spirit, obviously the big one alongside ITV and NRX, absolutely fantabulous in this tournament. You got 3D Max, NIGMA Galaxy, Power, Moneymakers, really at the moment, who I would say have good chances. And then our outside favourites, you got Brute Force and Moneymakers, I would say.
Yeah, you kind of have the sort of a couple of emergent groups in this one. There is sort of that interesting middle block that I'm looking at. I think NIGMA Galaxy, DA, S2G, BEŞİKTAŞ, and Power kind of occupy this interesting sort of middle block that I'm expecting to see them ending around there. Then you've got the sort of slightly down on their luck teams, which at the moment I would say is teams like RCB, teams like Footballers Chaos, teams like Twisted Minds. You've got the potential breakout teams as well. It's going to be very interesting to see who's been able to adjust over the 4 days break that these players have had in order to come out in these finals swinging. Our first map, I believe it is going to be Erangel. And we are going to be taken to the grassy pastures once more very soon. Just getting his phone cleaned off. Hang on a minute.
No.
That can't be right. That hasn't happened yet.
No.
Stop leaking the scripts, guys. Come on.
If DA's wins, it'll be incredible.
I mean, it's happened before.
Did we just do a big spoiler?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I hope not. Anyway, we will be heading into the match. Obviously, I don't know the script. So it could be DA winning. Maybe that was a big bamboozle. Maybe they don't win at all. Who knows? But yeah, heading over towards Erangel now from that south side. We're back into the main tournament here with the finals. Obviously, Mech Fusion is all fun, but I want to transform into something different. I want to transform into a finals watcher.
Oh, okay. Well, you could also be a finals caster. How about that?
That's also cool.
It's 2 for the price of 1. It is pretty cool. I think
How did I get here?
I think DA were the last team to win a chicken dinner back in the league stages, which is why I think that's happened at the start there. So maybe they're going for a technical back-to-back if they can win it, right? They have the chance. They were the winner of the last match in the league stage. If they win it here, 2 in a row for them.
They did.
Split by 4 days, but still technically correct is the best form of correct. Playing path from Sozi, Novi, Base on the south up to Severny. I'm not going to give that one a rhyming name.
Servi, really?
No, I hate it already.
Yeah, we're with Northwest Circle as well. I don't like this one personally. I'm sure the players don't like it either. It's one of those circles where we have seen it go dead central between that and the river. And I think a lot of teams now are figuring out that the river itself, kind of nice, kind of good real estate around there, right? Get a little bit soggy, get a little bit drenched in that location.
Makes friends with the crawdads on that one.
Yeah, friends with the crawdads, but you get yourself a chicken dinner as well at the end of it. So it's big. You get that surf and turf.
Oh, that's true.
Chicken counts as.
I mean, it's a land animal. Oh, I suppose, yeah, like because it's poultry.
Yeah, it's not eating the grass. That'd be a strange chicken if it did that. I'd be like, whoa. Try to be a cow? Stop that.
Wrong animal. Come on. God. It's good that, birds aren't real. So
surf and field?
Surf and field. Surf and air. Surf and glide? Parasurfing.
I don't think that they don't eat from the air though, bro. They eat from the field.
No, but they have wings, and so they're like kind of.
Yeah, but
vibes.
The cows aren't turfing. Cows eat the turf. You're crazy.
But they also live on the turf.
Yeah, okay, but tell me truthfully, do chickens live in the air?
Everyone lives in the air, Blank. They just also live on the ground. Except for fish. They don't live in the air.
Okay.
And various other aquatic animals.
Yeah, fish ain't al fresco.
Fish ain't al fresco. I'll get that tattooed. That's great.
They ain't. But yeah, Twisted Minds in an engagement now with Gladiators, which is not something I thought I would see. Kicking things off, you know? I did not think I'd see things kicking off like this.
Yes, I mean, it's interesting that the Gladiators have shifted this one all the way down and so aggressively to C block, right? This is a departure from where they normally go. They normally have tried to drop historically around that Georgia Pole area with the backup around Ferry Pier, but with IWNRX there, going down to that military base can be a little bit more appetizing. But the fact that they've gone for conflict when the west side of the island is completely open is a choice, certainly.
It is a choice. It really is a choice. Slightly confusing, but they are getting a little bit freaky with it at the start here. I like that spot from Tixie. You can get shot off from it though, and does cause serious problems. But I think if Gladiators, you sort of take this aggressive approach, right? Because you know, I think they know they can win this fight. Yeah, look at that.
Dear.
Awesome.
Tixie with a Bison at distance. The
Is he
red
just
dot.
Oh, Jafar, come on. You can't just stand out there.
He's been spotted though. Tixie does get knocked. There is a flush coming through for the Gladiators. And Twisted Minds' first match of the day. Starting off with a 1-to-1 trade, but the flush comes through for Gladiators, giving them the advantage. Dammy down. Jafar low. Actually recrosses the door frame. Potentially dangerous, but they're able to keep it going. Matic puts a nade. Not quite through the door there. Suppressed from the off angle. And it's going to be pushed back just a little bit. Still the billboard position. Going to be suppressed by a trio from the Gladiators.
Yeah, this ain't great from the Gladiators. I'm not going to lie to you. That was very botched. Like, Tixie had them dead to rights from the beginning of that fight, and then no one seemed to get involved. Meku down now as well, so it's 2 players from Gladiators still up.
But Twisted Minds, they are split right now. 2 players from Gladiators down, sure, but they can get this close res. Tixie is low. They do need to think about protecting him because the other player moving down, not going to be able to do so. Never Alone finds that flush, but Matic wants the challenge out in the open, the barrel in hand. As Never Alone tries to close the distance, suppressing the corner, but Matic just has so much cover to play with. Never Alone, however, gets up to the wall with the DBS. Now it's dangerous, but Matic able just about to scythe on through him. And Yusuf now, the last to stand for Twisted Minds against 3 for the Gladiators. Meku could start to get some healing done.
Yeah, it seems wild. This fight is absolutely wild at the moment. Yusuf blocked off on that high ground. Like you said, Gladiators will get everyone back up. It's just pre-pod. It's just pre-pod. No need to worry. Just a little scout out. I mean, he could get some shots through. Technically, pre-pod has free fire over towards Yusuf if he keeps peeking over towards that top side. Easy. Looking to finish. He does have free fire.
It's completely open on that angle. If Prepod spots this, he could take down the Gladiators as well with a well-placed shot. Daisy up on the top. Is he going to take shots from Prepod? He goes for 1. Matic gets knocked and potentially flushed out as well on the high ground. The rest of the players at the back will pull off that rooftop. But Gladiators lose another to Prepod's high ground off angle.
Yeah. Dear me. I mean, Prepod waited.
He did. He pulled the brakes a little bit. Wanted to make sure that there wasn't a potential off angle from that team. Being cautious there. But it's an interesting scout out west. Brute Force opting not to go for that bridge out to the east blank and instead moving out to that Ferry Pier Bridge. Ferry Pier Bridge side.
You got there.
Yeah, in the end, we got through. As Brute Force potentially looking to do out on their west edge, but is Prepod back in the vehicle? Maybe they are going to head over that east bridge. So it was just a scouting exercise to the rest of the teams on that military island.
I mean, fair play to him. It got them some points, and it definitely weakened the Gladiators. I think Gladiators like a very poor fighter. I don't think it's Tixie's fault, personally. I don't know what you think, John, but I don't think it was Tixie's fault. I think that he hit some really good shots. And in that moment, there was 3 guys locked down. Realistically, Gladiators should have jumped on that opportunity. At the same vein, I think Tixie got slightly greedy. right towards the end. But it wouldn't have mattered him getting greedy if the boys coming through from Gladiators responded a bit sooner. That's a shot over to IWNRX coming through from Team Spirit. Some rivalry already coming through. Start the game.
A good start for them to be able to find that knock over towards IWNRX. They're sort of on the southeast edge of this clump of players around the river. Team's trying to avoid getting soggy. And there is the shift. It does cut out a lot of that northern side, but keeps some of it in, allowing potential to stay out there for a little bit longer. Beşiktaş split around that middle island, and RCB split north and south on that Rozhok crossing. They'll look to regroup now. You can see Beşiktaş moving back over towards Sunken, towards that bridge crossing. That middle island always so brutal in these sorts of circles, and I think RCB get a regroup to Rozhok.
Yeah, I get. To be honest, this is a slightly nice circle here. John comes further down towards that south side, so the river, although still in play, much less likely to be a big old fundamental piece of this map, which I think a lot of teams are relieved about. Does make things a little bit easier for RCB in their late game. We've seen them head over towards that Rozhok bank, though, so if it does head up towards the north, they should be able to gain control of a nice chunk of area, John.
Could be pretty profitable for them if they're able to execute that. Looking at the high ground still under occupation by IWNRX, but Nomi even further beyond that with that shot down for Team Spirit towards this position that FLUX currently hold in this set of buildings. Really rough to hold against the team up on that high ground, but they can't really commit to that push just yet. Virtus.pro trying to move in now from the east side after rotating south. Close to Brute Force as well, who have moved up from that military base and all going to be playing on that southeast side, trying to navigate around that Potato Hill on the east side of Pochinki.
It's an awkward one. I do like this spot on the map, though. Some really curious fights. Thank you, Mr. Map Operator, showing us that Gladiators are currently still down towards Sosnovka military base. They still got a long way to go. Tough time ahead of them, actually. Just the two players. Gladiators are actually making some leaps and bounds in terms of improvements on the third week, John. But it feels like they come into this one just suffer.
I mean, they've started out, they've got 4 points on the board, right? So it's not all is lost, but still, you're right, they do get cut in half. They should have been at 3 by all rights. It was Prepod who was a little sneaky up on that high ground, right, to take that third-party position. But you kind of have to expect that in a tournament like this. Going up on the roof is always going to be a dangerous pursuit on C block. There is very little cover. It's only those little, small little positions that have a tiny amount of cover. You have to lie down behind them to find a spot to stay safe from that high ground. It's really, really tough.
I think it's reasonable for Gladiators to try and take that fight, though, because that, goodness me, because I think that you also know this, John, is that trying to leave, and we've tried to leave that position before, it's horrendous, right? Because you can't get away from there with someone being on the roof, because they'll just shoot you in the back. So you have to clear that player. I think the problem, like you say, is just a case the fight takes too long. It takes too long. Prepod comes in, and I think Gladiators knew that was happening at some point, so they were just trying to finish it as fast as possible. But again, I don't believe, personally, that Gladiators should be taking 5 minutes on a fight with Twisted Minds.
I mean, it is a risk, and it hasn't... It's sort of half paid off right now. It's a question of how long can the Gladiators survive with this. And even then, though, it still doesn't mean that the play was correct, even if they're able to get a chicken dinner, right?
For sure. I'd agree with that, 100%. Again, bit of that... The coordination is not always there for the team. It looked like it looked a lot better, right? Last on week 3, but there it looked slightly all over the place. Do we need to take Tixie out again? Bench him? I don't think it was Tixie's fault, by the way. I'm just saying that seemed to fix things.
I mean, it was a little kickstart. He did come back in, and they had success there as well. But yeah.
They were like, he was like, whoa, I gotta get things together, man. Yeah. And he did. He absolutely did. I think he made a great play there down towards Sosnovka. But I'm talking about it so much right now. Team Spirit actually end up towards the northwest side of Pochinki. You know what? NIGMA Galaxy.
Oh, okay.
They went out early. Malai's up top.
They are immediately up top as well. What a send with the vehicle to park it there as well. Keeps it up on high, and he just descends straight on through. I don't even think they knew that he was up there. He just drops on in, says hi, leaves the calling card. RCB left without Wild now, pushed away from their position. Are they aware of the threat, though? I believe there is still one RCB player left in and amongst them. There is an imposter.
They're looking to get him removed. Oh, that's mean. The drive-by rundown to AZ.
Oh, no. Oh, dear. Looked a little bit potentially dangerous there for RCB, but they do not get that knock and flush in response. They did manage to get just the one knock there. And now RCB
crazy, by the way.
are further in. What? Just to get... It's brute force. I mean, they want their revenge, right? Meku with the nade down the stairs. Bounces it over towards Freezer. Gets some damage on there as well. Steps out dangerous, and there's a Molotov.
Sad.
He is going to burn away. Needs to get a bandage on there or something to try and stay alive at this stage for the Gladiators, as there is a push coming up. But the fire is going to suppress it. They have nades, though, and they know he's in this corner. Good pre-fire there from Prepod. And he takes another Gladiator. They go down with 5 limbs.
5 limbs not terrible. I mean, they got revenge as well, so it doesn't feel as bad, right? It's more of a bittersweet game there. I think Mecha was able to take down Tudor in that engagement, which dropped them that one extra elimination. Ooh, northwest shift on the circle up towards Ruins, John. That is nasty place to be playing. But I'm glad that NIGMA Galaxy moved early. You know, they're in a good spot now. They're in a really nice, good spot. Team Spirit, rock up towards Brute Force. They heard that fight. They can try and claim this western side of the circle off the back of that one. Unfortunately, getting Brute Force out of this building is not going to be easy. What they can do, though, is send ahead, right? Sending ahead would not be a bad idea.
It's difficult because those positions ahead are going to start to fill up pretty quickly, so you need to make the call now. If Team Spirit are going to try and camp this one out, Brute Force not being allowed to leave. Currently, they are penned in with smoke on their sight lines, but that gives them a runway with their vehicles to gather speed before they go for their send out, should they want to do that. But Team Spirit, I just think they don't want to let this one happen. S2G, this is interesting, actually, from S2G. They're sending out into the blue to maintain terrain cover around Team Spirit's position, trying to leapfrog further out to the west and get ahead of them on this rotation. Prepod able to find the roll-up with Nomi favorably. And I don't think Team Spirit can suppress this. They're not pulling up to try and stop Prepod from going for the flush. Naomi may be trying to get the refrag, but unlikely that Nomi gets away with this.
Yeah, it goes down, which is unfortunate. It's a good fight there from Brute Force. To be able to excavate yourself from that position, it's not easy. And now even NIGMA Galaxy getting involved on that northern side, John. Ooh. This is not a tasty engagement for Team Spirit. Down to just one player now.
Yeah, Brute Force. They've been on the swivel. They've been on the hunt. They're up to 6 eliminations now on the match blank. They were your third place prediction. Maybe you undervalued them, given their first game. They've been pretty brutal so far, it's safe to say. Although, to be fair, one of those points, a couple of those points, actually, against the Gladiators on an already thinned team.
Yeah, I mean, I threw them in there just for the pure factor of the... Like I said, if they go hard in these matches, they are going to come out really far ahead of a lot of teams. But they could also just as easily end up in 15th, 14th place. So, Brute Force, I wasn't comfortable putting them in a second or a first pick, especially with Team Spirit as well as IWNRX being in the matches, John.
I think this is a replay, on Malloy's little ramp up there onto the roof. A lovely little execution on that. You love to see it. Milky Way already in the upper floor of his opponent's house. It was dangerous for them as they approached Kiss, but they did manage to keep each other safe for a little bit longer. Moneymakers going to be losing Havlik there as the run-up from S2G looks pretty good. Footballers KAOS coming up against IW next Ruya in the midst of it. They have taken a knock. Actually, it's Zedwolf who's gone down, and FLUX bearing down upon them. This is the southeast side that they've been able to take control of right now, but another knock goes their way. The fire burns on out, and it's FLUX who are in command of this engagement.
Yeah, somehow keeping them at bay here. I think there's a nice little defilade off the distance over there. The barracks of FLUX, if you will, John. I mean, Besiktas taking down multiple players from 3D Max. Power's won from this spot before, by the way. And I would not be surprised if they win again. They're very good at playing this one out. Easy. Felt like he was calling some of the shots in that situation where they were able to get a chicken dinner from that position. He was very good at just flowing in between the ruins. Picking up eliminations here and there, keeping his team alive. 3D Max out. 0 eliminations. Damn.
Your third place team looking a lot better than my third place team right now.
Yeah, I've destroyed you.
That is unfortunate. I am down bad right now, so next match, I'm hoping, fingers crossed, have a little bit of a resurgence for them. For now, though, no longer. Moneymakers on the top floor with 2. S2G have CEO later knocked, but they have got all 4 players still technically active. I'll take that back because Prepod is still on the hunt, and they want more. Kelsey going down. Koa over the top rope. Flies on through with the DBS. And looks for more as well. The P90 suppressing the door frame, but he's got the DBS, and it is loud today against S2G. It's working out well. Only 2 players from the Moneymakers. Brute Force are third partying, though, and Icy is already down, leaving Koa with so much more to do as S2G fall.
Yeah, Koa's got a hell of a quick draw on him. Immediately pulls out the nade as well. FLUX goes down, but nice couple of nades coming through from Brute Force. That initial nade that Prepod was able to send through did at least 70 damage over towards Koa. Really was the one that sent him to his grave. Just a little bit more of extra damage. So great opener there from Brute Force. 9 elims. Wow. With the 25 points they started on this game with their bonus points, it's looking great. It's looking great so far.
Yeah,
I think it's a little bit wild that Brute Force had more points than IWNRX in terms of bonus.
That kind of is, actually. I mean, obviously, IWNRX, their second week was quite low down on the tables, right? They only got 7 bonus points in week 2. They had a pretty comparatively dismal week, getting 134 points, when in week 1 they got 210, and in week 3 they got 200, right? That's why they're so high on the overalls, but they have had that big dip in bonus points. But at the moment, it's not even about those bonus points, because 9 eliminations is a great lead with both Team Spirit. Actually, look, 2 through 5 places on the table on the right-hand side, you can see, have all gone down already. This is a big opportunity for Brute Force to open an early lead.
Yeah, and a big early lead it will be. Besiktas, another big surpriser, 9 eliminations for themselves, playing out on this Eastern Edge. Sort of a mad game. Start things off. We've got a couple of young upstarts in the lobby, looking to cause some problems, start a bit of a riot towards the top side of the tables. Yeah, Brute Force, 9 elims. Awesome start to their game. I don't think they're too bad at playing this circle either over towards that western side. I'm not sure if they'll make it all the way to a proper end game from this position, but I'm pretty certain they'll at least get some more elims.
I think that's a safe bet.
Good for business.
Yeah, definitely a plus EV play.
You hit me with the equivalent value right now.
Expected value, isn't it?
Expected value. Yeah, it is expected value. Ooh, that feels bad for me.
The plus EV. I've gypped you with some stats. Stats terminology there. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. Well, you've annihilated me with acronyms. I hate this.
That is how you prove you're more intelligent than someone else, is throw out acronyms that they haven't learned about.
Yeah. I'm surprised I even know what EV is, to be honest. I know what it is.
Yeah, but to like fully know what it is different.
Yeah, I fully didn't know the acronym. I was like, I know what that means.
I think they use that in some various card games. I think that's most commonly used.
Yeah. What's the expected value of this card?
Ooh, so
what's this order of magnitude?
it's a joker of an aid over towards Prepod though. There's power. Laying down the law in the middle of ruins with the circle shifting to them again. You said they've won from here before. They are,
I told you, man,
absolutely in control right now.
I told you, dude. Oh. Easy is so good in this position. I don't know why. He comes alive in the ruins. Yo, come on. Send another banger in.
Not going to hit that time. Goes for the shots. But again, just sails wide. The craggy rocks providing cover for his opponents for just a little while longer.
Yeah, I genuinely, I love that Easy's just like literally a ruin specialist. Fidan finds Neos. I think that there is just one player now remaining over on Brute Force. The nades are just out of range. The nades are just out of range. This is like mini golf. with a nade. Almost a perfect hole-in-one there.
But it
Off
just
the
went
back-
around.
backboard.
It went right around the corner of the boxes.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate. Al-Haji down as DA spot this. They've been on the north side and fairly quiet as well. They have 0 eliminations right now. I think if there is another team that could take this away from Power, I'm putting my bet on DA on that northern side at this stage.
Oh, come on! Please! Why did we get to see that? I saw it go through the air. It looked good, and we moved off it. I was literally watching basketball with a grenade, and he just hit the 6-pointer, and we missed it.
That's
sad.
crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
That's all right.
To be honest with you, observing team has been absolutely stellar recently.
Oh, yeah.
They just missed 1 nade, so that's fine.
Yeah. I'm sure
okay
you'll
with
get
that.
over it. I'm sure you'll
Yeah.
get over it.
I will.
Actually, NIGMA Galaxy giving Power a bit of a push on the south side and doing pretty well to find these openings. Only 1 knock still over towards Power, and Al-Haji may get flushed away here. This is a very difficult res, I would say close to impossible. And DA have a lot of open ground to control these spots. NIGMA Galaxy also controlling BEŞİKTAŞ out in the east.
Oh, Kante. I saw what he was doing. He tried to take shots back through the smoke, but I think coming up in Coops is a difficult one. Sort of like a bit. I'd say Coops is a bit of a sleeper player in the lobby, honestly. You know, you don't see him for a while, and then he starts performing, and it's just disgusting behavior you see come out of him. And Lord, easy on his own now. It's all up to him.
He is the Ruin specialist, but as a solo, that's going to be real tough. DA on the north side going to have to push further south. They're going to have to get in and amongst it, get their hands dirty. And Power now, actually with 2 players alive. Fidan is still there, still alive. Kante does get flushed, and Fidan does go down, so it is fully just easy now. Unless they have a mad crawl up. BEŞİKTAŞ with their foot in the door on the eastern side as well. Potential to make things tough for NIGMA Galaxy now on the south, who have taken that position.
Yeah, BEŞİKTAŞ rolling through with a 10 elim game already. Kind of naughty. I mean, you got brute force as well. 4th place, 9 elims, still in the match, up to a top 5. They get 4th place, 3rd place, John. That's going to be some really nice points for them. And they're right in the center with Freezer. We know Freezer likes to clutch things up. The solo, maybe a little bit more difficult to do so, but this is where he shines. You know, brute force being able to get a big game like this, 3rd place, massive for the points totals. Especially the fact that, like we just commented on, their initial bonus points, not bad. Not bad at all.
No, they were up in 2nd place, I believe, on the bonus points overall, starting out ahead of everybody but Team Spirit. And Team Spirit going down early means they've already made the difference. This has been an excellent rookie season from Freezer. This guy has been a massive addition to the roster. He's been, I think, our highest performing rookie so far by quite a margin. I don't think anybody is going to be able to take that mantle from him. So Brute Force going to be very happy with that pickup.
BEŞİKTAŞ now in this awkward position where next move on the circle might cripple them just a little bit. Getting in there is awkward. Set up the double sights there. You had the red dot going into the 3x. Not sure what that makes. Like multiplication? Is it minus zoom? Who knows?
Optics are weird, man. Could be negative. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. You see back into your own eyeball.
Wait a minute, that's me.
Oh, I see the future. DA wins this game.
I mean, it's still possible that we get that technical back-to-back, right? DA won the last match of the league stage. The script may indeed have been spoiled at the start of this game.
A little banner at the start of the game, sweating.
Yeah.
It's like, it's a joke, it's a joke. It's like, whoa.
Wait a minute.
This is feeling a lot less like a joke now. We didn't actually mean to spoil the game. It was an accident.
It's just happened. I promise it was an accident. Goodness me.
Just to reiterate, we don't know if DA wins this game. We don't.
Well, not yet.
Yeah. I'm hoping they go down right now, in fact.
They are on a pretty tricky spot on this north side of the circle, right? They have got some difficult paths forwards through these ruins to get across these walls, to get around it. They're going to have to move through a lot of sightlines from these opposing players. BEŞİKTAŞ, though, potentially more worried about Freezer. Nade over the top, Poser vaulting. Did he spot Freezer? I'm not sure, but he's got a nade out now.
Freezer pulls a pin on his slightly earlier, John. Both will get sent backwards either way. Nice nade from Freezer. Thinks he's behind the vehicle. Molotov could be good. Ops to send it to the side. Try and buy himself some more time, because really that's what he needs to do. Do you think he's coming from DA?
I mean, potentially.
Is he poking the bee's nest right now?
Could be in there looking for honey. 5th place. Replacement upper point. Will not be able to go further there, though. Beşiktaş do find him with the nade. And D8 try and make this cross. This is what we were worried about. That open crossing, just so difficult. Just Scarface remains now for D8.
Yeah.
Kakali's on the warpath, close to him. The blue zone's upon him. And he's going to have to peek. But Beşiktaş actually, potentially, might not know about this.
That was easy still
nice.
going.
Off the pillars.
That was an insane nade. I like that. Trigonometry in action. He did his calculus.
The double bouncer off of those columns. Looking pretty good. Scarface, I think he's going to have had to have made some noise to get up there. Make some noise again. So they should know it's pretty close. Cheeky little underarm.
Cheeky one, yeah, I like that. I think he's got time for that, though.
Oh!
Man, these are some awesome nades. The end of the game, off the pillar. The crazy goal from Beşiktaş. Little underarm for a tiny crack in the wall. Gorgeous. What a game to start off the finals.
Absolutely. NIGMA Galaxy, 7 eliminations, but Beşiktaş on 12 over on this north side. Next circle closes right into the middle. Lewis wants to peek out. The Lord has the angle covered. Coops breaking forwards. And actually, Beşiktaş really isolated here. They're going to have to hop out over walls. Coops has so much control in his spot, unless he eats a nade on a bounce, because Lord's already down. His backline a little bit weakened, but hasn't controlled the run out either. Poser up and into the smoke. So is Kakali. Coops is low, but he's put one down in the dirt with the DBS. Has more to say, but Kakali's there. And NIGMA Galaxy pushed out, and Beşiktaş rampaged through the opening there with the smoke cover, and NIGMA Galaxy didn't know what to do about it. They get taken down, and it's a Beşiktaş chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's a massive game for Beşiktaş off that one, and not a team we expected to see that happen. There you go. Winner chicken dinner goes over towards Beşiktaş at the end of the game. Kakali with an awesome run out towards the end of that one. You can see he was like, do I go? I'm just going. I'm going. And then he just sprays through the smoke, gets some really good shots off. I think Coops was more surprised by the fact that he went down to 10% HP in the first 2 seconds as soon as he heard the stampede from Beşiktaş.
Yeah, it was quite furious on the escape there. Those smokes really the pivotal factor. And that knock onto Lord, right? If you have that backline for NIGMA Galaxy, it's harder to run out through those smokes. And as soon as they found that was the go opportunity. And it was a great seizing of the moment for Beşiktaş to be able to make that one work. It's exactly what you need in the finals.
Yeah, I respect that play. You know, it's a typical play to make as well, but it's one that's hard to pull off. Mainly because it's a big gamble, right? You just blanket the area in smokes and just hope that you hit your shots before they do. But I think that it sort of was the advantage Beşiktaş in that situation, just because they'd already hit that backline over towards Lords, like you said, John, which was huge. But you can see here, they just blanket everywhere with smokes. They put them on an equal footing, because otherwise, for NIGMA Galaxy, they were just shot straight over in towards that little doorway that was coming through. Give me a sec, guys. Don't worry. I'm back. It's all good. But yeah, so it's an interesting one. It certainly is an interesting one. And I respect them for Beşiktaş, the fact they were like, look, we have to gamble at the end there. 50-50. You know, on the win percentage, but we take it. And NIGMA Galaxy get a second place. So not the teams that we expected to perform really well here do on the first match of the day.
Yeah, I mean, Brute Force obviously doing quite a lot, but his highest damage, highest eliminations for Beşiktaş, with Kakali and Poser both able to claim those accolades. I think they did get up to quite a high elimination count. I think it was 16 potentially towards the end, maybe 15. We'll have to wait and see for the match point breakdown.
15, I think.
After this one. I think 15, should have been about 15 there on that mark, which puts them a really decent chunk, considering that second place bonus points came in with 25 points. Beşiktaş have just equaled that on the match, with Brute Force getting 25 bonus points, though. They've added 12 to their tally. Yeah,
this is the tough thing about halving those bonus points, is that you get a game's buffer. You get 1 game's buffer. And IWNRX and Team Spirit, they spend it on game 1, which is a little bit unfortunate. You know, IWNRX didn't do as badly as Team Spirit. You know, 4 elims, it's not horrid, but they start to catch up to that 28 points that Team Spirit had already been able to put up there. So again, for Team Spirit, they need to put that buffer in front of them. I think they're actually somewhat happy that it's BEŞİKTAŞ to take home the 25-pointer on the game. I think I would worry more if it was a team like NIGMA Galaxy or Brute Force to take home the 25 points. Look at that, 3D Max, Team Spirit down 0 points apiece. But yeah, I think if Brute Force or NIGMA Galaxy takes 25 points on that game, it becomes terrifying because you're like, wow, this team can just continue flowing outwards, especially with Brute Force. Even that type of game, that's going to give them big momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a great confidence booster for them. Taking those early fights, taking those early little scout outs really paid off. And I'm wondering if the Gladiators are going to go for another Erangel drop, right? Because that was what you were calling into question at the start. And I absolutely agree with that questioning nature for it as we take a look at the team stats for BEŞİKTAŞ. Obviously breaking that 1K barrier for Poser, racking up 7 eliminations for Kakali. Tospic not doing quite as much, but still, he was there. And that is sometimes just what it takes for BEŞİKTAŞ to have some angles on lock. They certainly were able to do that. But yeah, the Gladiators, for me, that was definitely the oddest part of that match, right? Going and immediately hot dropping towards Twisted Minds when the whole west side of that military island was available. Not the right play in my mind.
Yeah, not the right play at all. And I think for the Gladiators, something needs to change a little bit there for themselves. I'm sure they can fix it. They definitely had created themselves a bit of a more cohesive gameplay style over towards the final week. That just felt like a little bit of a panic there, John.
Yeah, a little bit, but they need to keep their cool if they want to be in with a chance of taking home one of those qualification spots to PMWC later on this year. We're going to have a quick break. We'll be back with map number 2.
Hi everyone, let's get acquainted with World of Wonder version 3.2. This version is loaded with surprises. Besides piloting cool mechas for exciting battles, there are brand new maps to experience. Let's check it out. First, there's a brand new themed map template. In World of Wonder, players can now play all kinds of creations built from a variety of scenery objects. Engage in thrilling battles aboard the Steel Ark. At the same time, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new combat a shot. In addition, players can compete in shooting competitions with target dummies and have fun playing soccer. Head to World of Wonder to discover even more fun maps and gameplay. So, get in the game and try it out. Next, we've also made a few system improvements to World of Wonder. Players can now go to the player information page to check their World of Wonder play statistics and creation data. As for creation tabs, we've added a Friends tab. Now, you can find your friends' creations more easily and check out what creations they've been enjoying. Additionally, to better help you find the maps you like, you can search for them by creation ID, creator UID, creator name, creation name, and more. There are still more improvements for you to discover. We made some improvements to gameplay devices and interactions. For gameplay devices, we've improved and updated the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and more. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. What's more, we've also improved various interactions. Creators can now edit the orientation and scaling of items directly. In free view mode, objects can be moved, rotated, or resized by modifying their coordinates. Interactized objects can now be held and tossed by characters, and they can also be moved by hitting them. Discover more improvements that let you be as creative as you like. Finally, in World of Wonder editing mode, the team leader can edit the permissions of team members when group editing. That's a wrap for this introduction to some of the new World of Wonder content. We look forward to seeing all your brilliant creations in-game. For more new version updates, be sure to follow the official community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
A little bit of a surprising finish, I think it's fair to say, with BEŞİKTAŞ able to take the first chicken dinner of the finals on Erangel. We are going to be moving on to our next map fairly shortly, Blank. But that was a really interesting dynamic around those ruins, the nades starting to be completely on point here. It was great to see those starting to land, especially from BEŞİKTAŞ, I felt like.
Yeah, for sure, dude. I think that the main thing to consider about this is that now we have our top 16 every time in the lobby. So this is getting really tough right now. It's also getting to the point where there's less of these fights where it just feels like an offshoot, where you're having these teams heading towards locations, they get taken down, it's easy peasy, and more space has been given up. This time around, it took quite a while before we started seeing teams actually leaving the lobby. Which was good to see, you know, because now it's a case of you study everyone's rotational paths, you know exactly where they're going, and that's never changing from day to day.
Yeah.
So, again, those 4 days were very important, John, right?
It's more downloadable now.
Yeah, it's in the database.
It is in the database, and everybody is going to be locked in on it as we lock in on our first Miramar of the finals on the east side. The plane will take us over the east end of Los Leones, up towards Torre Homada. We are setting sail into the skies, Blank, as the birdfish of the land sea.
That's right. That is right. You know, we're everywhere. We're everywhere. We're conquering it all right now. We're over towards the sand too. Can't stop us. Right. With some crazy amalgamation.
Got my bucket and spade out.
Lots of animals. Nice. What are you going to do? You make a castle?
I'm going to make sandcastles here.
Sand fortresses, more like.
Ooh, hopefully. I mean, that's
I've
what...
seen you. You're an architect.
Yeah, it's true. I do have a 7-year degree and no qualifications.
Wait, what?
I don't know. I'm not too sure.
You've been studying your own time and congratulate yourself. That's a degree.
Yeah, you get a degree from the University of myself.
Of myself. I reckon no one's done that before. That's a PhD.
Yeah. Like when you make a really good shot in like golf or something, and you're like, yeah,
no one's done that before.
Yeah, Tiger
PhD in golf.
Tiger can do that.
I've done that before actually. I was out with my dad. Took me golfing for the first time.
Oh yeah.
And we got to hole 2, and I dropped out the 5-iron. He was like, "You shouldn't use that. This is more of a pitcher." And I went, "Watch this," and I hit it. Hole in 1 immediately.
I can't believe that.
It was about a 170-yard shot.
That's pretty... With a 5-iron, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. And then I could never replicate it. And it increased my ego to heights I'd never seen before. And then golfing never felt fun after that either.
Yeah, because you've already completed it.
I completed it, mate. They won.
Absolutely.
I was like, I'll never get back to that. It's so sad.
Exactly.
Anyway, getting back to the game, to my funny little story. Beşiktaş is in first place. Get that bookie back on the road. Beşiktaş is in first place with 39 points. Brute Force behind them at 37. NIGMA Galaxy up to 34. Not the faces that I thought we'd see in first place, at least for Beşiktaş. But it does feel, pretty reasonable, I would say. Second down through 8th. I think that looks about right to me. I'm glad Power were able to get themselves a nice game on that last match as well. Over in the ruins.
Nice to see the table starting to shape up. And of course, it is always that caveat that it's only one match being played, but still, it's got to feel pretty good to get into the high 30s of game number 1.
Oh, yeah. In a big way.
Twisted Minds split around the Partona area, all the way towards the south. I love the radial nature of the Partona settlement. It makes for interesting dynamics. Not that we end up here too much, but it means that it's kind of an interesting, different vibe to how players can move through that sort of an area.
When I drop there, actually, it's the worst, because I think everyone has the same idea of me. It's like, if I just drop in Partona, it's as far away as everyone as possible. Therefore, no one will be dropping there. We get in, we have a massive fight around the fountain, me and 4 other teams. It's like, everyone also didn't want to fight, and now we have to fight.
It's all the people who didn't want to fight just scrapping. That is really unfortunate for everyone involved.
And I've done something similar. I dropped in Picard and no one's there. It's like, it's free. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you go into those two opposing apartment buildings and there's just no one. It's just completely empty of players, and you're like, okay, guess I'll just take all of this loot. That's great. Happy days.
It's amazing. It's amazing. I'm sure that doesn't happen for some of our players. And some of you guys at home. For RCB, yeah, for sure. And for some of you guys at home who are awesome at the game, awesomer than I. 3D Max, though, on towards Gladiators, finding Matic already. Depressingly bad start there for Gladiators, I would say. Considering this is one of the circles where, you know what, they do good on this circle. This is their circle. So, it's got to hurt. It's got to sting.
I feel like the number of times we see a northern circle go up to the Gladiators, and then they immediately lose a player because a team rotates in early and they haven't regrouped around it, or they haven't pulled back a little bit. I feel like it's far too many at this point. I don't have an exact count on it. I have to go through quite a lot of footage, but I feel like I see this quite a lot from the Gladiators. It's either Brute Force moving up, it's 3D Max moving up. I think plenty of other teams have made the same rotation up from that water treatment side to swing down and take down their south point. It's a recurring error that I feel like Gladiators are making. And it's not just in this tournament, it's across multiple seasons now. Even when Kitsune was still back on the roster, it was still something that was happening to them.
I mean, this is something the 4 days could have been used for. I think even right now, I can just break it down just off the top of my head, because we've watched so much of this now. Obviously, we have the map feed with us all the time, so it's slightly easier for us to break that down. But for BEŞİKTAŞ, they dropped just underneath them, water treatment. 3D Max has been consistently forced out of a southwest rotation because of S2G. They play around there on a split. So the only option on this circle is for 3D Max to head upwards. And Gladiators typically take a split on this position every single game. And I think you hit the nail on the head there, John, in the sense that you see a north circle like this, the idea is not to split up and try and trash loot. You take less loot for the payoff of having more players in the end game. So again, that's a really easy fix as well, John. It's a really easy fix to make for the Gladiators.
Yeah, they can.
So it's very surprising it's not been made already.
An adjustment potentially still on the cards for them, but they have yet to take that initiative. I'm wondering if they thought they had a little bit more time, if they kind of misread the timing on it and had planned to do something like that as well. But for now, I believe 3D Max have taken the high ground position that sits down to the southeast of La Cobreria, just to the east of the Crater Fields, that sort of area. Bit of a presence there, although S2G pretty close by to it as well. So potential for a scuffle over this high ground that sits quite central on this circle. 3D Max much more closer to the middle than S2G, though.
Yeah, again, it's not that I don't rate 3D Max's position, but I do think it's one of the spots where it can get real rowdy real quick.
Oh, yeah.
You know, a lot of players head there fairly quickly, and a lot of players can get that high ground advantage over you. I like S2G's approach there, head towards that high ground. That we have seen a lot of teams head up there before and actually lose a fair few players on that push. We do still have quite a few teams down off to our south side. Most are opting to not head through San Martin. I think that's a good idea. But we've got Moneymakers behind Power, behind D8. Over on that western side, slightly more packed. You know, you got Enigma Galaxy following up towards Team Spirit, who are in Chumacera, and Virtus Pro rotating ever so close to Twisted Minds, who have got ahead of them despite starting in Partona earlier. They're just on the western side of El Pozzo right now.
Yeah, they have that free and clear west road up rotate. Getting some speed to them for Twisted Minds. And just passing Trailer Park now. Meanwhile, in the middle, I'm looking at RCB, and we're seeing them on our screen as well. And they've gone for a 2-2 split, and they are cutting off the Gladiators slightly. Could be difficult. I believe that's Tixie, or is it AZ? It is AZ, actually, on the north, to go for a regroup. He's just managed to find his way around this. So a navigable blockade for Gladiators, where RCB tried to go for that 2-2 split. The shift goes out to the east, and a lot of teams going to move now. S2G going to have to leave their hillside on the east side of Crater Fields.
Yeah, always a tough one up there. I respect that RCB did have those players underneath. You know, it gives you safety from that position. They sent out a couple of players over towards that eastern side, so they had some anchors on. So yeah, overall, nice play from RCB. Even if it didn't work out in terms of being able to cut off Gladiators, it gave them at least a position they could head to later. And if this did head over towards the west, they could play that really powerful position that does sit underneath the mountain on that north side. So again, RCB, great in terms of rotations. I love the positioning they take. Just the gunfights just haven't been there sometimes. Getting cut off on some of their smaller rotations too. But that feels like quite an astute one though. And that's what we're seeing in week 3, you know? Initial rotation, amazing. Second rotation, got a lot better. But it's towards those end games, you know. I think once they make their third rotation, if they're not in a spot that's going to win the game, that's where they start to struggle a lot, John. Which is frustrating because I really do like RCB as a team because they seem quite intelligent. I think we have other teams here who are a bit more, I don't want to say block-headed, you know? They're like the fighters of the D&D pie. You know, they go in. They win
action
by
surge. They're like saying, I get 7 attacks a turn.
Intimidate. All that good stuff. That's what I like to go for. And some teams are really good at that. I mean, IWNRX, great example. You know, they like to stick out on the sidelines, but as soon as they walk on in, it's easy cleanup for them. So they're great at just managing space purely through strength alone.
A nice asset to have, but you're right, you can get a little bit more cerebral with it sometimes. And that is kind of what RCB are doing. Unfortunately, they don't have the armor to keep them protected, or certainly haven't as much as other teams. It's interesting that you bring up like that third rotation, and I think that is really where you see teams who sit consistently at the top of the tables make their money, right? It is that third rotation when you're under a lot of pressure, because it's typically going to be getting on towards stage maybe 5, 4 or 5 probably, where you're making that sort of a play. Teams are going to be close by to you. It's the first time where it's a really contested rotation for the most part on average.
Yeah.
And I think you're right, it is RCB who aren't quite able to make that final step forwards unless they don't have to make that third rotation.
Yeah, because you're sort of playing your own game for stage 1 and 2 in terms of, you know, most of the rotations are coming through here, but as space gets eaten up by the circle itself, sooner or later, like you say, you're going to have to make a contested rotation. And some teams are just way better than that than others. I mean, like I said before, INFINIX can do that. Money makers are great at it sometimes, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, they've hit some awesome rotations under pressure before. Really good at picking up on third parties. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting 3 days just because we don't have the groups going in and out. So you're going to see differences from day to day. Again, one team can get far ahead on day 1, which makes, you know, making improvements sort of reliant on that team doing a little bit worse. Power taking a knock there out on the distance. I mean, for Brute Force, they made a nice wide wrap over towards that northern side of the circle. And now Power out in the open. This is a tough rotate for them.
Really, really tricky. The good news is that half of the compound that Power have is in this next circle. Easy should be resable here if Breedpod doesn't spot Fidan hopping out, and Freezer is being having pressure put upon him, with Brute Force also ahead of this. Meanwhile, on the southwest side, 3D Max and S2G. Oh, beg your pardon. S2G also getting into a kerfuffle. But 3D Max have come out with 2 points, and all 4 of their players for now, they're going to have to shunt closer into this circle. As Freezer for Brute Force on the northeast side continues just to back off to give a little bit of ground. Power back up to 4.
That's got to feel good though, man. It's got to feel real good for 3D Max, right? The amount of times that S2G's held them out, finally, they're in a position to set up the guard post, right? Close the gate on S2G. They attempt to make their way in. Nomi on a bit of a crazy scout over towards that western side, getting behind S2G, maybe trying to clear out some of those players. Open position for Team Spirit to swoop in, but that fight was nowhere near as close as it might have sounded for Team Spirit. They can just send back over. So I think Nomi's just getting some valuable scouting done over in that spot. They will eventually have to head in.
Moneymakers. Backs to the blue now. Will today be a good day for them? A slightly temperamental nature, similar to that of Brute Force, betraying them in the first match. Over towards Power, though, they turn their attention. Sweeping out through the north, I mean, sure you take this compound, but you still have to get over these hills out to the west side. Very, very dangerous stuff. They go for the roll-up. They want to take that west side of the compound, but they've got to start on the east. Koa goes down to a nade early out from Al-Haji and immediately flushed. Easy, though, breached on. And now the spray down the wall. It's not going to be enough to take Al-Haji out. Icy is there, but he steps out for the flush. That was bold and has a nade and the backup from the rest of the team. He goes down, but 2 more rise to take his place. And Moneymakers shut out. Can Power keep themselves together here and stay alive as 4?
That was sort of nuts there coming through from Icy. Sadly not to be. RCB though on their crash over towards 3D Max. I think they were both going for this compound at the same time, and they went for that 2-2 approach from 3D Max here. Robs is down as well. Nice play from RCB. They can even look up towards NIGMA Galaxy now on that northern side who attempt to make their way in. Circle shifts over towards that east, towards water treatment, uncomfortable area. Really nice spot over towards that northern side of water treatment, though. Pretty much a lovely bit of high ground, slight plateau on it as well. You can look down towards a lot of the other teams. Difficult to hold, though, for an extended period of time. There isn't really much cover up there.
NIGMA Galaxy moving in, and actually not too many people taking shots. Virtus Pro ahead of them, and they are as 4, 2-2 split. See if they come into contact with one another. NIGMA Galaxy moving through this valley over towards water treatment. Now, going into water treatment at this point might be safe for the time being. FLUX do hold the north side of it, one of the more valuable areas if you're going to go into it. But going into water treatment, basically a commitment to not really be able to come out of it at this point for NIGMA Galaxy. So if they opt to post up there, which you can see they have diverted away from, it would have potentially been a little bit of a death sentence. RCB trying to move in a little bit further north, getting cut down to size by Virtus Pro. 3 players for them.
Yeah, again, both NIGMA Galaxy and RCB challenging out for this northern plateau that I was talking about. Sits towards that center side. Again, this is a really important engagement for both these teams. Fortunately, it's only Kiss that actually makes it up there, and Silas and Wild, they stop short. They realize that the rotation a little bit too far, a little bit too crazy. That's 3D Max going down. BEŞİKTAŞ even getting involved. They're over towards that that western side, still playing inside their compound, but they're not outside the circle just yet.
NIGMA Galaxy move into position on the north side of water treatment, but there's the off angle. BEŞİKTAŞ spots it. Lufa goes down, so does Lord. BEŞİKTAŞ opening up quite effectively towards that middle of the circle and that valuable plateau that you were speaking so highly of. The Gladiators, they're still going. They've got 3. Remember, they lost one of their players very early, but since then, they haven't really been involved in too much. However, that might change as Twisted Minds trying to push in on their junction on the northwest side.
And again, Brute Force have got oversight. Feels like a bit of deja vu from our last game over on Erangel. I love the finals as well. You get a little bit of variation on the map to map. You don't just play 3 Erangels in a row. We get to do back and forth, you know, keep the players on their toes. Keep us on our toes as well. D8 out in the open. Swain, nasty shot from up front. We'll take down one of them. And again, IDB and RX currently holding this line down towards the southeast side. But we're almost on to stage 5 already, John. God, it feels like it's going fast. Always does in the finals.
Yeah, this Miramar starting to heat up now in the hillsides north of water treatment. DA get the res. IWNRX finds some shots on Coldex, and Zedwolf not hesitating to pull the trigger on that one. Immediately, Nico steps into the same position, it looks like, and an 8 immediately finds its way out to him. Zedwolf does get knocked in response, but can DA capitalize? Can they push forwards? In the meantime, Gladiator is handling Twisted Minds on the north side, but another nade over towards Zedwolf, and I think that's the flush. 4 over towards IWNRX. No, it was just the re-knock there, and they'll carry on as 4.
Yeah, right now, IWNRX just fine. Get back up on their feet. And I think they've caused enough problems for DA that they could sort of just leave this fight alone and get further into the circle. That is... Bro, it's the same spot. Like, you ran into the same spot he just naded.
It does feel a little bit tricky, though, for DA, because they can't push.
Try to catch it.
They can't push to the close angle. They get shot by Footballers Chaos from the high ground. They can't push to the far angle, because they just get naded out by IWNX Ruya.
It's rough.
It is a tough time for DA right now.
He did go long on it, though. He went long on it.
Put some swaz on it.
Nah, I mean like rugby. You know, he went long.
Okay.
Or American football. Whatever you're into. I don't judge.
It's not American football, or it shouldn't be. I will judge.
Really?
Yeah, terrible game.
No big fan. I like the big shoulder pads.
That's true. They look funny. And that's entertaining. It's like when you know when you go to a circus and you see the clowns and they're dressed in their big funny outfits.
You can't say.
That's what American football is.
American.
Absolutely. Oh, 100%. I'm not... I suffer no disillusions as to my comparative stature, but...
Better put some respect on the big men.
I don't think I will. DA, they are still alive, funnily enough, out on the eastern side, being left alone. AZ springing from behind the bush, a trap laid for Yusuf, and it will be able to swallow him down. Meku knocked in the meantime, though, for Gladiators, leaving one of them alive. Virtus Pro, they've been in this position for quite a while now. They've been holding out, maintaining presence, and 5 eliminations, 4 players on the northern side. The high ground, very, very important. It's been a point of control over this last circle. Although now, they're just towards the edge. IW next Ruya again, down with 2 limbs.
Yeah, it's a nice pickup from Team Spirit. They came sailing in on that eastern side. I think they picked up all of the points there from IWNX Ruya. That was a really quick fight from them. They caught them massively by surprise there. Now they control that ridge on the south side. We've got Footballist on our screen. Well, nade goes across from brute force up to 5 eliminations. They're keeping up that momentum, John. That's the main thing.
Fadan's still there for power as well, so potential for a third party. A little bit of a backstab. Close to brute force. The nade goes in. Finds the door frame. I think it tagged some damage. They're going to know there's a player here. Virtus Pro, are they maybe looking to poke their noses in? We'll have to wait and see. Fadan, though, with the challenge. Freezer at long range with the DBS. And there's Neos as well. Fadan holds the corner, but he doesn't know the player inside. It's not a full spray down, though, and he has 2 more to deal with now. Forced out wide, and it's pre-pod over the wall. There's the spray. There's the 1-2 punch, but brute force cut down to just 1 player now. Neos is flushed. Can he get back behind the wall? Just about. DA nearly able to take him away, but that got hairy.
Damn, that really did get hairy coming through from brute force there. Fadan, I didn't think he'd go for the third party, but he did. He's bold with it, confident. Shots over towards Footballist from Team Spirit. They'll knock another team out of the mix. Just down on that southeast side, really trying to take as much advantage of that high ground as possible. Up to 6 eliminations now. Just following behind brute force with 7. Currently have the most eliminations in the lobby at the moment.
Brute force should be able to get themselves back to 3, but they do have to move further southwest now. Out of the compound that they hold. That lower staging of the compound will still be in the next circle, but they'll be on the edge once more. Here's a replay of Fadan. I mean, this is what happens when you put 16 of the best teams in the world into a region and put them into a lobby. Fadan, even though it's on power, a team that at the start of this tournament didn't really have that sort of star name in amongst it, but over the course of the weeks that we've seen, they've been absolutely deadly. They've been impressive. I think Al-Haji has been a big standout for them, but we saw there, every single one of those players can make those standout plays as well.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's really, really good to see. I mean, they leave that game with 5 points. I don't think they're too unhappy with that either. Yeah, we're going to a pretty rough position on the map. BEŞİKTAŞ popping up here. Still got 4 of their players right now. Kooks will go down, make that 2 limbs found. Ralph just sending away in the buggy whilst everyone pulls out the grenades. They know exactly where he is, though. That should be on target. It's just Virtus Pro Fury. In fact, finishes the job onto him.
Managed to steal away that final point. 6 points now for Elims on Virtus Pro's side. They've been able to get value from that high ground. Making that one work for them. AZ under pressure. The nade from RCB from Silas. Able to take him down. Kakali again. BEŞİKTAŞ having a lot of points taken away from them here. Everyone's a bit miffed about that first match.
Yeah, absolutely. They're doing some big damage over there. They do find Silas, though, as a return fire. Team Spirit actually looking just to take on everyone up towards this north side. They see Freezer spotting on the top side of that building. Mucking around a little bit. Yeah, DA have taken a bit of a pelting from a few teams. So Team Spirit could take this engagement. I think they realize that they need some big points on this match. Like we said, their buffer's already gone. You want to make sure they can get back up towards that top 3. Keep challenging out, boxing for that first place.
I mean, starting out with a 7 elimination game on their, or 6 eliminations rather. Into match number 2. It's a pretty good result. DA find a player from brute force. That's isolated. Almost certainly a knock. And now, all of a sudden, it's just Chudo. Prepod got spotted as well. In the meantime, and on both wings of the brute force position, they get clipped. Effect now with a backstab onto DA. Can Malloy spot Team Spirit? It looks like they're moving through some slightly open ground to them, but Scarface can't quite win the challenge out against Nomi. Yekta, the last to stand for DA. Out on this northeast side. Chudo potentially with some shots over towards Team Spirit. Remember that long-range angle from Virtus Pro as well? That's still going to be in effect.
Yeah, honestly, this might be a case of just like wrapping back down towards the south here for Team Spirit. Like, this angle is seriously open. Like, I wouldn't want to play this one out either. It's really tough to do. I mean, you can wrap right back down towards the southeast side now. Easily. Forgo this fight. I mean, you've already got quite a few eliminations off the back of this one. You know roughly where these players are. They have to move in as well. You have these tall spots to play off the back of. It's not bad at all. Nomi finds Yekta. Isn't able to take him down. Back out into the blue. It's close.
just wasn't quite fast enough to be able to catch the shimmy in on the floor, but Brute Force will be able to pick that point up. Yekta does go down. This next circle blank is really, really cruel. That northeast corner of water treatment is basically one big downhill slope towards that silo at the northeast side of water treatment. It's relatively unplayable for a lot of teams. Team Spirit would really struggle, I think, to try and get a foothold there. They would have to push all the way across and maintain the entire east side of the circle. With 4 players, there's potential to do that, right? They can potentially make that work, but it will be a lot tougher than maybe just pushing around and trying to sweep in from the north.
Yeah, if you wanted to sweep in from the north, that's another problem as well. If you wanted to sweep in from the north, you have to sort of accept the fact that Virtus Pro is going to take shots at you, which is why right now, you can see on the minimap on that top side, a regroup coming through from Virtus Pro. Now that's gone. Now it is available to go for a north shift here for Team Spirit. But Virtus Pro were hanging on to it as long as possible. Some shots coming through from Kitsune. That's over towards FLUX. Maybe just looking to cause casualties. They are literally the only team, barring Brute Force, on this eastern side, John.
Oh, Kakali spotted Corker. Steps up. The pump action trying to do something for Toshpik, but doesn't look like he's going to quite get the value he hoped for. Milky Way is knocked for Virtus Pro. Potential for FLUX to push up and maybe exploit that. But for now, it is all about BEŞİKTAŞ and Virtus Pro throwing everything down the hill to maintain pressure. FLUX are going to start to ramp up here as Lewis has to challenge off against Solke. Steps out behind the pipeline. And Solke dashes 2 slugs from the DBS into the sand behind him. But the next one, that's going to land on target. BEŞİKTAŞ down with 3 eliminations in 6th place. And FLUX want to try and take the fight with Virtus Pro up north. Team Spirit making their sweep too.
Yeah, basically with Team Spirit, after that fight, I mean, I would be 100% sweeping on that northern side as quickly as possible. They were so preoccupied. Now Virtus Pro has to turn their attention back. Team Spirit just took a little bit too long. Chudo immediately spotted there from Virtus Pro. 5th place at 8 eliminations, though. It's not a bad game there again for Brute Force. They should remain towards that top side of the lobby.
Absolutely. Although Team Spirit has also got 8 eliminations. Virtus Pro has 11. Some potentially very high-scoring matches here in our first Miramar. You can see how open this ground is in front of everybody, right? You can see it's just downhill slopes on downhill slopes, meaning whoever goes in for it first is in severe danger. You can see they tried to move up and actually into a little bit of the shadow of their own team. Nomi takes control of this rock, and I think that might be the most crucial move of this circle.
Yeah, either way, I think what Team Spirit knows that they need to do here is literally just force these 2 teams together. Right? If they can prevent them from leaving as the blue squashes them up into position. All right, look at this. Virtus Pro, they know they need to get these smokes out. They know they need to extricate themselves from this position. It's not ideal at all. Team Spirit doesn't want to peek too much, though. Right? The goal here is to affect both of them. But I love this. FLUX, Virtus Pro, both part ways to cause big problems now for Team Spirit.
They're using those smokes as well. Hamzy steps up. He's a snake in the grass. The Plazo takes him down, but he's already had an impact. A backstab was there. Effect goes down, gets flushed as well by Malloy. Kitsune falls as well. And Team Spirit, they tried to move forwards to those outpost positions, but they went first, and that is exactly what I was worried about. Teams just able to light them up. They didn't have enough pressure on the back for that position, and now it's just Nomi in the middle, split away from his teammate, from Naomi, who's further south. Milky Way wants the challenge, and he's not going to be able to find the first. Virtus Pro down to 2. They want to find these reses because there are 4 of them still alive.
He'll be able to do that. Naomi looking to flushes here. All he wants to get them has it.
Oh, he's so done.
Deal sightlines over towards him. He's out. Team Spirit. But explain it afterwards, Sean, because this is incredible right now from both FLUX and Virtus Pro. Really tough game.
Virtus Pro up to 14 eliminations now. Could be an 18 elimination chicken dinner if they're able to find all 4 players, but with only 1 now and Furia and the blue zone pushing in, I think this might go the way of FLUX to add to their tally. But still, Virtus Pro brutal from the high ground. Excellent control. Furia trying to duck back in for those challenges to try and keep that one on side, deny the points. And they will do just that. Virtus Pro go down in second. But I think they were able to get quite a lot done, and I wouldn't be too surprised if that's top points for them.
Yeah, incredible match there from Virtus Pro. What I wanted to talk about was the fact that that is a really, really heads-up decision and worthy of a finals decision from both those teams on FLUX and Virtus.pro. I think they both have that gentleman's agreement in the last moment. And again, it's not something that gets talked about very often, but I wouldn't say it's collusion, but it is a case of, if we both stay here and fight, that team over on the eastern side that's got no one with them is just going to win the game, right? And we're going to get nothing done here because they're going to sweep in and clean up afterwards. So they both go their separate ways up towards the north and the south side. And I do think that for Team Spirit, they get slightly greedy with their push-outs. Either that or they need to hit them a bit earlier. But yeah, big respect to FLUX and Virtus.pro, realizing that in the moment, fighting each other was just not the play. They had to get rid of the other team first, and that's exactly what they do with Team Spirit. And Virtus.pro gets further into the game because of it. And FLUX is able to pick themselves up a win that might otherwise been a little bit more difficult to grab.
That game was pretty chunky in its entirety. I think a lot of teams getting those elimination counts in general. I'll be interested to see how that impacts those overall standings as well, with the elimination points that people are able to accrue over the course of all of that. It is certainly all to play for. Everybody bringing out their best strategies when it comes to it. But of course, Virtus.pro, they had that high ground for so long, and you can see what they were able to do with it. Malloy, highest damage. Furia, most eliminations. They were throwing those nades out and getting the job done. Despite finishing in second place, they did manage to get the most points on this match, and you can't say fairer than that.
Yeah, I think overall, right, for all these teams here towards that top side, Virtus.pro, FLUX, Team Spirit, strong game from all of them there on that match. I don't think it was easy for Team Spirit to get into the position they were in. I don't think it was easy for both Virtus.pro and FLUX to take control of that western side. Brute Force just really lived that game out. 11 points for them, 8 eliminations. Chudo doing a great job towards that end game to stay alive there. And Power picked themselves up another 5-pointer on the game.
Yeah, they are going to be dropping off fairly dramatically across that first page. To have so many 5 and 4 pointers at the bottom of it does top load the lobby somewhat. I think 4 teams are able to get high elimination counts there. Gladiators, again, a little bit of a disappointing start to this match. DA, a tough time. I do want to talk about 3D Max as well, because I feel like this is now a second time they've had a really tough spot to rotate in. The circle's kind of just shifting away from them pretty dramatically. However, the criticism that we leveled at them earlier still does stand, right? They need to be able to capitalize on those situations to make the most of it, because it's not always going to go your way. And when you only have 18 matches to play, you need to be extracting point value from those dire situations.
Yeah, you really do. You don't have much choice there when it comes to the finals, because every little point counts. You see up towards that top side, that 1 or 2 points there for Virtus.pro that they might have been able to get if Team Spirit didn't cause them such issues, might have put them into first place. But Brute Force, Virtus.pro, BEŞİKTAŞ in first, second, and third. Not the top of the tables that we were expecting whatsoever. Team Spirit, probably the only team that really feels like they belong where they are at the moment, all things considered from the last 3 weeks of play.
Absolutely. I think that's absolutely fair. And remember, it's the top 4 teams that go to those group stages as well, at PMWC, at the Esports World Cup later on this year. And FLUX right now, if we cut it off, would be going to the survival stages of that tournament as well, to try and compete with some of the players that can't quite make it through the group stage over in that tournament. Over towards the bottom side, I'm thinking, who am I surprised to see here? I think the only entry is 3D Max. We know the Gladiators have had a temperamental time. Their last week much better, but it looks like they may be back to their old tricks again. I do want 3D Max to do better, and I will keep singing their tune, and helping Maxman out. I know he's a big supporter, long-time supporter of this roster, and I'd want to give him a voice as much as the players here as well on that analysis. But if they keep disappointing, they're going to be disappointing, right? And there's no real 2 ways about it if they keep going the way they are.
Yeah, I think right now that bottom 8 is sort of just comprised of a lot of teams that can both have really bad games and have really good games. We don't have too many consistent teams down towards that bottom side of the lobby. I think 3D Max is definitely like that. Sometimes they can unleash the beast, just like you can at home with Monster Energy. Please find out more over at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming and unleash the beast yourself, because certainly some of these teams definitely need to do that here in this tournament if they want to make sure they get in towards the Esports World Cup. That's the big thing, the EWC towards the 19th to the July.
Absolutely. They are all going to be battling it out tooth and nail to get there, but we've still got plenty more matches to go. We'll go to a short break. we got one coming up right after.
Hello everyone, the all-new 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event PMSL Pass will be available from May 31st to June 30th. The PMSL Pass has 20 levels and only takes 500 UC to unlock. Get a Dark Arts Gentleman set immediately after purchase. After unlocking the PMSL Pass, you can view the missions and complete them to get points. Raise your pass level to claim corresponding rewards. Plenty of rewards await you, including the Dark Arts Gentleman set, Dark Arts Gentleman glasses, Dark Legend Smoke Grenade, Dark Legend Avatar Frame, and the ultimate reward, Dark Legend UMP 45. To quickly raise your pass level, you can 1. Redeem points from points voucher redemption codes. You can start by using the redemption code 24PMSL Pass now. 2. Use UC to purchase levels directly. After reaching the max level, every additional level reached will grant 1 PMSL crate. Additionally, you can gift the PMSL Pass to friends who meet the conditions. Send your friends a small gift and complete to see who unlocks the ultimate reward first. That's all for this introduction to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event. Unlock the PMSL Pass, put on the Dark Arts Gentleman set with friends, and collect amazing rewards.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
We're gearing up for a third map here at the PMSL EMEA. We are getting ready, of course, for Sanhok. It's time to go over to the jungle for the third time that these teams will face off against each other. We're keeping it rolling. We're changing the map each time, you know? We're keeping them on their toes. It's not the league stage anymore.
No, we've got to keep things a little bit crazy with it. But yeah, Sanhok, which was usually our first match of the day, which we would just bash out. This time around, we are sending this on our third map. There will be no TDMs after Sanhok either, guys. We're just going straight back into it. Here is our map schedule. Today, it's Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar, and finishing out over on the old Erangel. You know, keeping things nice and clear on that fair old map, especially when we get to that final match of the 3 days. That'll be very, very important to make sure that everyone's got a really good fighting chance without too many of those weird factors like, you know, an East Island finish or a crazy Sanhok finish where it just favors one team.
Yeah, it's sometimes a little bit more volatile over towards those maps. That's not to say it can't be on any map. Even on Erangel, crazy things can happen, and if you want to make sure that you're staying cool and standing out through all that craziness, the INFINIX GT20 Pro, they'll see you right.
It will indeed. It certainly saw brute force right so far. 48 points, doing wonderfully well towards the top side of the tables, which is really, really nice to see. You got pre-pod there, most eliminations at 9. Virtus Pro with Fury following closely behind on that side. So it really is brute force and Virtus Pro doing a lot of the work at the moment for these teams. Just waiting for our first circle to pop up. Most teams know this map now like the back of their hand. We've had very similar rotations around and very similar circles too. So it's been an interesting one, John, overall.
Opportunity to strike out in the lead of Sanhok. A lot of ground, I think, has been given over these last few weeks to Team Spirit in the middle around boot camp. Effect is allowed to flex out all the way to the west side of that bank of the river. And also, you know, you saw Kitsune there dropping all the way out to the compound to the northeast of boot camp. That's close to what, like a 900-meter split, almost a 1 kilometer split across the entire team, which is pretty vast. And we're going up to the northwest side, and Effect's outpost is going to be very valuable for Team Spirit.
It will be, and it has been a lot of the times in the past as well. They've got fairly greedy with this position towards Confluence Confound, but have started to make some big old rotations, big old gamble rotations in the late game now, which I like to see because I think it's been a fair few times, if I'm not mistaken, John, that we've seen teams lose out, or at least Team Spirit lose out on this match, on this map in particular, just because they held on to that Confluence Compound for too long and never tried to confirm on one particular position on the map. So this time around, I'm hoping for something similar to what we saw in week 3. S2G typically have some pretty good games on Sanhok as well. It's been a while since we saw a good one out of them, though their rotations usually very clean on this match. Right now in 11th place, I definitely say that they're one of the teams that came into this tournament looking pretty damn good, but I don't think there's been too many fit changes on that team, right? They look sort of the same as they came in, whereas I think some other teams inside this lobby have just leveled up a lot.
You got to keep up with the pace, or you'll get left behind, and that is not where you want to be. You do want to be heading with the front runners towards that PMWC. Brute Force dropping up towards Cal. They are the front runner right now. And on this sort of a circle, there's potential that they could try and grab a boat and try and swing all the way on that northern side of that northwest island. That is an option, but might be a bit dramatic of them. They're fairly sure that there's a team out to the west of them, although 3D Max, which is that team, going to be poking on down towards boot camp, where obviously Team Spirit drop on out. Now, Valo getting very close. They might look for this fight. They might try and sweep on through and then take out that Confluence Junction compound. I think this might be what they're looking for here. Novalo very committed to this position at this stage.
Yeah, I think it's been a fair few times actually, John, that we've seen 3D Max come through quickly over towards boot camp. And Team Spirit hasn't left quite as fast as before, but Naomi finally makes his way out and is instantaneously regrouped with the rest of the team. I don't think he wants to get caught left behind there. Again, we have seen this same circle, this same rotation for 3D Max, as well as Team Spirit, multiple times in the past. So you imagine a lot of these teams sort of know these initial rotations very, very intimately now.
Yeah, the timing is going to be locked in. Going to be counting up the seconds. Currently, Team Spirit were 2-2 on the north and south of the river, but now they have regrouped up to that northern island. And we'll be playing on the compounds on the southeast side, potentially even going a little bit further. Power have established a bit of a roadblock on that north side from Hatin down to actually quite far down this northwestern island. So it could be tricky to get across from this north side. So for Brute Force, could be difficult for S2G unless they swing down south where 3D Max went. Past boot camp could be difficult as well if they just try and swim across. But Al-Haji is a bit of a lone ranger right now. If he gets crashed on, I'm not too sure how much he'll be able to do, but it's unlikely that that happens, given that Team Spirit is going to guard his south. Gladiator is going to guard that west side from the hilltop.
Yeah, I'm actually glad the Gladiators went for this push over towards the hilltop nice and early. I think sometimes they've given it up to Power and just maintained position over towards Camp Alpha. Again, though, looks like Team Spirit have left that confluence compound nice and early. They didn't leave a player behind either. They've just headed up towards that compound that sits on that eastern side. They've controlled this spot pretty well a few times in the past. Dami got himself an initial pickoff over towards Footballers KAOS. This is all the way on the northeast side of the map, guys. This is very, very far out from the circle. A little bit of an inconsequential fight at the moment.
Yeah, it's all the way over in Camp Bravo here. And a flush comes through to Doka Machine. Yeah, they are fully extricated at this point. I don't think they're going to want to stick around. And they're not really in a position to scout out one another anymore. Still, Footballers KAOS picking through Camp Bravo. Hoping for a little bit of extra loot, but that's not going to make up for a teammate. Doka Machine, you're down and out of there.
You're done.
That's
time
it.
to just sit on back. Yeah, I think for Twisted Minds, it's a bit of a weird one because they are technically behind Footballers KAOS on the rotation, but you should be able to just wrap on past Camp Bravo. Looking over towards the actual western side of the map where a lot of this game will take place, NIGMA Galaxy still 2 players down towards Sami, Coops, and Lufa, I believe, have sent out early towards that north side. But with no Na'Vi in the lobby, it's difficult for NIGMA Galaxy to force DA into an engagement with them early on. So DA actually gets in towards that bridge position on the south side of the Northwest Island fairly early, which could change things up. I think that actually is one of the major changes here on this western side of the map.
And it's holding a lot of pressure on this position, right? Because as soon as there's a team that is camping out on that bridge, watching for a boat on the west, everybody's going to start to bunch up because Team Spirit made their way across. The Gladiators are going to see down south towards the river. Getting across for all of those teams, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams on the southwest island who haven't got that position. That's Moneymakers, RCB, NIGMA Galaxy, FLUX, Virtus Pro, IWNRX, all of them going to be looking to try and break their way forwards. And DA is bearing the brunt of that pressure, and it's just gone up tenfold with that circle shift blank. That western side now, hyper valuable real estate, and nobody is there.
Yeah, it's a big deal now. It's a really, really big deal for a lot of teams. And that Caterpillar has come to a dead stop on that southwest side. For a lot of squads, this is so unfortunate. I think DA, though, if I was them, I'd be looking to cross this bridge as quickly as possible. I wouldn't want to be in a situation where you have tons of teams over towards that bank. I think you can hold it for a while, but it becomes unmanageable at a certain point in the game, right? Towards stage 3, stage 4, it's a case of, right, we should probably move up towards one of the safe compounds on that northern edge. RCB, though, versus the Moneymakers. And this is one of the engagements that it has sparked, John.
Absolutely. This was forced by RCB's rotation on in. DA have started to retreat, and it's when teams from the eastern side can start to make their position a little bit more vulnerable on the other side of the bridge that they have to take a back seat in that fight. That's exactly what they've done. They've read this circle well, and they've followed your plan almost exactly. They have regrouped almost to the entirety of the southwest point of that island and allowed other players now to start to move in. IWNRX up to the bridge foot. RCB still a bit trapped in this one with the Moneymakers, as RCB tried to get through a little bit earlier, but were drawn short by this.
Yeah, you hate this position as well, because eventually teams are going to start looking across the river and taking shots towards you whilst this fight's going on. So not only do you have this issue of thinking about we need to get rid of this team on this side, but we also need to do it quickly because eventually other teams are going to start getting interested. Some teams towards the backside of this queue are going to start getting impatient, want to move up further, and this would be a fantastic opportunity third party on and maintain some of that space. IW and NRX have been forced to take up that position that DA was holding beforehand. And from that position, it will get a little bit stressful, but they are maintaining very low profile for now, John, which is sort of very IW NRX of them anyway.
Definitely so. I'm looking, and we were talking about pressure from DA, right? Keeping that pressure held on that South Island, on the west side. On the east side, Team Spirit have been doing the same thing, and they've maintained their hold here, which is quite an interesting choice. There is no threat really from the western side. You know, everybody on the west who gets across is probably going to want to push up north. Nobody's going to branch out this far on this circle. So Team Spirit are able to hold this confluence position really effectively. They have 3 teams waiting behind them right now. You've got S2G, you've got 3D Max, and you've got BEŞİKTAŞ, all trying to make their way through. But Team Spirit are resolutely not going to give up their compound right now. And they're going to hold them out. They're going to make their life so tough.
Yeah, it's a really, really strong compound as well on that eastern side. We've seen plenty of teams win from there because the bank that you actually move up onto is just kind of gruesome to play on. So for Team Spirit, you're right. It's a good call out as well because they'll gain so much space if they can hold on to this. And that is the big question for them, is if they can hold this spot, because there's no slouches really in the lobby anymore. Everyone playing this finals is extremely good at the game. So again, for Team Spirit to hold out both S2G and 3D Max, it's a bit of a task, but if they're able to accomplish it, you know, there's a lot of space given up to them. Next circle up towards Camp Alpha, and now things do get extremely stressful for all these teams that have yet to find themselves onto that Northwest Island yet. And I think for Team Spirit, even they think to themselves now, we need to start moving.
It'll be really interesting to see who goes up to that high ground on the east side of this one. IWNRX trying to break their way across the bridge, but RCB just tearing them to shreds. Bone by bone. Cracking them on that bridge crossing. And IWNRX doesn't look like they're going to have too much to do about it. Still managed to get, I think, one player through. Just about. Zedwolf, actually, who's broken out all the way to the western side and is in amongst it. With Virtus Pro, with DA as well to the northeast side. Gonna have a tough time to move on. But RCB, successful hold on the bridge. They get the res on Silas as well. And they can keep holding out FLUX and the Moneymakers as well. Team Spirit now moving into the high ground on that northwestern island. They've left the compound finally. They're gonna play on the east edge of this next circle.
Yeah, and I think that's reasonable, right? I think that a high ground position, best you can really do in this spot right now. There is that hilltop over towards the western side that looks down on a lot of the compounds that sit down there, and eventually you could drop off if you wanted to, which could definitely work out for Team Spirit. But my eyes are more set over towards teams like RCB, Gladiators, potentially Power, and Virtus Pro being a little bit of a side chance here over down towards that southwest edge. I think I've seen plenty of games where they're able to get good performances from a position like this in the past, you know, PMPL EUs.
I mean, Virtus Pro in second place as well on the overalls. They're going to be looking for it. This is the rip and tear into IWNRX. They cross the bridge. I mean, what do you expect? This is all because of that DA hold. There's so much pressure exerted onto that southwest island, and they all just had nowhere really to go. It had to escape somewhere, and unfortunately, it was all directed towards IWNRX in this instance. Twisted Minds managed to break through Brute Force, actually, over on the north bridge, and Brute Force down to 2 players. Twisted Minds still on 4, and pushing in along the side of the camp. Okay. It looks like Power aren't going to be able to stop this. Alhaji gets the reload, never alone, starts to eat bullets, just about tags on to the wall with the vehicle, does get knocked. Can he get to cover? I don't think so. It's going to be tough.
Alhaji wants to confirm it. Whoa. A bit greedy with it, though. And shots come along from Gladiators. Will take him down. That's from Tixie. Dear me. For Twisted Minds to get in here, though, is pretty impressive. And, you know, the circle could still move and be a Camp Alpha finish. And I've seen plenty of Camp Alpha finishes where, you know, if a team's inside there, pretty much a free win, John.
It can be. A lot of open ground. The walls around it aren't as strong as they are at boot camp or some of the other camps as well. Obviously, it does have its value. But you can't really crash it up to it as well as you can in some other locations. Shots traded back and forth. The circle keeps the mountain in, and Team Spirit can start to move down step by step, carefully, making sure that they find sure footing on their rotations. Not too many teams in a position to challenge for that high ground either.
No, I just think it's funny that, you know, your Twisted Minds, you make such a gamble on this rotate that no one's going to shoot you as you come in, and you just get this awesome spot over in Camp Alpha, and they're dealing with Gladiators at the moment.
The Gladiators have taken a knock, but they want to find that res, a double knock with the nade in through the door.
Oh my.
Beautiful. Comes through from Dami, and now Yusuf wants to find Tixi, who's holding on the outside of this door, being very, very patient here. He's going to pop this one open. Has got cover, but he just completely takes his eye off the ball. And Twisted Minds, they step out almost instantly.
This is so fortunate for Twisted Minds. Power come in now, though, after they picked Al-Haji back up again. Obviously, Tixi no longer focused over towards that position. Good shots from Al-Haji. Jumps out the vehicle early over towards Brute Force. You can see so many teams now betting over towards Camp Alpha. They know how strong this position is. There's not many compounds around this area. Even though those warehouses just off the eastern side of Camp Alpha, they'll keep you safe for so long until it starts to stretch inwards. And at that point, there's a lot of angles over towards it. This is a really tough game. I'm surprised we've had this amount of teams for so long, John, honestly.
They have all just been going through it right now. A lot of guarding on crossings of that river have resulted in some ragtag teams right now. Moneymakers under pressure from Team Spirit. I don't think the Moneymakers are going to be able to get out of this one. I don't know if they have vehicles or not, but
oh my days,
you've got to imagine that this is pretty dire now. They're going to have to go further down the hill towards RCB's position, and then Team Spirit can start to just move across this hillside. Outside of Camp Alpha, I think Team Spirit have the best position.
Yeah, again, I think there's been plenty of games that have been won out from that spot over towards the eastern mountaintop, but it really depends on how many teams that you can cause casualty to be honest with you. It is a bit of a surprise spot. Moneymakers are underneath Nomi right now, and he takes a bit of a tag. He's got a few nades here. I wonder if he knows that these two players are underneath him.
That circle is a bit nasty for Team Spirit. It shifts all the way out to the west, keeps a lot of Twisted Minds area in. DA as well. DA's position looking pretty secure. They are playing as 3, but they're quite isolated. They can look to keep people at bay. You can see that crag that sits to their north. Gives them a lot of protection. Could potentially be dangerous if they have to cross it, but for now, looking good to survive for the time being. Team Spirit making this crash. They've read this circle. They know they've got to make a play.
That's a good nade from Chudo left outside as well.
Ooh.
Luckily able to hold on to it. 3D Max here. Another nade from Chudo. It's massive. And now it's all up to one player here to finish it off. Nomi, though, once again, this dude, unbelievably good for the team. Clutches up when he's desperately needed to happen.
Crawl in one by one. The pepper, the hailstorm of bullets, just keeping that position suppressed. Team Spirit nearly going down. A full 4 crash onto one player. 3D Max third party, but still not ideal. They'll need to pick up the pieces, but they've got the time to do so. 3D Max making their move in the meantime, and now RCB are down to 1. Under pressure. Moneymakers behind them, trying to make their dash on in. Koa very split from Icy. Icy all the way up on that high ground that Team Spirit evacuated earlier. 3D Max looking to get back up to as many players as possible. They want value from this match, but they've only got 1 elimination. DA now starting to extend influence. This is their backstop. Scarface controlling this saddle of high ground that sits between them. And they are going to be able to take down RCB in the way of 3D Max and allow 3D Max potentially to get back up to 3.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say before it all popped off that 3D Max is another team that I'm sort of looking at here. I like that position down towards that south side. It is a bit tough to get yourself out from. This position here is also really interesting. DA can play that little strip of high ground over towards the southern edge, but this will cut them out. And you know, all of a sudden, Team Spirit's spot becomes really, really strong. You know, fighting for it and Nomi having to go through to finish things off for them. It now buys them extreme bit of real estate on the map, which they can get a strong game off the back of. Bear in mind, they had a strong game last match as well. And there's none of the usual suspects towards the top side of this lobby here. So another chance for Team Spirit to get things back in order.
DA just opening up the cannons. Keeping people at bay. That's how they like to be. 3D Max struggling, suffering on the off angle there. Just Victor remains, but there are bullets being threaded back his way, so needs to be careful. Victor steps on a mine there, and Scarface picks up the point. Kitsune's vigilant, but I think he realizes what's happened there. DA, they can hold this ridgeline. They can stay on it for a little bit longer.
Yeah.
As 4 teams remain, 2 of them are in Camp Alpha. Obviously, the 2 on the outside as well.
There's no angles into Team Spirit's compound, though, which is the unfortunate thing for that ridge line that DA is currently holding. The best they can do is hope that the circle shifts back down towards that south side, keeps the ridge in, and then they can take shots at the teams in Camp Alpha. But I think that Team Spirit has seen a similar circle to this in the past in PMPL EU. I remember actually commentating it. And I believe Gladiators got 1v4'd. I can't remember by what player, though. I think it might have been Furia on Virtus Pro. But yeah, this ended up being the winning spot for the team that moved into it. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Team Spirit knows this position at the back of their hand here. But it can go either way. If this heads back up towards Camp Alpha, then it's definitely going to be one of the teams, Twisted Minds or Power, that wins this game.
Circle cutting out. Team Spirit is going to force them to move. I'd be interested to see what side of Camp Alpha they're going to push to. They know that DA is up this hill, and DA are mounting a push. I'm imagining DA and Team Spirit are going to take a break from their own aggression. And maybe not even that, because immediately as soon as they move, a light up comes through from Twisted Minds. They were ready for that. Team Spirit now, with the free choice of where to go. There was no time to try and third-party make a move there, to use that as a distraction. Now they've just got to do it on their own.
Yeah, I mean, Power and Twisted Minds, though, are preoccupied with one another. So I think Team Spirit is dropping all these smokes. Are a little bit worried about Twisted Minds, and so they should be, as Yusuf's got a good angle over towards them. But they are moving up into cover now.
Oh, dear. The circle goes right on top of Twisted Minds again, though. But you're right. They have gotten to the wall, and they are still 3 players alive.
Yeah.
Power are going to have to push in.
Yeah, this is the fight. You're right. This forces the fight between Power and Twisted Minds. And Nomi's managed to get in there. Oh, unfortunately, Yusuf still holding the angle.
But with the knock over onto Jafar, could that buy them enough time, enough attention onto Power's direction? But it looks like Never Alone is enough for now to be able to hold this one down. Kante moving into position, spotted out the window. A threat potentially from the off angle, but he's holding his nerve. Never Alone spots a fault, and it's 3 players to go down to him. The 4th just a little bit too much, but Easy going down leaves Easy just 1 player. 4 Power alive. Twisted Minds are going down in the sidelines, and Team Spirit starting to mount their aggression now. Kitsune up on the top there with Nomi. 3 players alive. They got the advantage. They've capitalized on this third party.
This is awesome. Nomi, though, opting not to go for the first aid kit. It's interesting. They're looking just to finish off players now. Dami and Yusuf back up to full HP. Power needs to leave this building. Kante still up. The high ground here is really good right now for Nomi. He's still not hit the first aid kit.
As it goes off there, moves forwards. Twisted Minds, they are back up to 2 players now. Power can get up to 4 as well. Not getting anyone from Power down could be a potential sticking point here for these teams. Kitsune spots.
Nice.
He's in through the window already. The circle's closing, however, and they don't have the time to deal with it. Spray down, and they're lighting it up with the DBS from the rooftops. Death from above as Team Spirit just continue to execute these players beneath them. Twisted Minds forced into the gladiatorial arena. And they're going to take down Power, but it's 2v2 now. As Team Spirit have lost 1-2. Kitsune and Effect. Lose Nomi and Nade from Effect. It could be huge. Yusuf goes low, drops down, steps out wide. The high ground's there, and it's a 1-2 punch. Team Spirit find the entry into Camp Alpha. DA couldn't make it work. But that is why this is the most consistent team here at PMSL EMEA. Team Spirit roaring in for a chicken dinner.
That is a rough set of calls as well to make on the team of where they want to go, how they want to play it out. Honestly, very ballsy coming through from Team Spirit. And they're able to make it work. They're able to make it work. This is an incredible game from them. I can't really discount Twisted Minds, though. If you remember their play from earlier, very similar approach to Team Spirit, getting in towards that position. They gambled with it. They attempted to get in. Al-Haji, I think they sort of understood that he couldn't keep peeking that angle because there was spots over towards the mountain. This was just a little bit careless coming through from Virtus Pro. But yeah, for Team Spirit to get up towards that spot, again, it's a weird one in the sense that realistically, in that moment, Twisted Minds should have maybe pushed into Power whilst Team Spirit is moving up. You have to gamble with that fight that you win it confidently, then you take the north side, Team Spirit takes the south, and you have a much better chance at winning that fight 4v3. Yeah, what a game. What a game. Especially, yes. Honestly, just for Twisted Minds in general, 14 eliminations at the end there is incredible.
Absolutely. Definitely a game to remember for them as well. I think it was Never Alone who was able to get that triple knock, which kind of allowed Team Spirit the win in the end. Even though he was the one to do the bulk of the work, it allowed Team Spirit to move in because they were taking care of the other players on those off angles as well. A really strong spray down as well onto DA. I think it was Jafar who was able to do that. And you can see most eliminations goes to DA, as they did still have an impact from that hill on the south side. They were able to once more play that DA style of fending people off from a distance and do so very effectively. The difficulty came when they had to move forwards. They just did not have the cover to go for it. They did manage to rack up the third most points in the match though, on 13, but Team Spirit take the top spot with the chicken dinner and the most points overall, 22.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad at all. It does really drop off in terms of the point scoring potential as we head further down that table there. 3D Max, I actually thought they were going to have a good game there, but again, you can see the clear difference between playstyles of 3D Max and Team Spirit is that it's those decisions that come afterwards that are just a little bit poor. I think 3D Max gets to a certain point in the game and then the plan runs out, right? They run out of ink. They don't know what's going on next. Whereas Team Spirit has a plan that goes all the way to the end. I mean, even just that last play there, they knew exactly what they had to do. Get on the roof. Get on the roof, play down from the teams that are trapped underneath or using the cover to go for the reses, and then we have an advantage in that late game. So they instantly popped the res, even out in the open there as they started to hear the fighting, because certainly Twisted Minds couldn't continue to watch their way. It's an incredible game from both teams, and that's not to be understated. I think that's probably the best Sanhok we've seen from two squads this whole tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And both sort of, as you said, different, the same play style, but just executed at different times in the match, right? With different amounts of pressure on them being exerted. Also, a big factor of that game was that South DA hold, right? The position on the bridge where DA were able to just crunch so many teams in and against one another. It's no wonder that actually no teams apart from DA were in those late stages, right? Because you had everybody else who came from that circle, came from the north side, came from Team Spirit, who were across the river faster than you can blink, right? And it was nobody else who was able to make it across there because of DA's hold and because of Team Spirit's hold out on the east side that they held for a lot longer.
Yeah, they sped things up massively in that game, and you can sort of see why. I think they knew that southwest side was going to be a big old glut, and I think that southwest side did really change the pace of the game, especially because Na'Vi's not in towards Ruins, gave a lot more space for teams to clump up towards there. NIGMA Galaxy coming in late and not able to flush out that area, John.
Well, it is Sanhok. It's always going to be brutal, but that brutal, oh, that was something special. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with more PUBG Mobile.
Hi everyone, let's get acquainted with World of Wonder version 3.2. This version is loaded with surprises. Besides piloting cool mechas for exciting battles, there are brand new maps to experience. Let's check it out. First, there's a brand new themed map template. In World of Wonder, players can now play all kinds of creations built from a variety of scenery objects. Engage in thrilling battles aboard the Steel Ark. At the same time, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new combat a shot. In addition, players can compete in shooting competitions with target dummies and have fun playing soccer. Head to World of Wonder to discover even more fun maps and gameplay. So, get in the game and try it out. Next, we've also made a few system improvements to World of Wonder. Players can now go to the player information page to check their World of Wonder play statistics and creation data. As for creation tabs, we've added a Friends tab. Now, you can find your friends' creations more easily and check out what creations they've been enjoying. Additionally, to better help you find the maps you like, you can search for them by creation ID, creator UID, creator name, creation name, and more. There are still more improvements for you to discover. We made some improvements to gameplay devices and interactions. For gameplay devices, we've improved and updated the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and more. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. What's more, we've also improved various interactions. Creators can now edit the orientation and scaling of items directly. In free view mode, objects can be moved, rotated, or resized by modifying their coordinates. Interactized objects can now be held and tossed by characters, and they can also be moved by hitting them. Discover more improvements that let you be as creative as you like. Finally, in World of Wonder editing mode, the team leader can edit the permissions of team members when group editing. That's a wrap for this introduction to some of the new World of Wonder content. We look forward to seeing all your brilliant creations in-game. For more new version updates, be sure to follow the official community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
We have had 3 maps now down of our first day of finals. There are only 3 days, and we're already stampeding our way at a breakneck speed through all of these matches. We've got another Erangel coming up next for map number 4, Blank, and we've had some really quite interesting gameplay. I think that Sanhok, you mentioned it at the end there, it felt really nice and developed, a really interesting set of strategic plays, and it was the best plays in the end that were able to get the most value out of the game.
Yeah, exactly. That's a typical game where it's like Team Spirit absolutely deserved to win that game. They made an incredible play towards the end. Similarly, though, they almost went down to brute force, and it just shows you that brute force can be an absolute wall of an opponent to get through at times. They made it very tough, and it took, again, Nomi, who is just an incredible player overall, to sort them out. Let's take a quick look at how things are shaping up in terms of those points and where teams have been able to get to. Look at that, Team Spirit back in first place there. Very much helped out by the fact that their buffer from the bonus points were very helpful, with brute force not getting a big game that last one, and Virtus Pro also suffering. We're not able to get too much done. But yeah, this is not the top 8 I expected whatsoever. IWNRX is massively dropping the ball as well down towards the bottom of the table.
Yeah, absolutely. They have yet to really exit the starting blocks here. With Brute Force's 1-point match in that last time around as well, they did not manage to hold on to that first spot for too long. And there's that IWNRX entry. 31 points there. So, I mean, obviously not all is lost. It's still early doors. But you've also got teams like Footballers KAOS, who obviously were pretty neck and neck with Twisted Minds at the start of today. But after Twisted Minds' match in that previous game, really quite exemplary stuff overall on Sanhok. That 32-point mark for them, I think, is well deserved. And the fact that they're over the moneymakers and IWNRX, I think, is a testament to the improvement that we've seen from Twisted Minds over the course of these 3 weeks. It was only, in week 1, we were looking at them and thinking, these guys are just categorically the worst team in the tournament. Now, I'm certainly sure that they are not that.
Yeah, I mean, 16 elimination points. Bear in mind that a lot of those comes from their last match. But they've improved. Not every team can do that either, right? Camp Alpha is a bit of a good position to be playing from. To be quite frank with you, though, it does still take a strong team. Look at that. You got the boys in action. I mean, these guys are definitely locked in today. I think they realized that that first game was just not good enough on their part, and they quickly turned it around. But that's what those bonus points are for, right? That bonus points already accrued themselves a really strong game coming into this tournament, so they could afford to give one. And again, their biggest opponents in IWNRX are currently 33 points behind them. I don't think it's at all what they were expecting.
No, it's been really uncharacteristic for IWNRX. It's week 2 all over again. They are just all of a sudden disappeared, evaporated from the lobby. And if they don't have at least 2 good games in these last 3, I mean, they are going to really struggle to make that ground up, because over the course of the last 3 weeks, we've been calling this a marathon, but we are into the sprint phase now. It is only 18 matches that you get to play. So every single match has a much more significant impact onto your overall standings, and you cannot let this many slip away from you. You need to be playing for a more consistent scoreline, even if, on average, it may net you fewer points. You just need something at this stage. You'll take what you can get.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the big thing coming through here for a lot of these teams, is that you just need to get some points on the board. And for IWNRX, I think they've got 6 over the last 3 matches. For a team that's meant to be very consistent, I'd expect them, at least on their bad days, if they want to make it through to EWC, to be getting around about 5 points per game. That's what kept Team Spirit up towards the top of the lobbies in week 1, 2, and 3. But I know that the boys over on IWNRX can do that. I know they can.
They have got that power. This looks like almost an exact replica of the playing path from the first match, Blank. I think it's, from Sosnovka military base up towards the east side of Severny. It's a very close simulacrum, at least. And Gladiators are going to drop military base once more, but Twisted Minds aren't. They're going to divert their attention. They're going to head out, potentially taking a spot up towards the north. I think they've dropped around Stalba before, maybe even dropping around Zaki or North George if they want to drop out that far. It looks like they might go for a Severny position as well. I mean, all of these positions are open. I think it was Na'Vi who were normally going for Severny. And with the circle, it seems like a pretty decent spot.
Yeah, Falcons are in Severny, so I think the Twisted Minds should know exactly where they're playing from. They come from a similar region as well, so yeah, that should be absolutely fine for Twisted Minds heading over towards Severny for this. Circle, not super committed to heading over towards that eastern side of the map, but this does put Yas Fields in play. And I'm sort of feeling a Yas Fields finish here on this game. But most teams already in the circle on this one. It's only a few teams that are on the outer edges. That includes IWNRX, Power, Moneymakers, Gladiators, and Brute Force. 3D Max can easily make their way back in. It was Na'Vi actually who dropped in Milter, so 3D Max, in fact, have a huge amount of space afforded to them because Milter is open.
But that does put them sort of right next to the territory of Team Spirit as well, before they had that buffer. So whilst they removed that threat, you put an even bigger one potentially in the way. But you're right, the more space you have, the freer your looting phase, and the more you can choose your fight specifically, which does allow you a little bit better chance into these next circles. In Pachinki, NIGMA Galaxy, are they going to be able to get out of it this time around, Blank? That's something that they have sometimes struggled to do, is transitioning out of Pachinki on time and in the right direction.
Yeah, I think I don't know. For NIGMA Galaxy, they're a strong team. They really are a strong team. It's difficult to pinpoint exactly what's going on with that team because, again, they have that very similar to a lot of the teams inside of this tournament so far, is just very streaky playstyle where, you know, sometimes they'll look like they're on top of the world, and other days look like they're down in Tartarus, you know, down in hell, not having a good time whatsoever. So it's a frustrating experience for a lot of these squads who have it in them to have these really strong days. I imagine that the same could be said for Brute Force, who know they're a very good team, but it's a question of how come some of the time they can't do it, sometimes they can. Again, it very much relies on teams that have had new synergy required in there. I mean, for Brute Force, Chudo, Prepod is a team that is definitely gone through some iterations so far. I'm sure they've scrimmed a lot. Again, same could be said for NIGMA Galaxy. You know, you dropped Coops into the mix, which vastly changed their playstyle, right? Much more aggressive. Now you dropped Luther in there from Team Reject. He is definitely still integrating into the team. And again, you see them playing a 2-2 split off between one another. I do think there's a lot of teams here who just haven't quite had the time to figure out their playstyle, figure out their identity. But we have plenty more PMSLs in the future, John, and I'm super excited for fall coming into PMGC.
Absolutely. That is going to be a really interesting season. Obviously, bringing back the international summit experience from some of our teams here as well is going to be a massively valuable asset, certainly for their chance to lay down the law in their regional stages, taking those international standards and bringing them to the regional level as well. And we can start to maybe share strats a little bit across regions, be exposed to new types of play, and strat around that. It's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, though, it's a case at this point in time, there has been quite a bit of cross-pollination in terms of teams, and now that we're finally getting back onto LAN, it matters a little less in terms of those transfers, because you're not exactly going to be playing from a place that's got terrible ping anymore. Most teams would just not take a player if he's too far away, because the ping would just be sort of unbearable to play with. But now you head out to the event, right? You head out to the event together, you play together, which is nice to see. It's nice to see. So I think for a lot of these teams, I'm hoping that some of them definitely stay together for the next season, even if they don't make it through to EWC. But as I was saying, that international aspect of it, I think that's why we're having such good gameplay here, because we've got to that point in the ecosystem for PUBG Mobile where teams really have already learned a lot from other squads around the world, and we're starting to see very similar faces who make it far into the circuit.
It's always good to see the foundations being built up, spread across and shared internationally. And that can be sent on down the chain as well to newer players, to newer faces, for them to be able to reap the rewards of those efforts, of those giants that stood before them. Power, at the moment, I think this is one of the newer, strong teams in the region. I think it's fair to say. We've given them quite high praise, I think, across the board. I don't think I expect them to be a top 4 team. I don't think that they're a team I would put in my teams to represent EMEA at the PMWC, right, later on in July. But I think I wouldn't be unhappy if they were to get at that 5th place or to even jump up into the top 4. I wouldn't be unhappy about it.
Yeah, they are the big surprise from this tournament. I think some people might be like, oh, but Twisted Mind's a big surprise. No, because they got into the top 16. They've done fairly well here. But I think they were sort of a team that we came to this tournament expecting to not do amazingly, and they didn't, right? I think they improved as time went on, and it wasn't a complete wash. I don't think there's a single team in the tournament that was a complete wash, like they didn't deserve to be here. But I think Power rocked up to this tournament, and we expected probably like a middling placement from that squad. But they have had really, really good synergy between all their players. Al-Hadji's found himself a squad where he can shine on it. And not only just Al-Hadji shining, fair few other players on that team doing the same. So it's really, really nice to see. And I'm very glad for that as well, because I sincerely hope from the bottom of my heart that Al-Hadji would get picked up by a good team and find a squad to play with. And he absolutely has. There's some incredible players on that squad. Really, really good.
They should absolutely be pretty happy with that one over in the Power Esports camp. At the moment, there's a little bit of conflict actually on the south side. Brute Force and Team Spirit and IW Next Ruler as well. 3 really strong teams in this lobby, all on that south side, all bunched up just around the east edge of Potato Hill. And they're going to have to push further north. Team Spirit did have the drop on Brute Force, but it is going back and forth. 2 knocks over towards Brute Force now, and Team Spirit have fully lost a player. So both of them extracting a toll upon one another. IW Next Ruya potentially looking for a third party, or just maybe to get in ahead of this one.
That is real unfortunate.
Ooh,
Naomi goes over the top and gets flushed, or knocked down actually by Chudo. A really good spray down on the vehicle. I think right now for Team Spirit, it's a case of pick up the points for the players inside the shack. Feck's still trying to get this nade in.
This is not where it needs to be, though, for Team Spirit. It's 2 players down. They've lost Naomi and Nomi, and they haven't even been able to get these flushes. That looks like it might be on the money, and we'll be able to find Neos. A lot of damage felt as well. I don't know if Brute Force can commit to this res. I mean, they're going to go for it by the looks of it. They might actually be able to stick it. Is there an off angle? The smokes have certainly bloomed. And pre-pod, they want him back up, but they are denied that opportunity. Effect running in through the smoke.
That looks like a decent nade, actually. A little bit far.
Another one to follow it up, though, from Kitsune. And that looks like it might just be closer. Will tag on damage and get the flush as well. Brute Force, again, eating this damage and very, very low. Judo has to retreat.
Yeah, they're just getting those first aid kits off as well. Yeah, I think for Team Spirit, this is why they are confirming on this fight, because they realize that likely to go down in the near future. IWNRX has already set up a bit of a barricade in front of them. So 4 points on the game. That makes sense to me, John.
The good news for Team Spirit is obviously that one of the next closest chasers, Brute Force, has lost half of their players as well in this very engagement. If only Virtus Pro could go down for them now. Virtus Pro up in Yasnaya with 3D Max, swung all the way up to Stalba. Remember, they started over towards Melter. So on that northeast side, Virtus Pro have the south coast advantage. 3D Max potentially up on the north. As these duos continue to scrap it out, I think they just want to disengage here, and Team Spirit will be the first to turn tail and get into this next circle, get ahead of the curve on Brute Force.
Yeah, they don't want Brute Force coming up behind them, so they were able to take down take down a couple of vehicles, remove the tires, So this does make things a little bit more difficult for Brute Force in terms of getting over towards them. They took the only 2 vehicles that were still fairly intact. So they're going to be maintaining outside the circle. RCB, this is a type of game that they do well on, right, John? This is a type of game where they do enjoy. They haven't had to move so much so far. And the circle looks to center on them, but doesn't actually head far off towards that northeast side, in which case BEŞİKTAŞ's position becomes really strong. So does S2G's.
I like 3D Max's position as well here. If they can fend off Virtus Pro, I imagine Virtus Pro are going to want to move around the edge of this lake, but 3D Max need to control this. I think they've read into that. DA, though, they're filling the vacuum on the northern side, and they want to push people back, try and potentially move up to that Yasnaya compound and play from that north hill. If 3D Max are going to give them that ground, they're going to want to take it. FLUX immediately pulling the trigger on this rotation, but RCB are already there. And S2G have oversight. They're going to force FLUX into this. RCB might control the far side as well, with KISS already on the top side. But Hamzy, oh, that is a crucial little angle over towards KISS. KISS can't stand up here.
It's a really cruel angle, actually. Kakali is them going head-to-head versus S2G. Hamzy G has been a bit of a powerhouse for S2G for a while. Even pulls out the fisticuffs before forced to waste a bit of ammo on him.
RCB, they got to the far side of the river. They took that west side. And now FLUX kind of caught with the nades. The off angle from Loxy. Oh, this is mean. Oh, it's brutal. Another nade into the water. Solus goes lower. And around the side, they are forcing this one. The issue cannot be ignored here. Solke eats one, eats two. The bounces are there. Solke's dodging this, though. But there's another cook on the nade and over the top. See you, Brute Force. See you in a second. As they are starting to lose players as well. Solke trying to hit the shots into the water. A jump around the edge. And that is so clean. RCB sweeping up the riverside.
Loxy was so good from that position. That first nade was disgracefully good. I mean, RCB has really dominated from river positions in the past as well, so you can sort of understand why they've picked out this spot for themselves. Yeah, this is very central. They want to get rid of that final player, though, from FLUX, but wouldn't waste too many grenades on this.
Soulless down for FLUX. Wanted to keep their points tally high, but they've only got 0 eliminations, so not really too hopeful about this match for them. DA, they didn't get all the way across to the compound out on the northeast side. That Yasnaya compound that sits on the north side of that lake. That is still being held, but only by a solo, only by SnowX for 3D Max. Narvalo does move out to join him, so there is that regroup. And they do still have control over a pretty vital area of the map, and it just got so much more important. Look at that shift. The teams on the north dining out tonight. 3D Max need a good game here. This is their chance to turn things around for their day and try and make this one work. It's going to be so tough for IWNRX to do that, though.
Yeah, I mean, the position that they've taken is so grim. They have to basically make a mad dash into the circle itself. Try and pick up some position. They're still on the outside. They hit up a little tower. Hope to brush off some of the opponents from this position. But yeah, 3D Max can get a strong game off of this because it cuts out a lot of the edge of that lake and basically puts them at the back of a really nice barrier. What they essentially have to do here, though, is guard out that tiny bit of space that allows teams to get in from that northeast side. And I imagine Virtus Pro would love to go for something like that eventually.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, though, are currently split north and south of Yasnaya, and they are yet to fully commit to a regroup with the circle already pushing in. Their time is running out. They'll have to choose a path fairly soon. Doka Machine finds Ralph behind the tree. Does he have the cover to stay alive here for Ralph? NIGMA Galaxy do have 4 players alive, and it looks like they are going to rotate for this res.
Yeah, they looked a little lost in this circle so far. on that south side. They're not one to go for fast rotates. I think that's the problem with this team. And I think when you play Pachinki, when you play such a central spot on Erangel, RCB does it. And the RCB does it really well. Some nice shots from Dokun. Yeah, RCB does it really well in the sense that they start in Rozhok, central spot of the circle, similar to Pachinki. As soon as they see a circle shift, instantly they take that opportunity because they are so central to hit up a good spot in the oncoming circle. So again, I just think NIGMA Galaxy is a slow team playing from probably not the slowest position on the map.
Power versus DA on the north side actually starting to pop off. DA have lost more than Power have, and Power have got the reses on that north edge, potentially Power usurping them, but these mad dashes are starting to come through, Blank. There's Zedwolf going up in smokers. Twisted Minds just grab onto their ankles, will not let them go. They're in their fangs, and Twisted Minds, again, taking care of what was one of the strongest tournament teams in the tournament. Now I'm not so sure. Frozen has to go for the weapon swap, but it's just not there. They can move in, they can get this res. IWNRX caught in the bog that is Twisted Minds Ascension.
Mate, I think for IWNRX, that is really bad news for them. That's 4 games in a row they've gone out. They're essentially... okay.
Playing pinball.
I know, he got bumped far. Yeah, IWNRX is essentially playing on a 2-point average right now. What is this?
Bad is what it is. It's not good news.
I don't think a 70-point game, a 70-point day would sort of make up for that type of thing.
Virtus Pro and 3D Max on the northeast side, Blank. Virtus Pro moved in, 3D Max had regrouped to the compound, but 3D Max have lost a player now, so they're playing as 3, and Virtus Pro have the outside track. They haven't managed to find another one, though. And Virtus Pro starting to falter a little bit on their approach. The corner of the compound still being held down. Nades being cooked.
The reason for that is because this is just such a ridiculously good compound to hold, which is why SnowX was actually in here in the first place, far away from the rest of the team to anchor for them. It's just open field around this position. If the circle's centered up over here, it's just a guaranteed 3D Max win, even if they have only 3 players. Luckily for the rest of the players in the lobby, it actually heads down towards that southwest, keeps the water in. This is a disgusting circle, right? It's so open. And I think for BEŞİKTAŞ, they sort of have a decent spot. It's on the low ground, but at least they'll be able to stay out of the fight for a while.
Yeah, they've got some of that hard cover as well. Hard is relative, I suppose, to the surrounding area. And they're only playing as 2, but we'll see if they're able to keep that one going. Power on the north side kept all 4 of their players alive. As 3D Max look to fight out their compound. They've only got 3 eliminations so far. Virtus Pro, just with Corker, popping the pan out. Giving himself some protection in front of his face. Maybe block a bullet, but someone spots you. It's not going to be happy. 3 players alive. They're up to the edge of the lake now for 3D Max, and they're going to shimmy their way along.
Bro, Team Spirit just rolled on through, took down the final member from FLUX. Remember the guy that they weren't able to finish?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, up to 3 elims now. They're actually in the circle. They can use this spot to live out on the game. Maybe get some placement points. I mean, it's not bad. This is typical Team Spirit strategy.
There's currently quite a few swimmers in this circle. You've got RCB under the bridge. They've got a little bit of land to play with. S2G, though, they're just like right in the middle of this lake. They are trying to survive for as long as possible in the middle of this lake with no cover at all. I don't think they're going to last too much longer. They're trying to swim to the North Shore, but Moneymakers are already there.
Yeah, it's over towards that east side. There's the little dock, which actually is kind of nice. But yeah, there's absolutely no cover here, like you were saying. A lot of teams having to make that horrid dash. Here is that play. Oh, it's actually a DBS.
Oh, wow.
That was a really nice shot coming through from Effect. They looked like they were taking a lot of damage, so couldn't have come in at the most perfect timing there for Effect. Are they going to get more elims from this spot?
Oh, they might be able to, but I don't know. 3D Max have this angle. It depends how long 3D Max hold this angle with SnowX, or if Team Spirit can actually find the shots back out his way, because as much as he can see them, they can see him too. And if you're playing against players like Effect, you're going to know about it soon enough.
That's a 3, man.
Wow, wow, wow.
That's a great nade coming through from Moneymakers. They just made 3 points in the space of a second.
Oh, what a spray down from Kiss. Gets one, almost gets two, and that's going to be a really tricky spot to res as well. I don't know if they can crouch behind that rock. The cover, a little bit sparse. You can see they are going to have to reposition. Try and trust the foliage to keep them safe for the time being against 3D Max.
Yeah, I mean, the circle's pushing in. It will keep them just about in on this circle. Like you say, it's a case of when the 3D Max start thinking about heading towards that center side. I think personally, they're just looking for some more of these elimination points to cap out their game on. Circle shifts down towards that southwest. Yeah, John, that is grim.
Oh, we've seen him. He knows exactly where he is. Just a little bit too long on the cook. That could have been an instant double knock. Down towards the moneymakers. Oh, he's going to burn him out of this one, though. Forced to move. And Havlik trying to push their way westward. But with such incredible amounts of threat being dished out towards them, it's going to be a tough go.
Effect down. I don't think Kitsune is not one for this world either. He has to make the mad dash across. Just about gets in, but yeah, Poser will finish him off there from BEŞİKTAŞ.
And they didn't live too long. 9th place, actually, Blank, with 21 players remaining. That is unfortunate for them. Brute Force still have Freezer in there. BEŞİKTAŞ still have their duo in their little hideaway position. But it's Power and RCB with 4 players alive. RCB playing from that bridge. They're making it work.
Yeah, I mean, RCB have always been extremely good at playing on the bank. I like they went to the north side as well and decided it was worth it. Trying to crash over towards FLUX. Didn't want to get left behind on that south crossing. And this should be a decent game in terms of points for them. Navalo down. Yeah, I think that 3D Max gets slightly greedy here. And they honestly, it wasn't worth it for them. They got 4 limbs off the back of waiting around there for so long. Especially for a team that had no worries in the world for such a long time. Now Power's been able to get this mega spread.
Power definitely in the driving seat right now, but Snoix and Victor looking to open up their sidelines, and Fidan goes down first. Snoix hits the deck, gets the flush, but the vehicle goes up and takes him with it. Victor's low, has to figure out how to get the healing done, and Kante looking to rally on through. There's backup coming in as well, but do they commit to this? Do Power need to take care of this, or are they going to allow this to just unfold before them and capitalize when it pushes in? It looks like they do want to move in and confirm the flush. In 3D Max, they are whittled down to size. 5 eliminations on the game, sure. They managed to get that point with Snoix, but they now only have 1 player, and they're only in 7th place.
Yep, for 3D Max, it's certainly an unfortunate one. Again, I think that's the case of thinking you can get much more value from that position than you actually can. It's difficult to toss nades down there. RCB get themselves up towards our mainland. BEŞİKTAŞ currently have the building to play around. Probably more cover than anyone else in the entire circle, John.
Yeah, it's really tough stuff there. You can see that communications tower as well. The pylon that sits just a little bit further up the hill. The end of that chain sits in a decent position to Power to move forwards to. As finally 3D Max go down. Unfortunate, they wanted more out of that game, but they weren't able to milk it for long enough. Silas. Koa actually spraying through the smoke. I think he spotted something. RCB tried to make the swim, and for now they have all 4 players alive. They have got a position on that northern shore, as they've crept up that west side for quite a while now. They're down into the water. Actually, BEŞİKTAŞ taking a couple of shots from them. And remember, you've got Freezer right next to them in the little shack. That is a different shade of green on the minimap. He is in the Wizard Tower.
Definitely surprising that we're seeing Brute Force again, making it towards the later stretches of the game. They're great at surviving just that 1 player. See, that's not exactly what you want to be doing on the final match on day 3. That is a nasty... I think it bounced off the car, saving his life.
It is just wild, though. His teammates have gone down on the back line. That's BEŞİKTAŞ with the angles, and that might just be the end of him. But Wild somehow dodges the first one, but the next 2, I don't know if he's going to be so lucky. They both go too far. Havlik's not feeding this information back accurately. He doesn't see it. They don't know what's going on, but he's got the first aid off. Answers with a nade of his own. Bounces high. Just falls short, but they should know where he is now. They should immediately be able to ping this one out. Havlik should know exactly what's going on. They haven't been able to get this flush just yet, but it seems like they're just unaware.
Yeah.
They're not on the money with this at all.
Bishke even doesn't see him because they're so convinced he's further ahead. They finish off the first. Only a PP Bison here. Tries to do his best. And I know exactly why that happened as well. Is because that first nade was so on target towards Wild, but it bounced off the car, so it didn't do as much damage. So they assumed he was so much further back there. So they were just sending nades over the top, which is really, really unfortunate, actually. They could have finished that fight so much sooner.
A supply crate for Power. This western side looking good. 10 eliminations for Power Esports right now. They might be in with a shot of getting pretty far and pretty close towards the top here.
Yeah.
With a good match, with a chicken dinner, if they're able to execute on it. Besiktas have been hiding away in their building for quite a while now, Blank, but it's working out, and they've got 5 limbs.
I mean, for Besiktas, I think they don't mind. I mean, that first game of the day was so huge for them that just getting a top 3 on this game is nice, purely for just the point standings in general. Circle will shift away from everybody. Power, though, yeah, coming off the back of that last game where they were so close to victory, and then just getting pipped to the post, where Twisted Minds focuses a little bit too much on team spirit, and that causes them to get that high ground position against them. Coming to this game just refreshed instantaneously, and going for another big game here is really good from Power. I've been sandbagging, John.
People have been underestimating them. I said I wouldn't be unhappy with them in the top 4, but how would I feel about them in a top 1 spot if they keep on this pace? They are quite a way behind Team Spirit, but Team Spirit haven't had a great result here. Bishke nade over towards Besiktas and finds Poser. Does Lewis have time to go for this res? Because the zone is closing. He'd need to start tagging it on now because it is coming in fast. It doesn't look like he's going for it.
I mean, Lewis has got nothing on him either. Koa just needs to send this nade over the top side. It's a difficult throw on the nade.
Not quite able to land that one. And Power not giving them the room to do it either. Immediately a re-knock from the play zone onto Poser. I think Lewis might go the same way. Not really too much hope here. Besiktas forced to leave their cabin. And Power now have the uphill position. Lewis goes down. 2 players from Moneymakers versus 3 from Power.
Yeah, it's just sort of a numbers game at this point. For Power versus the Moneymakers. Looking downhill, with even just the tiny bits of hard cover and the lip of the hill makes this fight difficult for the Moneymakers.
Go up. Rounds into the dirt. You can see they're shedding their backpacks. They know they're going to need to keep a low profile. This is not over for Power. They have 11 eliminations. Sure, they want 13. But Al-Haji goes down first, and there's no retribution. There it is. Finally, the re-knock in the trade. This is the numbers game part now. Bishke, last to go for it. Kante looking for an answer. Gets 1, gets 2 shots in, and the move forwards in the buggy. He hops into the back, but he's out.
No
Bishke
way.
able to save the day for the Moneymakers. Power make a misstep, and they are immediately punished. Moneymakers drag them back down into the lake.
I mean, it was kind of just a waiting game there for Power. All they had to do was drop the smokes, wait for the next circle, and then push on down. As soon as they come out in the open, like I said, that's the numbers game. You get the initial refrag. They can only shoot 1 player at a time. You've got that extra player. But yeah, Bishke comes out on top. And I think Power were just looking to finish it with that tiny bit of an advantage they had. You could sort of understand why they do it as well, because they want to hold on to that angle on the tree. And they're worried about the future where there is no cover in front of them. But I do think that you just pop down smokes and then you wait for them to dissipate. You play off one another after they have to start walking up that hill, which, again, it's super tough for Moneymakers. But I think that's a case of Bishke keeping his cool and getting Moneymakers themselves a nice little chicken dinner.
Absolutely. I mean, that's exactly how you needed to play that. They took a swim across the lake early on, Blank, as well. They were really playing on a last chance survival kind of game, a regroup on that. And you could see they were really up against it. They had a lot of teams moving in around their area. And in the end, that knock onto Kante and then the instant swap to the DBS to cope with the roll-up. I mean, that's beautiful. That is just mechanically gorgeous coming on through. And the Moneymaker's going to be very happy with that duo.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, for RCB, not a bad game for them, with Loxy getting most eliminations there, some good nade play. Yeah, like I said, Freezer, 642 damage, Brute Force, again, getting a player into the late game for the team is really, really good. I'm just sort of baffled by the way that the table's shaping up at the moment, John.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the match rankings from this one. Moneymakers on 19 points from that match, able to take that chicken dinner and those 3 extra eliminations as well. That is a 7-point swing from what we thought was a little bit of a hopeless situation for them. So able to add 7 points to their tally really quite nicely. And Power, similarly, that is going to be a 6-point swing the other way, which is really unfortunate. As we drop on down, again, IWNRX, poor showing from them. Team Spirit, 3 points. Twisted Minds on 4 as well there. But we weren't expecting as much potentially as we were from teams like Team Spirit and IWNRX. DA, again, not going to have a great time. The first page did hold 3D Max, but maybe not as solidly as they would have liked.
Yeah, I think for 3D Max, they wanted a lot more off the back of that game. They were giving themselves a chance too, but they've made the right call at the beginning. Hold out that eastern side, make sure no one flows through, prevent them from getting there. And I think then there was an opportunity to move over towards the west, potentially take that building that BEŞİKTAŞ was holding. Just because they had the time to do it, right, John? They had the time in that location to hit themselves the position onto the compound itself. Whilst not a lot of teams were already there. So it is sort of confusing to me. It is confusing to me.
I mean, it is quite a chaotic scenario when you have all of those positions sort of in play, when it's so vastly split as well, because you've got this kind of weird part of the circle where you can play all of it, but there's this line that you just can't cross in the middle of all of that on the east side towards the end especially. It's really quite odd. And then you've got the far shore. Too many moving parts to kind of call that one. And in the end, I don't think anybody would have predicted the Moneymakers on that circle. But here we are in the finals, and it is always anything can happen. We've still got more maps to play, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello everyone, the all-new 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event PMSL Pass will be available from May 31st to June 30th. The PMSL Pass has 20 levels and only takes 500 UC to unlock. Get a Dark Arts Gentleman set immediately after purchase. After unlocking the PMSL Pass, you can view the missions and complete them to get points. Raise your pass level to claim corresponding rewards. Plenty of rewards await you, including the Dark Arts Gentleman set, Dark Arts Gentleman glasses, Dark Legend Smoke Grenade, Dark Legend Avatar Frame, and the ultimate reward, Dark Legend UMP 45. To quickly raise your pass level, you can 1. Redeem points from points voucher redemption codes. You can start by using the redemption code 24PMSL Pass now. 2. Use UC to purchase levels directly. After reaching the max level, every additional level reached will grant 1 PMSL crate. Additionally, you can gift the PMSL Pass to friends who meet the conditions. Send your friends a small gift and complete to see who unlocks the ultimate reward first. That's all for this introduction to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event. Unlock the PMSL Pass, put on the Dark Arts Gentleman set with friends, and collect amazing rewards.
we are going in for map number 5 here of the finals of the PMSL EMEA. We're gearing up for Miramar once again, as we are keeping this chopping and changing. We're keeping it fresh. Each time around, a new map will be lined on up out of the 3 that we've got available. At the moment, Team Spirit still sit atop the pack with 67 points going into this game. They've got a 10-point lead over Brute Force in second place and 57 points there. And it's pretty tight towards the top, all the way down to 6th place right now. It is looking pretty close by, but it's still very much anyone's game. Once we get to the end of the day, I think we're going to see some more solid blocks of players start to develop. So those teams are going to start to bunch up, and it's going to be probably a little bit clearer who's going to be able to make it where.
Yeah, absolutely. I think right now for NIGMA Galaxy, something is not quite clicking for them, just in terms of some of the rotations that they're making. The actual firepower come from the team, which they desperately need if they want to make it through to the PMWC, the Esports World Cup, which will be happening from the 19th to the 28th of July 2024. The 4 teams at the top of the tables will be making it through to the group stages, with 5th place going through to the survival stage.
They've got to survive this tournament first, though. With the official smartphone, the INFINIX GT20 Pro, trying to stand out from the rest of the pack, getting up to those top 5 spots. Easier said than done. Let's take a look at our plane path via the Mar over towards just south of El Azahar, but cuts quite deep on the south of the map as a whole. Places like La Cobreria for Gladiators is going to be difficult to get to, all the way up in Torre Almara as well. That access is going to be a little bit closer to the plane path overall, but it's going to be late, which means that teams less likely to go for it.
Yeah, I think you're going to see quite a big influx of teams over towards the western side of the map here. I think, honestly, teams that are headed down towards the south side of the map have been fairly fortunate with the playing paths this tournament, just purely because a lot of rotations have been made easier through the central side of the map with S2G and 3D Max clashing quite a bit, and having a lot of these southern playing paths to begin with. So for teams like Moneymakers, Team Spirit, even Brute Force, who do have to have a bit of a run out towards that north side. No one really drops out towards the western edge of La Driera, so they get the vehicles fairly easily.
Brute Force dropping out early, grabbing everything available to them, and they'll head up that west coast circle. Pops right around Picardo. That is going to be slap bang in the middle for RCB. Looks like S2G, that hill to the north of Picardo, could be quite an impactful position on this next circle. On Miramar, high ground positions in general have just been pretty brutal. So we'll see if anyone's able to use that position above Picardo. Although it's a little bit easier to counter. It's not that super duper high ground that you can come across.
Yeah, exactly. Though this is pretty kind playing path in terms of the circle. Most teams don't have to really go too far. And it also does open up opportunities for teams that head up towards that northern side just to have a lot of space to loot before they make their way down. It's not like it's down towards Puerto Paraíso, in which case you have to make your way through San Martin, Monte Nuevo, even that pretty nasty stretch that heads through the valley above Chumacera.
This northwest side still a little bit sparse on the ground, but S2G can pick that up. Los Leones under occupation by hostile forces right now. Easy. The sightlines for Al-Haji. I think Al-Haji knows there's a player in this building. A Gladiator is aware of the threat. They should have seen the parachutes. They'll know there's a team at least around here. It's only BEŞİKTAŞ who have taken damage so far. Gladiators have taken a little bit. But BEŞİKTAŞ are all the way up on the north side of the map near Hacienda. Close to 3D Max, close to Footballers KAOS. But they've extricated themselves. Gladiators still split, so are Power.
Yeah, again, a lot of teams here having to go for some unfavorable drops. For Power, Gladiators having to drop together is a bit awkward. And it's something that Power really does not want. We've seen Gladiators actually take some extended fights from these positions before between them and Power. They've lost a couple of them as well. So Power either gets themselves a cheeky 4 limbs here, or it puts a dent in their performance towards the top side of the table. I mean, right now, if we ended everything, they'd be heading through to EWC with 55 points, up in 4th place. Not that far behind from 2nd.
No, it's very, very close. You can see that 2nd through 6th place, very volatile right now. There is that bit of a drop-off towards DA, and then obviously that extra 4-point gap towards FLUX, which does provide a little bit of distinction. Matic spots Fidan, going to try and light up the party bus, but won't tag any damage on to the enemy player. Haji still biding his time on that long off angle. Didn't reveal his position just yet. And so Power and Gladiators are working on getting away from one another. However, Tixi is all the way on this western side of Los Leones, so they are very, very split around this.
Yeah, scouting for something. Nomi's already there, though, which is weird to me. A really, really big old split off from the rest of his team on Team Spirit. Twisted Minds feeling a bit more confident, actually, after today, looking to rotate in early, which is a bit of a new thing to see from them.
Yeah, it's certainly a novelty. Before, how we've characterized them has been this wily team who might be able to strike from the shadows a little bit, play around those edges, go for some pretty funky off-angle resurgences later into circles where teams don't expect a team to still be out in a position. They are still there and push in. But yeah, going into a circle, they still want to hold to the edge, it seems. They haven't gone too much further than the edge of the circle, but maybe a bit more forwards than we've seen from them in the past.
Just a touch. Just a touch. I mean, you're right. They really haven't actually pushed it that much further into the circle.
I thought they were going to go further in too.
Yeah, they rotated early, but they were like, actually, guys, it's a bit scary. Let's calm it down.
It's like when you're with your mates and you're daring one of you to go like the furthest along a dark corridor or something, and you're like, oh, come on.
I'll touch my toe in. But actually, now my instincts have taken over, and I need to retreat.
Yeah, absolutely. It's spooky in there.
Some might say the spookiest. Moneymakers, I think one of the only teams to not get in the circle yet, alongside with them, football is KAOS. Brute Force, maybe you could say, but it's just Frieza who's on the outer edge. The rest of the team's already in. So really only one team that needs to make their way in. We're almost on stage 2 as well. It's about halfway done closing, so 2 minutes to go.
In fact, showing that sign who's boss. FLUX close by to DA. This is much more central on this circle. FLUX with a bit of a crater on this ridgeline here, overlooking RCB's position in Picado. Nico didn't want those bullets. He's trading them out for some new ones. Gets the reload through. FLUX not stepping too far forwards, though. Maintaining distance. Not willing to go over aggressive here. And why would you? You're in a central position. You're on a high ground as well. Getting froggy with it could just lead to the whole lily pad sinking.
You don't want that. Nobody wants that.
Bad time.
Most of the frogs don't want that. Looking over towards FLUX at the moment. 38 points on the day, including their bonus points. It's not horrible, but it's not amazing either.
That is why they are slap bang in the middle, right? 38.
Yeah.
Same sort of story for Twisted Minds, although they started much further down, so it's a bit more impressive for them.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a middling team in FLUX, and then you've got a surprising team in Twisted Minds getting up towards 36 points. And I mean, I'd be happy to see Twisted Minds get a big amount of cash off the back of this one. If they go for the big surprise and get towards that top 5, I will be flabbergasted.
Yeah.
But it will be a bit of a miracle.
I mean, given that they qualified, right, in 16th place through the league stages, that would be kind of nuts. Although it was definitely their first week that let them down, getting 67 points that week, which is, I think, the lowest scoring week of any team in the entire tournament. In fact, just about beating out Na'Vi's week 2. They had 68 points on that week 2. So Twisted Minds did score the lowest of any team there. If you bumped that up to a sort of around where that would be. They would have gained about 60 points, potentially being pushed up to maybe 14th, 13th, somewhere in that sort of vicinity. So not too far. They did have quite a shocking turn of events. We've just had the southwest shift come through in the circle. We're going over to Chumacera. This is quite dramatic of a shift. It goes away from the center of the map and puts Virtus Pro right in the middle.
Yeah, and Team Spirit has to fly back in. And because Virtus Pro's already made pretty darn good rotate, and they're able to pick up Naomi on that return venture. I think Virtus Pro do take a knock, but it's not been flush. So honestly, right now, Virtus Pro in a better position, despite Team Spirit technically having this position right at the start of the game. They just allowed a team to get in behind them. Naomi was a little bit more preoccupied over towards that east side. So this is a hard lesson learned here for Team Spirit.
It's always tricky, these hard shifts on Phase 2 Miramar. Gladiators and Power finally forced to get into a fight to pull the trigger on it. And at the moment, Power has taken a knock, so has Gladiators. Tixi, though, very isolated. Complete control from Power. AZ needs to hold that line, otherwise his teammate goes down, and he does have to give up the angle to the shots. That's going to allow them to step up onto the roof, get the flush onto Tixi, and also get the res onto Al Haji. You see Fidan in the back there, just getting that done. Making sure they stay as 4. Tixi, no chance.
Easy.
Oh dear.
Just couldn't make it out. It was a bit of a bold push out as well.
Ooh.
And the nade's just a bit far away. Fidan, though, rocking up.
Neku trying to hold down the angle. Shots from the top rope, though, and Al Haji goes down as well. Kante able to swing around, and that's Meku down. Tixi will not be able to get back up. They nearly had that res, but it was a little bit too bold. Now Fidan and Kante moving past for Power. 2 players alive on both of these teams, and this fight most likely to be the end of them. This is another time blank that we're seeing the Gladiators losing a lot early, not being able to carry on much further at all. Even with 4 points a map, that's just not going to be enough.
No, absolutely not. I think for Gladiators, this day has sort of ruined them. It's even more surprising to me seeing S2G in 15th place, 27 points. They have had a horrendous run up in towards finals. Not able to keep up. Twisted Minds, though. This is a team that has been trying to keep up for quite some time and finally catches up to the pack.
They are hitting the tarmac now. They go 1 for 1 on that trade, but they'd already got the knock onto Robs. Victor now under pressure, under threat. 2 players alive for 3D Max. Victor trying to move through on the buggy. Yusuf with the spray out his way. I think he's caught a tire there. Victor takes damage as well. He's behind a defilade and hits the deck. Ammo out for Yusuf. Has to go for the reload, but the damage is already done. This buggy is going to be very difficult to get out of this one. The extraction harder than nails. We'll see if he's able to manage it. The circle, again, shifting up to the northwest side, right onto Brute Force, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, Brute Force can play that. They don't really have too much over towards that central side, but Prepod currently holds a bit of a compound over towards that northwest, so they can play around that for quite some time. I think they have heard some of the shots coming out between Twisted Minds and 3D Max. It's not the nicest of circles, though. I mean, Chumacera still could be a point of contention for a lot of squads. Then again, this could head up over towards 3 separate quadrants. I mean, it would be amazing if we went to the northwest for Brute Force, because I think they're the only team right now that has any kind of control over that area.
Virtus Pro still holding that southeast side, but for how much longer? RCB, you can see everybody trying to move around this area in each other's sight lines. Real tough time of it. RCB try and cross the road, and Virtus Pro, they find a second point. Immediately, Malloy's backed off the angle, though. Furious that his point was taken away. They push him back.
Get him out of here.
Don't like that at all. Not one bit. Besiktas push him.
Besiktas. They're dead over towards that north side. This is a hard spot to play for Beşiktaş. There's a lot of sidelines on their position. S2G coming in from that northeast. I think this is the first time you actually see them get an elimination in quite some time, John.
Yeah, they are pretty close towards the bottom of these tables, and on the northeast side, they'll need to sweep to find a little bit more. Potentially coming across Footballers KAOS on that northern border. But right now, it's really all about brute force for me still. They have a lot of power, they have a lot of presence and oversight into everybody trying to leave from the Çimşehir side, where they are all so densely packed. If the circle goes away from them, it's going to be a bit of a bummer, but it's a big chance that they get a large slice of this next one.
Yeah, I mean, for brute force there, that's still a nice circle, but like I said, still encompasses some of Çimşehir. It is a huge amount of teams over towards that northeast side, which makes life so easy for teams like Brute Force and Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, yeah, that you can see they're held out on that northwest side, but it's only one team they have to deal with. Look out over towards the east, there is multiple squads all looking at each other, having to cross over pretty flat ground as well, John. It's tough. It is really tough.
Absolutely. It is pretty tough stuff indeed. Chewy to the max. Kept in the oven for far too long. They've been cooking this one for a while. IWNRX in Çimşehir. This is their last chance today to convince me that they have a chance for getting into the top 4, because if they keep going like this, it's not going to happen for them. They're on 31 points right now. They are neck and neck really with teams like 3D Max, who have been underperforming. Gladiators, who have just been able to get a little bit of ground, but just constantly going down early. S2G as well, and it is not good news for a team that was, I think, second place on the overall standings. This is not where they should be. If they don't get this done here, I don't see where they're going to be able to.
Yeah, again, for IWNRX, I mean, even just being in 13th place at the moment is a pretty tall order to make up. It's sort of one more game, but you're right. It would be one big game for them to catch up to a point where they could potentially make that run for top 4. But after this match, it becomes extensively more difficult, especially if Brute Force can have another good game here.
Definitely. Brute Force have sequestered themselves. They've pushed a little bit further to this northwest. They're dealing with the threats pushing in. So to regrouping in order to do that, I kind of like that strat. Teams could potentially take that opportunity to push in from the east side and usurp some of the ground that Brute Force has established for them for so long. But no one's doing that just yet. Instead, Twisted Minds make the aggressive move forwards. And they're into nade range now. They'll start to fly back and forth. Team Spirit eliminated in the meantime on the east.
Wow, that was quick. A fast fight between them and RCB. I think that was just an explosion on the vehicles. I mean, they had to push through a lot of teams, and they were just looking to get out of dodge as soon as possible. These nades flying in, but not doing a whole bunch of damage. Twisted Minds, actually. They're weathering the storm quite well, but it's S2G coming up behind all of this fight.
Nade over the top for Dami. Do they have the sight lines? It looks like Never Alone has just been found. Was that a nade? Was that a knock from the off angle for S2G? I think that was a nade finding Never Alone. Judo. Oh, that looks like it might be right on top of him, but it only takes him to half HP. They're burning through these resources now, though, Blank. Both of these teams are. Another nade in, and Jafar gets taken low. He needs to be careful. The UMP in hand spots 3 players and instantly thinks better of it. Pulls back. First aids can come through. And more nades to fly.
That almost was right on Freezer's back there. Twisted Mind keeps sending them in. I think Brute Force realizes that their team a little bit further towards their backside here that they need to get rid of at some point. It's all popping off over towards that east as well. Like I said, it's just open ground in front of a lot of these squads. They don't want to be the first ones to pull the trigger on this.
3D Max down and out. Another disappointing result for them, Twisted Minds. They keep getting knocked. That was S2G with an off angle towards them as they push up towards Freezer, who wants a piece of this challenge as well. Steps up in a pump action, immediately gets the knock. That is brave, and immediately double with the nade as well. Freezer takes that opportunity to send forwards, but Yusuf holds the line. Can he do more? Finds 1, finds 2 on the spray. Yusuf keeping Twisted Minds alive in the fight as Brute Force trying to champ at the bit to take this first place spot away from Team Spirit, but he's got teammates to use as cover. He's using it, but it's not going to happen for him. All for a Brute Force survive. Can S2G play third party here, or is everybody getting back to their feet? They are riding straight on in.
They're coming very, very quickly, but they're taking a lot of time to scout this one out. They're worried that they didn't see that many flushes in the elimination feed, but they know that some team is trying to desperately get their players back up, but they have waited way too long here. Now the shots coming through from Football is Chaos in the back line, who finally make a move from their northern edge as the circle centers up.
That is unfortunate, but Havlik does spot another from Brute Force. 2 players down again. As Moneymaker's taking shots up towards the north side, but that should again be resable. They do need to get the reses ahead of this blue zone. I don't know how viable that's going to be. Getting him into the buggy. Very tricky stuff here. I think Brute Force might be giving up and going to 3. Spray down from Chudo. Looks for 1. They're more preoccupied with Football as Chaos. And they should have kept their eyes uphill, unfortunately. CEO later is going to be saved by across the way. That's, again, another knock to put suppression back in. Ray-Z holds the angle for his teammate.
Yeah, they've crunched themselves into a very difficult position now, have S2G. This is too hard of a res here to get from that position. Freezer has to be picked up now, but Chudo can be brought forward.
Nades are still coming from S2G. Makes this res nerve-wracking, but they found a plateau. Potential safety. If Brute Force get back up to 4 players here, they got a real chance of getting into this next circle.
DA is over towards that eastern edge. This is a really big fight that's panning out at the moment.
Oh, but there we go. Brute Force do finally get closed down. That was Moneymakers pushing in from the south side. And now they want S2G as well. Goodness me. Moneymakers on the warpath, rotating up north. Doing work. 2 players from S2G down. Kalsi and Ray-Z trying to stay alive. But there is a line of pressure from Football as Chaos. They were the last team to sweep through from that north side to go counterclockwise around behind the route that was taken by Brute Force, by S2G as well. And now it's Football as Chaos turn. And there's no one behind them. They have the benefit of that. And they are playing it nicely.
Yeah, just rolling in to pick up as many eliminations as possible. I think Moneymakers realize this is a good chance. Pick up some more points in the tournament. Up to 6 already. Bishke in a bit of an awkward situation there. 7 elims, you'll take that. Football is Chaos, though, weren't in the best position earlier on, but they have chose their moment excellently so far.
Moneymaker's got damage on with that. They'll know there's a player on the roof here. They'll know he's tucked in. He checks up, so he knows exactly what he's doing. Pops around the corner. The heal came through, but Ray-Z gonna have to pop another one there. I think he was on a bandage. But immediately swaps it out to the first aid. So that he has a better time of it. Oh, might have been opening up a stem there, but has to rethink that. Moneymakers, they're going to have that oversight, but they're not in the circle yet. They still have to move further forwards.
I do like that from the Moneymakers, though. You know, backing off, it's not worth it for them. We'll send back and try and get some more points in this game. I mean, being in 3rd place right now, you know, this is an excellent opportunity to stay up towards the top 3, John.
Ooh, Scarface lands a nice nade over towards Coops. Puts another one towards the back of the building. Ralph tries to light him up, but immediately there's backup. There's the buggy, and it takes him down. Yekta now has the challenge against Lufa. He's not quite tagging on with that AKM. The UMP now is going to find its mark. Okay, they hold off the push, but it's only Yekta and Scarface now. Enigma Galaxy collapse on that eastern side. It's been a tough time going out on the east, though, Blank. We've seen so much conflict there. And now Moneymakers finally step forwards on the west.
IWB NRX as well stay quiet throughout this game. This is very indicative of a strong match coming through from IWB NRX, and I sort of understand why they have been so quiet on this match as well. They don't want something flashy or fireworks. Like you said, John, at the start of this game, they need something just decently strong here. Keep themselves in the running.
With Team Spirit going down fairly early in proceedings. With Brute Force as well. Not having a huge number of points, there is a chance to keep that gap as small as possible here. If they can put up anywhere close to 20 points, that would be phenomenal for them to jump up to 51. Obviously, more than that would be liked, but they're on 0 eliminations right now, and I think 20 is probably their limit. Getting 10 eliminations out of this circle, going to be tricky. People are going to be fighting against each other and snaffling those away.
Virtus Pro down towards the southeast. Again, this is another team that's done fairly decently well towards the start of today. And with this game, 4 players, they can certainly keep themselves in contention for the top 5. Gladiators eliminated by IWNRX. 2 eliminations so far. They can bump this up, John, but yeah, it's going to be tough to do that.
Very tricky indeed. Swain has great high ground over towards Virtus Pro and RCB as well. You can't really peek down to RCB because Virtus Pro still have that opposing high ground. So RCB a little bit safer for the time being. DA, they got some shots out. Over towards the northern point for Footballers KAOS. This is kind of no man's land on this circle. There's a ridgeline that runs down the middle of it. There's a sort of undulating dip that sits in the middle here as well. And I think IWNX Ruya do have first bid towards this center location. Unless Virtus Pro just go for a mad Hail Mary play, but they're just going to get shot out if they try that.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I don't think any one team enjoys this. There is, I believe, a little bit of safety towards the center of this circle, but it's very limited in terms of, you know, you essentially lie down, try and stay out of dodge, set up the smokes. Even then, you have to wait for this circle to fully close first. Zed Wolf finds Milky Way as he peeks out from the crates.
A good pickup. With the circle moving in, Virtus Pro not going to have the time. A breakout wide for Yekta. He's in the blue zone, not getting that one back up, certainly. And IWNRX also looking to try and milk this circle for points. DA still keeping their sightlines active. Despite losing their players, they've got 1 player left to stand. And RCB are going to chime in towards Virtus Pro. They are not going to move an inch from that position out on the east. Corker does manage to sneak his way on through towards that center location, but RCB are going to put pressure on. Moneymakers have flowed on up towards this IWNRX position as well, Blank, and this is dangerous.
It really is. I mean, IWNRX haven't quite got over the lip just yet. Moneymakers can send these nades in. They're finding damage. Kind's taking a lot of it. More nades fly out. That's a good nade, but an even better one sent out their way.
Kind cannot stay there.
Puts the timer on. Nice shot from Havlik.
Excellent pickup, and Moneymakers are moving this circle at their whim right now. IWNRX still relatively low on the elimination count. More value necessary, needed for them to stay in this competition for the top spot. DA, challenge over the top, but Scarface on his own. Not going to be able to hold off Footballers KAOS. Moneymakers in the meantime. This is so nasty towards IWNRX. Zed Wolf and Frozen, though, what can they do with this opportunity? Moneymakers still going to have to leave their position up on that high ground that they've just taken.
Yeah, I mean, also, on top of that, it's the fact that this is a game that IWNRX desperately needed, right? They desperately needed this match. And honestly, even if they go out now in 4th place, it's still not enough. In terms of a game, it's like 8 points. Which is not the big chunky match that they were looking for. Right now, they are surviving, though, John.
They have managed to get all the 4 players back up for IWNX Ruya. Nade over to Loxley, shots over towards Rookie as well. Moneymaker's going to have to figure out how to leave this position. I wouldn't be too surprised if Moneymakers just go for a full send down the hill onto IWNRX, but they are instead breaking out to the west. No real threats exist that direction. They can start to move along these ridge lines, but they want to put more nades towards IWNX Ruya. But at what cost? Goes low, stays alive for the time being. Koa does go down, though. A shot from Doka Machine.
Yeah, you sort of want to crunch IWNRX as much as possible over towards this eastern side before making you move out over towards the north. Sadly, like you say, Koa will get flushed out there. But RCB's now down. 4 eliminations found. And Havlik sets himself up to take shots over towards IWNRX, who are having a tough time of it today. Now flying over towards Footballers KAOS.
And nades are starting to go back and forth. IWNX Ruya. Starting to spread out. They somehow survived. I thought they were gone. They were done for. When 2 of them went down, there's a Molotov. by the crate. Havlik lighting the shots up towards Doka Machine, gets the knock. Is it going to be peeled away by Swain, though? Or is this flush going to be confirmed? Havlik seems to have the angle, just about to tag on the last shot, and will be able to keep that one in the piggy bank for them. But it is still IW Next Ruya looking to survive and get more and more value. Just the two players, the teams rather, survive, and Kind steps up for a first knock. Two players now that they need to worry about. Havlik is there, Icy in the distance on the off angle. Havlik peeks the ridge and immediately he's sat by Kind. Icy repositions, but against 4, can you hold off? UMP looks for the backline first, but there's the encroaching threat, and IWNRX able to get a decent game on the board. They stayed quiet for a long time, both in that match and today, but this was their last chance to keep themselves in the running, and they take it with both hands.
Yeah, I mean, for IWNRX, that was such an important game. You mentioned it right at the start that this had to be a large one, otherwise it was sort of over. With that kind of a match, I think they got quite a few elimination points, which takes them up to 50, which puts them in the running for the top 5. Okay, so this was more than just a win here for IWNRX. It was essentially the turning point for the team. Yeah. They couldn't have any more games like the rest of the day.
But they still have to have a good game to cap off the day as well. We've got one more Erangel after this as well. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're able to keep that going, or if this was just a little bit of a fluke. And given their track record, I would hazard to say it isn't a fluke. They are just very, very good. But the start of their day not been up to the standards that they laid for themselves in weeks 1 and 3.
Yeah, I think that for IWNRX, you know, that buffer gave them a strong thing to be playing from, but it did require them to hit a good chicken dinner today. We knew they could do it. It took a while. They played this game really slow, John, which is very understandable considering the position that they were in. Yeah, very, very well done. And it's nice to see Zed Wolf basically popping off.
I mean, he was, in general, just an indomitable force back in the league stages, right? This guy was absolutely insane. The most daily MVPs out of any player in the tournament. He was able to attain that accolade, and rightly so. The guy is a star, and I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more from him. Getting up towards 19 points. I said I wanted to see a nearly 20-point game. That's exactly what they delivered on, to be able to keep themselves going. Moneymakers as well, 15 points. They were already close towards the top, so you can't be ignoring them. And DA as well, double digits. Good news to be able to tide them over.
Yeah, I mean, for football is chaos, that's an all-bad game, but for moneymakers, yeah, that is good. That is what they wanted to see there. I think Virtus Pro, probably the team that was quite excited about this match. Just getting 6 points is decent. I think they're one of the few teams towards the top over the moneymakers that actually were able to maintain a decent showing here over the last couple of matches. But yeah, one more match to go over in Erangel, John.
Definitely going to be all to play for there, because every match matters so much more than it did back in those league stages. Sure, they were earning bonus points. Sure, they were earning points in general for those overalls. But here is where it really comes down to just that raw sprint ability. And Brute Force weren't able to maintain that pace the whole day. They started out so quick, but they have had a little bit of a peter off. Team Spirit as well, only the 1 point down towards the bottom of this match. It is not going to be easy to maintain your place at the top of these tables. Everybody's going back and forth and just trying to make the most of it. But that's what happens when you have 16 deserving and strong teams, right? Is every single match, things can change so dramatically on the overalls.
Yeah, absolutely. It's sort of crazy how quickly things have changed up anyway, just in terms of this tournament. I mean, IWNRX are already back in with it, basically, towards that top side. But I'm very excited to see what Brute Force can continue doing, because this has felt like a weird day for them in terms of consistency. They're quite often getting some good games, but I do think that it is still our top squads, like Moneymakers, like Team Spirit, like IWNRX, who are making these strong plays towards the end that guarantee them the victory, right? These other matches feel more like they've been hit off by some strong gunplay. as opposed to strong strategy, if that makes sense.
Potentially. Well, we'll be keeping an eye out for both as we go into our final game today. We've got to go to a short break, and when we'll be back, we'll be topping off the first day of these finals, the first day of 3, and plenty more action still to come. Don't go anywhere.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
Hello everyone, the all-new 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event PMSL Pass will be available from May 31st to June 30th. The PMSL Pass has 20 levels and only takes 500 UC to unlock. Get a Dark Arts Gentleman's set immediately after purchase. After unlocking the PMSL Pass, you can view the missions and complete them to get points. Raise your pass level to claim corresponding rewards. Plenty of rewards await you, including the Dark Arts Gentleman set, Dark Arts Gentleman glasses, Dark Legend Smoke Grenade, Dark Legend Avatar Frame, and the ultimate reward, Dark Legend UMP 45. To quickly raise your pass level, you can 1. Redeem points from points voucher redemption codes. You can start by using the redemption code 24PMSL Pass now. 2. Use UC to purchase levels directly. After reaching the max level, every additional level reached will grant 1 PMSL crate. Additionally, you can gift the PMSL Pass to friends who meet the conditions. Send your friends a small gift and complete to see who unlocks the ultimate reward first. That's all for this introduction to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event. Unlock the PMSL Pass, put on the Dark Arts Gentleman set with friends, and collect amazing rewards.
We are going into our final map of the day. Of course, we're going back to Erangel. Why wouldn't we be? But we've had 5 maps already. We've got our 6th lined up, and we have had a late game resurgence from IWNext Ruya to be able to keep themselves in that race towards those top spots at the end of our 3 days.
Yeah, and it's been so important, that game for them. And do you know what? It felt like they were much further behind than maybe they were. Again, it did take a big match out of them that sort of came out from nowhere, using that INFINIX GT20 Pro, our official smartphone sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA, which Brute Force are so nicely showing off.
I mean, showing off both IRL and in-game as well. Maybe not that last match, but they had a roaring start to today. And Brute Force putting themselves up there in those top spots as well. You had them in 3rd place. I do not begrudge you that at all from what they've shown so far today. However, I will caveat that with their last couple of games not being quite as strong. Maybe they've run out of gas at the end of today. It does go on quite long. They've got all 6 matches to play. They've got to keep going, and it's 4 days straight. Sorry, 3 days straight even. Those Twisted Minds, they've certainly been keeping the cat amongst the pigeons for the rest of the lobby as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Twisted Minds, I think that's sort of the big thing, right, John?
Yeah.
That they were able to get over towards that western side, which certainly affected the way that Brute Force were able to play that game out. And I think if it wasn't for the fact that Twisted Minds were up there, possibly you see Twisted Minds not get on the western side, Brute Force get much further in. They're able to deal with Footballers Chaos. They're able to deal with D8. I mean, there's a lot that could have happened there, which is frustrating for Brute Force. Again, they're still getting a player towards that late game every time, getting some points on board, John.
Yeah.
Which is very important for them. Just waiting for the players to get back into game here.
For the last time today. Look how focused Alhaji is there for power. Ooh, I think they've had the call. They're getting ready. You can see they're lining up. They are locked and loaded. Power, the breakout team that can compete towards the top this tournament. We've loved watching them. They've had their ups and downs, but they've certainly impressed overall. And they are, again, in that chance to race for those top 4 spots, top 5 spots as well. And a potential to make it there. Moneymakers, they've been able to put up some better numbers than perhaps we might have given them credit for, given their last week.
Yeah, I think that Moneymakers now in second place, pretty good. And again, they're another streaky team alongside with Brute Force, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's the difficulty for a lot of our, I would probably call them up and coming squads. Is that skill is there, the mechanical skills there, some of the rotations are good. It's just not quite refined yet, right? And I think that is the main thing for these teams, just to keep refining their gameplay. And I think a lot of them have done during this tournament. There seems to be a lot less games for the Moneymakers where they fall flat on their face now, which was a big problem for them before. Yeah, these are all things that can be improved, can be fixed over time. And I think that some of our really talented new teams are figuring that out as they go here in the PMSL EMEA.
Plane path from the south over to the east. And again, it's that northwest side of the island that's going to be fairly inaccessible. Gladiators likely to drop out over military base again, and Twisted Minds, because they can't really get to Severny fast. Are they also going to drop out here? No, they are still going to go for a backup drop here. I wonder where Twisted Minds are going to elect to go on this drop. Brute Force going to stick to Novo. Gladiators will take military.
Yeah, again, interesting turn of events here. I think Brute Force, they're happy with this play, and they knew that Gladiators might get into another engagement with Twisted Minds, but for Twisted Minds, I respect that they're just going to not go for this. They're going to head elsewhere. They realized it didn't work out last time. I think they also sense the fact that, you know what, we're actually decent at the game. Let's try and play this out slightly differently. I think they could probably hit Kameshki on this circle. That's probably a doable metric for them with this, especially with this circle.
I think DA might beat them there. They're ahead on the parachutes and that spread. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Twisted Minds head back to Severny. I know I said it was a little bit inaccessible, but I mean we saw them do it in the fourth map today. Sorry, in map number 4, when they didn't drop on Gladiators again when they made that adjustment the first time. So if they're going to grab vehicles here, they can go to Severny, or they could go for a mansion split loot, right? There are a couple of compounds around the area where they are on the floor right now where they could potentially go. But the difficulty is teams are going to be looking to send in there pretty quickly, especially those teams out towards the southwest who've been down on the ground now for quite a while, a good minute.
Yeah, I think that they definitely can get themselves up and ready to go from that western side. Moneymakers far out though, John. Moneymakers is far out, and this is the type of circle that they suffer on. I've seen them get over towards that eastern side, but late, and that has sometimes played into their favor, but more often than not, this is the type of circle that causes some big issues for them, John.
Could be tricky. Back of the traffic jam. Always a tough time for the Moneymakers. They will try and punch their way through because they're currently second on the tables. You can see that on the right-hand side. It is very, very close. I mean, first place, 68 points. The drop-off's not too steep. Probably one of the more significant drops happens between 3rd to 6th. That's 61 to 55. And it's still just really, really close. I mean, even all the way down to 8th, right? Which is what we said for IW Next Ruya. They've kept themselves in this. They're 18 points behind first place in 8th place right now. And that, as we've seen before, can be just one good game. That can leapfrog you up nicely. RCB 7 points behind that. So that's that big divide that's starting to form. And then from 12th down as well, you've got the underperforming teams. 3D Max, Gladiators, S2G, and Footballers KAOS right now, understepping the mark.
Yeah, I think for 3D Max and Gladiators, this is not at all where they'd like to be on the tables. Again, it's sort of that case of anyone can have a bad week, anyone can have a bad string of days. You just don't want it to be in your finals, realistically. Again, you have those 4 days to figure things out, and I think that the nerves hit some teams harder than it hits others. I think after the initial jitters of day one, some teams can bring it back, but by that time, usually it's a little bit too little too late. You need to have some of that comeback power in you. And really, we've only seen that so far from IWNRX and Brute Force. I guess you could maybe say Twisted Minds.
Potentially as well, yeah. I think the Twisted Minds obviously have the disadvantage of starting a little bit further behind. Certainly at the start of the tournament, they just weren't as good as a lot of the rest of the lobby, but they've definitely leveled up and really gained a lot of value as a roster, as a team from this tournament. I'm looking at this top 4 and I'm thinking there's not a lot I would change about this in terms of teams that I would like for to be representing EMEA at the PMWC, right? I mean, Team Spirit, I think, is a pretty safe bet for everyone. 3D Max have now disappointed me, I think, for the final time so far today, and I will be cutting all ties with them in terms of being on their side as an ally. But yeah, I think that Brute Force, they've impressed. I think Virtus Pro has just been very sneakily, just incredibly consistent across these weeks and these games. They just keep those numbers chugging along. I don't think they would have a good chance of winning at PMWC, but I think they have a good chance of placing in the top 5, no matter sort of what tournament they're in. The thing that I might change out is Moneymakers out of that top 4. I might put IWNRX in, even though they've had a bad day today. I might put IWNRX in there, and I might think about changing Power out for another team, but I'm not entirely decided which yet.
Yeah, I think when you look at IWNRX, it's just a case of they have that stopping power behind them that it does feel at this point in time, it could be any game where they start to just take the lead, which is why it has been so important for Team Spirit to be that much more consistent team and maintain those points up towards the top. I think Team Spirit's still doing fantastically well. 68 points right now. The bonus points definitely helping them because it's so far been around about a 40-point day, I'd say. I think it's just under a 40-point day for Team Spirit. And I mean, a 50-point day for Team Spirit would be really, really good. They've got one more game to do it on. We know that they are very decent over here on Erangel.
Definitely. They've got the chops to them. Yeah, Team Spirit, they started the day on 28 bonus points. Brute Force similarly started on 25, so they're 3 points behind Team Spirit. So over the 5 matches, they've caught up. BEŞİKTAŞ have a chance to stop Brute Force from getting too much more done here, though. This is a bridge camp and a half. I don't think we've seen this too much from BEŞİKTAŞ, and Brute Force completely caught unawares. They weren't ready to scout this. Neos is pinned down. Freezer already eliminated and pre-pod knocked in open area. Chudo split off. This is disaster for the last match of the day for Brute Force.
Yeah, it's frustrating. And I think this is the first time in a while that BEŞİKTAŞ has actually pulled out this. And again, it's that case where if you're a team that plays over towards Novo on that eastern bridge, you get way too comfortable with making this crossing. And with the circle shifting a little bit far up towards that north side, Brute Force just makes this play. And BEŞİKTAŞ lies in wait. Easy pick up of points for them. Also makes their move up towards the north a little bit easier now.
Yeah, with no one behind them, they do have a little bit less dragging them down. Dropping the smokes from Toshbik. He wants to try and take the loot away. Obviously, they invest time in camping this bridge. They didn't have as much time to get loot on board. They'll outsource that to Brute Force. Chudo does finally get spotted by Kakali. He was trying to hide in the buggy in the water, which is only going to last you so long. And now it's just Neos for Brute Force, which is pretty disastrous, especially going down to BEŞİKTAŞ, because look at where BEŞİKTAŞ are on those tables. They are in 5th place right now. Ooh. Brute Force really close behind them. And look at that. They are jumping up very, very quickly to be in contest here. I think you made an appropriate noise for a shift of this magnitude, Blank.
Yeah, out into the water on this side of the map. Basically, if you're a team that can crunch yourself over towards that eastern side, you are living happy. And you can see the amount of teams who are just trying to get there as fast as possible. No one wants to be the team that gets locked out on the western edge. There's plenty of really good spaces over towards this eastern side. Yeah, if you are not already in the circle at this time, the rest of your game is going to suck. It's such a difficult circle to play. So much open space. I hate this for the teams. I feel so sorry from the last game of the day. I mean, again, it is a tough game day. 7 matches. You get to the 7th match here and you're given a circle like this. It's not easy.
Team Spirit rocking up against IW next Ruya. They want to re-establish dominance here. Say, we saw your good game. We'll take you on anyway. Team Spirit are playing as 4 Frozen. Might have to worry about Kitsune. It looks like they are splitting off for a little bit of a one-on-one on their angle. Not too much backup, I think, for either of those 2 players. Frozen, a little bit safer. Closer to Kind, so faster for IWNRX to get in for the backup should Frozen go down. Kitsune, I think, doesn't want to go for it, but Swain's already knocked. And so IWNRX, do they commit? Do they try and make this one work?
I mean, Frozen moves down towards Swain. He's dropping the smokes over the top. He's bleeding out. I think Team Spirit's just happy to keep him on their toes here. No more shots ringing over towards their direction. Frozen spotted. Yeah, it looks like the res will go through for IWNRX, but this has slowed them down somewhat.
And getting up to that north side.
Yeah, and
really
allowed
tough.
Team Spirit to get through, which is nice.
Just getting ahead. Trying to play around those prison hills. RCB, they're trying to have a presence on this west side, but Twisted Minds are after them, it seems, but they fall short. RCB sent further than the compound. The Twisted Minds currently have, and they'll try and go into the S2G compound instead. Or at least poke their noses in. Not going to be good news, though, as Hamzy, holding strong, nicely done, finds another knock, and immediately RCB just cut down by half. Puts the pan to the back of the skull, and claps wild for a point.
Easy peasy for S2G there. I'll just blow up the vehicle. Causes issues when teams try and assault the position. They can't really get into that corner as easily, which makes some of your plays and moving in towards that building a bit easier, especially when defending from the top side. But now Team Spirit have to move alongside IWNRX, BEŞİKTAŞ, as well as Footballers KAOS. Moneymakers actually get a nice northern rotation just outside of Gladiators.
That compound that sits a little bit further into the circle that the Gladiators currently hold is the idol of desire for the Moneymakers to try and take that away from them. On that northwest side will be very valuable, has great sight lines both north and south. It's a little bit edge-worthy, but you can still have an impact and open up opportunities for you to go on in later on. There's a big area of flat ground that sits down to the southwest of it, though. A very, very open part. They're going to have to be worried about crossing should they try and sequester themselves on that side of the map, though.
Pospic flying through for BEŞİKTAŞ. This is an eastern rotation. They have managed to get strong position through, but that's mainly because they're about to run into many, many teams. Team Spirit down to 1 player. Makes sense, honestly. They try to crash on the compound that DA holds, and that compound is the compound, by the way, on this circle. But I do think that that was a slightly crazy push from Team Spirit.
Yeah, it was... There's no real good opportunity to make the move. IWNRX were further out to the west. They couldn't swing around and try and flow around that edge particularly effectively. It's a really difficult decision. And sure, maybe you could try and argue, take it slower, just play in these compounds, try and creep in from the edge. But it's not always that easy. They opt to go for the Alpha Leather play. Doesn't pan out. Moneymakers rebuffed from Gladiators back. And now the Gladiators can fully control the compound down to their southeast.
Gladiators in a much better position now. They still have to take the long journey over towards the eastern side, John. A bit tough. IW NRX over towards the western edge.
Wait, that's Neos. That's a solo player from Brute Force. Remember, they were cut down on the bridge. He's just got a knock onto IW NRX. All the way from out of the blue. He's been out there for a while now.
He's living, and that's exactly what Brute Force wants on these games. Just get some placement points, maybe some knocks, maybe some eliminations. Anything Neos can get here would be good, but I don't know how much longer he's going to live off the back of this. NIGMA Galaxy, some great nades as they assault over towards 3D Max's position. Really should be looking down this way, to be honest. And Robs is just going to send away.
Just get back to the buildings there on the peninsula. You got the next circle. You got that position. They tried to break out and they're punished. Rob's also lit up by NIGMA Galaxy. They are just unrelenting in their pressure from this south side. This is a really difficult circle as well.
Yeah.
Everybody trying to push on in. FLUX currently hold the hilltop out to the west side of this position. You can see that high ground as it arcs up. That is going to be the high ground in this final circle. The compound for 3D Max that they tried to go for. I think Rob's actually getting rezzed right now. If they can maintain that compound, it would be great news as we replay the Gladiators rebuffing the moneymakers from behind them. And DA, obviously, in their compound that we spoke about before. It is the compound to oversee the entire northern side.
Yeah, it's a really nice spot. It's got like the 3 stories on it as well. The 2 stories, sorry, so it gives you some really good oversight. I'm not sure if 3D Max just didn't hold this position and just sit inside the compound itself. It seemed to me a little bit of a weird play to pretend like they were having a tough time out on the cliff edge. Just let another team in, play from this spot. You're much happier from there. Nade goes out. SnowX gets shots taken out towards him. Living for now.
They're making this look tough, but they do manage to finally take SnowX down. 3D Max eliminated. 0 points on the game again. NIGMA Galaxy up to 6 eliminations, and they take that peninsula compound. Very, very important.
I think for FLUX, there's some really good spots around this area, right? On that high ground, there's the little plateau as well that you can play, which is very, very useful. They're keeping Lux up there for the late game. Continuing to hold presence. IW NRX tried to challenge for it, but FLUX did actually a decent job at holding the back. Gladiators can sweep in from this north side.
Let's take a look at the teams towards the top of this table as well. We've got Virtus.pro still in action. The teams below them a little bit withered in their ability to make the jump up here. And IW NRX continue to just fall under the pressure. They've had one good game today, and they are on 50 points total today, which is a little bit far behind, but the good news is that all of these teams at the top also having a pretty tough time of it. Virtus.pro, the only team right now that can upset things in a big, big way, and of course, DA in their compound, if they can get more picks, if they can get more points here on eliminations, could jump up something fierce.
Yeah, I think if you look over towards Virtus.pro, like, they have just meant business today. Some very, very good plays coming through from them. And they've kept it all together. They've kept it all together. It seemed interesting. Corker even taking shots over towards Gladiators now as they try and make it down from that north side. This really depends on the next circle, right? If it heads up towards that north, Virtus.pro could have a good time with it. Heads back down towards the south. FLUX look to finish things off. A western shift, and it's DA's game to lose, really.
DA focusing the fire outwards, extending that pressure. Virtus.pro, 1 knock, 2 knock. Malloy low. Gladiators similarly suffering as they do go down finally. Milky Way establishing in the buildings now on the northern side. A little bit of a branch out. DA move on in. They want to try and keep this one under control, but there is a sail in. Twisted Minds. They're coming in a little bit late, but this could be perfect timing onto Virtus.pro. There are knocks still being rezzed on out, and they don't have a full established position. They need to be worried. Can this res come through? It's on the broad side of a building. And I don't think Fury is going to want to risk it there. Peeks his head out, immediately turns tail. The res on the cliffside in the meantime has gone through, and a re-knock is there for Jafar. A second as well, and the nades just keep on pouring in. Corker needed to hold it down. Only one nade to do it.
It's tough. This is tough for Verse Pro. And again, it's Twisted Minds who have really changed my mind, at least, about them. Some seriously good plays today. It has looked so weird. And again, I said that those 4 days, important for teams to change their tune, to change how they play. And look at this. I mean, Twisted Mind's the perfect example of a team that obviously has come into the finals very prepared.
They have done their homework, and it is showing right now. It's so deceptive that they're 12th place on the leaderboard at this stage. And they just jumped up 2 of those places, right? They're in 10th now. BEŞİKTAŞ trying to hold off against S2G on their roll-up on the southwest side. BEŞİKTAŞ, they're up to 7 eliminations now. Up into 4th place. You can see this is just how tight the top of the tables is as well. The fact that they just got 2 eliminations and jumped 2 places on the leaderboard. Up to 6th place as well. They have a building in the next circle. They can bide their time for a little bit longer. And they are currently now the team at the highest position on the table, still alive. But can DA keep this one rolling?
DA look to move out over towards that east. They have eyes on over towards Twisted Minds. They can get 1 pick off. It does make their end game slightly easier, right? Because Twisted Minds is their big threat on that north side. And you're right, it is so deceptive where Twisted Minds currently are, because they have had to work so hard for those points today to get up towards 10th place compared to other teams that came into the finals with a lot of bonus points. And all credit to them, they did well in the league stage. But yeah, Twisted Minds certainly have turned it on somewhat fierce today.
They're up to 5 eliminations on this match. And with a well-timed third party, they've got their foot in the door. But DA have also managed to extend their influence with it. NIGMA Galaxy, they had a hard-fought approach up that south coast. And they're now playing the other side of the hill, trying to fence off FLUX. And they're breaking out wide. This is dangerous from Lord. Should be visible from Twisted Minds positions. And it's dangerous. DA 2 and 2 playing that Harry Potter Tower. Out on the east, 2 players playing that backstop. Next circle comes in and it's coast side.
This does give Twisted Minds somewhat of an advantage. I mean, that high ground that FLUX is playing with over towards the south. It's a replay coming through from Toshpik, taking on the guys from S2G, who I've just had not the greatest of days today. Currently in 13th place. It's not where a team like S2G should be whatsoever. It's an interesting game. FLUX desperately trying to retain control over towards this south side. Good pickup from NIGMA Galaxy though, over towards this compound that 3D Max held. They saw a weakness, they exploited it, they picked themselves up a good spot on the map.
And it gave them that foothold to push towards the high ground that FLUX hold, right? And that is really what's allowing them into this next circle. So a chain of good results for NIGMA Galaxy to put some points on the board to close out the day. They've already got 8 eliminations. Highest tally right now. And all 4 players alive. A decent chance. DA likely to push into Twisted Minds, and they could third party pick away a couple of these points from them.
Absolutely could do. Carly going down here, pretty important for FLUX, I'd say. He is a real thorn in the side, John. We've seen him hit some nasty shots coming out from the blue. Good shot from Scarface. That's a long shot and a half as well.
Yeah, they are pushing in. It seems like, yeah, Scarface and Coldex playing that backstop right now, and they really want to take care of Kairos from Footballers Chaos. Ralph making sure MG3 is fully loaded. Locked for battle. Ready to unleash. And that's Scarface immediately just rattling down Toshpik. Very, very fast. I mean, hopping into the vehicle, you're going to take quite significant damage from the blue here. You need to get in fast to regroup forwards. But luckily, they have got that forward launching point. They know Kairos is here. They've been looking at this for a while. Twisted Minds aren't going to break out to try and sweep this one just yet. The question for me is what happens on this south side. FLUX and NIGMA Galaxy still close to one another. Kairos around the headland spots a lot of Yekta. Nearly gets the second and will find it. There's nearly a knock on towards Nico as well, but down in the grass, he doesn't stay alive. Kairos is still going. He's just potentially ruined the run for DA. Their chance to jump up into that leading pack, and now he is moving with the blue. The nades are pouring in a sliver of HP, and he's staying alive.
And they're so wary of him as well, dropping back. They think a whole team's coming over towards them. Terrified of one dude here.
What just happened? He's just got the heal off, I think, as well.
Oh, my days. I mean, Kairos going to come back in like a hornet of the lobby. They'll just run from him.
I mean, Yusuf, surely Twisted Minds are able to take him down here. He's going to be forced up over the ridge. The smokes are there, sure. But what's in front of them? There's absolutely nothing. I mean, maybe you can get to the tree, but then DA just step up and take you down. Kairos maybe trying to play in these smokes for a little while longer. He knows DA have to push. And he is spotted through a sliver. Does shimmy past, though? Stays him for a second. Okay.
It's so funny watching FLUX and NIGMA Galaxy challenge out for space down here. Neither team wants to commit to the fight. It's just buggies going up and down over this ridge side. Two teams that very clearly are not big initiators of engagements. Yusuf finds Kairos eventually, but that was really horrid for DA. It slowed them down. Something proper. And now Twisted Minds just have the full edge of the circle to work with. As Digital Athletics try to push in, they have to use a vehicle here.
FLUX might actually look to leapfrog to this compound, potentially. I mean, they're right on the outside of this circle. So if DA crash, maybe FLUX want to send on through or take the opportunity to take an unchallenged fight on an off angle. They crest the ridge, and DA immediately taken down. Another one as well, soon to follow. NIGMA Galaxy taking this opportunity. They get on top of this hill. And FLUX have started to establish these off angles. I think this is NIGMA Galaxy's game. If they take it, if they're able to get these knocks to FLUX, the nades look good. And there's a... Wow. Is that a triple? Was that a triple over the top with a single nade? It was certainly a double. Two of them are down. Not quite able to get the three, but that was incredible as an opener for NIGMA Galaxy, and they are not going to let that one go. They immediately seize the opportunity, and it's just Ketch remaining. They know he's there, and leaning out the window. Ooh, he does get pulled down for a knock, but Coops can cover him off with a vehicle, but in comes DA. They're going to turn this one back around yet again.
Yeah, it's a nice push out from DA in the vehicle. Wow, damn me, okay. Quick spray flick there for him. Did not expect that. The spray transfer was something crazy. Scarface last left alive.
Never alone. Up to the wall, up to the tree now. Twisted Minds creating their lines, but there's always that danger. There's 3 players still left for them to take down. Scarface solo. Jafar wants to nade this out. That looks good. Should be right underneath him, and he goes up. It's actually Tammy who's able to spot that one out before the nade goes. 2 players from NIGMA Galaxy. 12 eliminations for NIGMA Galaxy right now. 10 for Twisted Minds. Good games for both of them, despite the idea that they could go down in second. They will still find success here.
Yeah, honestly, a weird day in terms of teams finding big performances. Twisted Minds truly have gone big brain mode today.
Oh, yeah.
Something's changed here. It feels like the frontal lobes developed for this team, finally. I mean, even just that spray transfer from Dammy was astonishingly good.
They suppressed that fear response from the amygdala. They are unleashed. Even though they're a little bit further down the tables than maybe they'd like, this is going to see them actually getting up there. Like, they started this game. Is that 50 points? I'm not sure if that includes the elimination points from this game, but one goes down. A second for Lufa, maybe. Molotov to push him out wide. Hasn't been traded yet. Lord's breaking out. Lufa still up on the high ground. Do they think that's Lufa? Do they think that's the player who just got the knock from the high ground? If so, potential for an off angle. Lord lining up for Yusuf, nearly finds it, but now it is just Lufa. And I think they are aware. They'll certainly hear those footsteps. Around the side of the tree, though, they are fairly split. If Lufa can isolate these fights, it's not going to work, though. As there goes Twisted Minds to put that final nail in the coffin. Twisted Minds close out the day with a chicken dinner. 21 points for this team. This reminder, this is the team that qualified in 16th place from our league stages. Absolutely. Chuffed to bits with themselves, as they should be.
It's a 23-pointer. It's a 23-pointer on this one. It's crazy.
Oh my God.
It's a 23-pointer at the end with Lord and Lufa going down. Like it's an awesome day for Twisted Minds. I think that takes them to 63 points, 62 points, I believe, on the match, which is so ridiculous. I mean, that's right up there with the big boys.
Yeah,
honestly.
absolutely.
Sets himself up so nicely tomorrow. This is where Twisted Minds has to not have a lull in performance now. That's the difficulty with these finals, is that you need to be putting up those same kind of performances roughly every day, right? You can't expect other teams around you to continue to perform badly. But either way, the fact that I'm asking that of Twisted Minds is already ridiculous.
I mean, this is the team, as I said before, qualified in 16th from league stage, had the lowest scoring week out of any team on the record right now, but none. They had 67 points and finished in dead last place in week 1. And they are now here to play. This is what we love to see. This is improvement. This is consistent improvement as well from Twisted Minds. They have kept up that pace, and they are reaping the rewards of that here.
We get to the end of the day here, guys, and honestly, when we take a look at the overalls, it is going to look silly again because every single team has been able to perform. Like this is probably the closest lobby we've had in PUBG Mobile in a long time.
Except for 3D Max.
Except for 3D Max, of course. But it's so close. Like usually at this point, you'd have a team around about 70-80 points in PMPL EU. For PMSL EMEA, we have a case where we've got like 8 teams on 60 points going in tomorrow. No one really has found too much of an extra footing.
It has been pretty wild, and you're right, there's 23 points on the board for Twisted Minds. They came in with 10 bonus points at the start of today. They have put so much more than that on the tables, though. NIGMA Galaxy get 18 points as well. And if I'm not mistaken, that's going to put them up there pretty far. DA convert with another middling game, but still pretty solid. Double digits again.
Yeah, not bad at all. I think BEŞİKTAŞ 2 is another standout there for 9 points on the game, 7 eliminations. I think most of this table is very top heavy. Yeah, you can see that. I was about to say it's super top heavy looking at that. It's... 4 teams right now? 5 teams, 0 points accrued on the game. That's mad. And then up to 10 and 11th place, just 1 point found. Wow.
This feels like a front page. Like you just read the names, you forget the numbers. This is a front page.
Yeah.
The fact that we have 2 front pages in this tournament is insane. I mean,
it's weird.
It's brilliant. I love it. I absolutely love it because it does mean it's kind of what we've been saying over the course of the last year or so. It has been the year of improvement, and now we're getting to the year of perfection, right? And we are looking at teams being able to take those next steps to be the best, not only in the region, not only in their city, town, but in the world as well. They are unleashing the beast with Monster Energy, the official sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA. You can find out more about that at monsterenergy.com/gaming for all your energy needs. We've been seeing the players drinking a couple of those cans on the desks as well, making sure that they are fueled up for the tournament.
Let's take a quick look at who MVP was for the day. Who do you think it is? I'm going to go Dammy. Yep. Scarface. I mean, he has hit some big numbers. I mean, it's been a while since Digital Athletics have come back into the fold. I think Digital Athletics in a static lobby seems to do very well. So congratulations to Scarface on his MVP day 1 in the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Great stuff there. 15 eliminations in one day. That's pretty healthy as a total, getting over 500 average damage. Nice stuff. And this is kind of what I was talking about, especially at the end there, saying DA, they didn't have a massive game. They haven't really had a massive game, but they have still just been able to keep things going. Okay, Dammy maybe had a little bit less of a day. I wonder if he was even the top player on Twisted Minds, actually.
Maybe it was Yusuf. I think Yusuf was doing some good work.
Yeah, it could have been. I think that might not be a bad shout. It would be interesting to see the top 5 on the day, but we'll have to save that one for the socials. I'm sure you guys can check out what's going on there, and each of the players is probably going to tweet out their own stats or set that one up on their Insta stories. Make sure you're checking those out as well. But yeah, absolutely great stuff from Scarface, and the big story, as we were highlighting by guessing Dammy, is Twisted Minds, right? A complete change of tune.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the overalls now and see how that all does settle towards the top. Team Spirit just about hold on to their first place position. Moneymakers behind them by 2. BEŞİKTAŞ behind that by 2. Like I said, it is so close.
Whoa.
It may as well just be we restart things again tomorrow. But,
It is
but just
insane.
without bonus points.
There's a 10-point spread between 1st and 8th. I'm not too sure what the position is in 9th as well, because it could just keep on going so tight into day number 2. Remember, we are a third of the way through this tournament, right? This is absolutely insane. If you were to extrapolate this, and I know you can't always do that, but you multiply this by 3, that gap is only 6 points between 1st and 2nd place, right? It's only going to be a 30-point difference between 1st and 8th, which is wild. Normally you see that sort of drop off between 1st and 4th.
Yeah, this is very silly. And looking down towards the second page
58
here.
again.
But yeah, 58. And realistically, there's just about 5 teams from Regnum Kaya down to 3D Max who are really struggling. Because even FLUX is on 49, 20 points behind. Again, just one good game would see them up towards the top of the tables. It is... So it's just not really showing itself to be very clear right now, which is awesome. It's going to be a hell of a final day, I imagine.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've got that sort of top 9 bracket, which is a huge amount to have, all in the same sort of setting. Then you've got 10, 11, 12, maybe. Actually, probably just 10 and 11. I think IWNRX and FLUX have the chance to jump up, but can also very easily fall down. And then you've got the people below that who are just looking to stay alive into this one. I think at the moment, still, it is the case that everybody has a chance to make it still. Into that top 5, certainly. Maybe not for the win, but definitely for a chance to make it for the PMWC, for the Esports World Cup from the 19th to the 28th of July of this year in 2024. We'll be looking forward to that, to seeing who is going to make those spots work for them, because that is kind of the next big step. Which 5 are we going to send forwards? I'd be happy with literally anyone.
I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you at this point in time. It is so close, and I think that any team could probably make it. But you also at home can make it happen with the PMSL pass. You can get yourself some very cool little outfits here. You get the Dark Arts Gentleman set and the Dark Legend UMP 45, supporting some of our players in the PMSL. That's through May 31st to June 30th. So get the pass in your game whilst you can, and pop that code in to level up in the event just that little bit quicker.
Definitely want to be looking as fresh as possible, like Kelsey, like Lord in that picture there. I know there are EMEA guys. We're gonna be bigging them up, of course. And if you're wondering what code, well, it's on your screen right now. EMEA X PMSL Pass. Make sure you are entering that to redeem your free points vouchers to be able to help yourself unlock that pass as you go. You do not want to be missing out. These things look good. Make sure you're checking that one out. You've not got too much longer left as well, so make sure you're heading over there when you can. Over the course of these last few games, we have just seen so much chopping and changing, and the fact that we have 9 teams all in the front-running group is insane. Even at the start of one day, where it's normally a bit chaotic, this is the biggest amount of chaos I think we've seen ever, probably.
I'm going to keep things very unchaotic over on our socials, where everything is very regimented, organized, interesting, and fun. You can check us over at Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. You can find those links down below. Make sure you follow us, to keep up to date. You might miss that final day. You never know. But if we remind you, you won't miss it.
That's true. Blank will be around you, making sure that the alarms are going off, saying you're missing the finals, because that is where we are at. It has been a blast today. We've seen an incredible amount of talent being displayed, and I think that it's so promising, not only for EMEA's hopes at the PMWC, but for, like you were highlighting during the show, for next season as well, Blank.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited for the next season. But for the time being, we've got 2 days left remaining. Make sure you tune back in tomorrow for some more awesome PMSL EMEA action. See you soon.